back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was dewarding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
Welcome back, everybody, to a brand new season here of the LPL Pro Dota 2. It's brand new, Season 1 for 2022. Last year was fantastic for Dota. This year looking even better. We've got 8 brand new teams coming on in, and 1 champion from last season coming back in to maybe reclaim it. But bringing the action will be me, GTH, and joined again this season by Poglet. Man, how you feeling?
I'm feeling excited. Whenever you start a tournament, you don't know what to expect. You said there's some familiar faces. There's a couple teams we've seen before. A couple players got new teammates beside them. But until they start playing, you really don't know how it's going to pan out. And that's what I'm looking forward to.
Well, let's see how they're going to pan out into the tournament. That might look a little bit familiar to the folks at home because we haven't really changed any much going into 2022 because the season works already so well. The single round robin stage to work out who is the best, all the top 4 teams going out of it because they want to make it to the single elimination playoffs, which is all decided in the end by our best of 5 grand final for our big prizes that we know all the teams are wanting. First place, $2,100. Second place, $1,400. Third place, $900. And fourth place, $650. All up for grabs this season.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of money, and it's so important to make that top 4 just to get into that playoff bracket, like you said, and obviously make sure you get that money. You want to make sure these games are worth it for you, and you want to make sure you actually get that victory trophy at the end of the affair.
Oh yeah, well, let's see who's going to be holding up the belt, because one person is currently holding the belt. Team M11 right there, number 1 position. They want to keep that victory going, but they're going to be facing 7 new contestants, some big names, some new names, but all looking to take the belt away from them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Apes Esports, you're going to recognize them. You should be able to recognize a lot of the players from UDV, Team QX, Atomic Esports, a few familiar names in there. Obviously, Gargic, Gargoyle, and Burmese Ghouls are the ones that I'm most curious to see because a lot of these players haven't played in LPL a lot and they don't have that experience, which means they're just raring to go.
Oh yeah. And I'm raring to start because we have 2 good series coming up because we get to actually see some debuts coming up. Our first series, M11, they are facing Gargex, so we get one hell of a debut for that team. And we get to finish off today with another good one, Atomic Esports versus Gargoyle Esports. 2 new teams, at least to me, so I'm excited to see what they can bring.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for Gargex and Team M11, it's going to be David versus Goliath here. But it does mean that they start the tournament off right. They either pick up a win against the favourites or they drop a 2-0, but they feel good about the fact that they've probably dealt with the hardest game of the season and they can just go up from here. So for them, there's no real hard feelings no matter what happens here.
Well, hardest games need hardest players, and Gagek, well, they've got one big hill to climb, and hopefully they've got the talent to bring it up too. Yaps, Clarity, Cougar, Moody, and Bob Zaro. These guys have got to be playing perfectly from the get-go to take any points away from M11.
Yeah, and I love this. This is a team that's confident. Like, these are brand new photos, clearly. Look at the shirts, look at the jerseys they've got going. They've come in and they want to send a message. And for me, I hope they keep that enthusiasm. I hope they keep that excitement for the actual gameplay as well.
Oh yeah. And I'm excited to see the champs come on back to Team M11. You know, once they added Roosman to the squad, it just went to the next level. Rams, Usagi, Hated, Havinci, they worked perfectly as a 4, but with now Roosman being the 5 that rounds them all off as a squad, they just seem unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. They had 4 players that played very team-based Dota, not a lot of farming, a lot of fighting. And with Louis, it didn't feel like they had that traditional carry to take them to the promised land, to take them into that late game and win it for them. And that's Roosman's specialty. They grab him up, they win the grand finals with him, and obviously they want to run it back for this season.
Well, if they want to have a great run this season, it all seems to go down to that carry role. At least for M11, Roosman, we know he can carry. You put him someone comfortable, someone that farms, someone that gets those items and becomes incredibly massive. He'll do that, and then he'll crush your base. But Gugak, they've got to stop that, they've got to beat that, and they've got to play even faster with Clarity, having to compete with Roosman, who's a very seasoned carry.
Yeah, and Clarity has a very similar playstyle, that traditional carry that we don't see too often really likes playing that late game, really likes playing that heavy farm-intensive style, and we'll have to see if he can execute better than, like you said, the seasoned veteran Rusman.
Yeah, well, I've got some good news as well. This season doesn't even need late games, aren't even going to be slowing down because we have the draft already going. We've got some picks on the way. I'm excited to see it. I mean, this is the last week for the old patch as well. This is the last surviving week until we hit next week, where it'll be a brand new patch. Is there anything that you're going to be kind of banking on? Is there some new technology that has still been just squeezed out of this old patch?
I mean, the big thing for me is, like, Spirit Breaker didn't get changed before TI.
Nah.
I was harping on about how OP he was, and all of a sudden, post-TI, he's just been abusive. And as you can see, the bans here are very stock standard. The OD, the Spirit Breaker, like we said, the Weaver, the Death Prophet. Something I like to see, though, Clockwork. Not a hero we see often, has really fallen out of place in the meta, but it's quite a good support to deal with the Bane. You can't get the Nightmare off, you can't Fiend's Grip him, because that Battery Assault will break it down.
Yeah, and a Kunkka Bane combination first one we got. It seems it's very standard, but that's good for this level of patch. This is what most of the professional teams are kind of picking up as their 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, these are stock standard. Queen of Pain, Kunkka, Bane. The only surprise, like I said, is Clockwork. It feels like this meta has become stale for the first 2 picks, and then there's a lot of variance in that second phase. Because you can target ban, as you're seeing the Medusa, the Grimstroke, and I wouldn't be surprised to see things like Wraith King get banned out here as well, maybe even Alina. And then all of a sudden, the pool's open. There's so many playable heroes, and we'll just have to see how these players go with it.
Cool. Well, yeah, Grimstroke will be taken out by Gagak. We're taking a little bit of time to really think through what our... Well, what about going to be? Beastmaster coming out from Gagak there, so they're targeting a little bit of different lanes, it seems, overall.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind this. So obviously, when you have a Kunkka, you have a lot of team fight, you have a lot of push already, but you need that extra oomph to speed it up, and Beastmaster is one of the fastest pushing heroes in the game. You go to Helm of the Overlord, and all of a sudden you have a Death Ball strategy set up, and that can probably deal with the Queen of Pain before she's ready to take off in the late game.
Well, what have we got? We've got any more picks now we're going to be thinking about, because the teams, actually, it was a little bit of a switcheroo, because we saw a Kunkka there, and we saw Team M11 there, and actually, it was Team M11 who picked it up, and Usagi, being the world's most comfortable off-lane Kunkka picker in every single tournament he's ever played, he only goddamn plays Kunkka.
That is true. They're one of the few teams that still runs that variance. We talk about it every cast, every game I watch. It's always... Kunkka can play position 1, 2, and 3.
Yay.
No one ever remembers that position 3 is huge there. Like you said, Usagi. He's had a bit of a shaky run with it, though. Like last season, we saw a couple games where he kind of got out-farmed and sent to the Abyss and didn't really get to actually play the game of Dota.
Yeah, well, hopefully, if it is him playing it as well, because I'm pretty sure at this point Rusman has brushed up his Kunkka skills, and hell, we've seen Rams actually play it a couple times in that mid-roll, that flexibility is still there. We're not going to see the return of position 4 Kunkka anytime soon, though.
I don't know, so the issue I have with that is the nerfs to X were quite significant, the range and the cooldown. So you can't just like leave it at level 2 and get away with it, you actually need to level it up high. And that means you can't max Torrent. And then obviously you don't get the damage from Tidebringer. And there comes all those issues with that. I am curious to see, like you said, is it going to be the 3? Is it going to be the POS 2 against the Queen of Pain? Because that's actually quite a good matchup.
Okay. There we go. And it also means the bans will kind of flip, because the Medusa ban was jumping out at me as kind of a Rusman carry. He's been kind of spamming that quite a bit. And then we see actually the bans from Team 11. It's now TB, it's Luna on top. So they're even targeting some carries that are very more specific. It seems like we're kind of narrowing down to what it seems like maybe a Wraith King. But for now, Team M11, they've picked up the Mirana as well to pair up with that bane.
Yeah, pair up with the Bane and pair up with the X-Marks to spot. So that really is lending to Usagi playing the offlane Kunkka. I think that was the draft they ran. Every time they got Kunkka, they tried to get either Snapfire or Mirana in their POS 4 position. And they won every Snapfire game. And I think they went 4 out of 5 on the Mirana games as well.
Yeah, so, well, good odds.
It's a strong start. It's a very generic M11 strat, really.
Yeah. Well, we've got the third pick from Gagak to go. They've only got the Clockwork, and at this point, it is Clockwork 5. Like, we're not seeing the return of Clockwork 4, really.
Maybe. We'll have to see. They go with the Skywrath Mars, so maybe not. Because obviously that Skywrath +4 with Mars Spear, it's quite a bit of damage and it makes the game pretty easy to actually execute in lane.
That's kind of what we haven't actually seen too much of. We haven't actually seen too much Sky at all getting picked up either. We're kind of moved away from these Sky plus Axe Mars. I think the other one was Centaur as well, just that spamming combos.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time when Necrophos Skywrath was a thing as well.
They were.
Because that way you'd get the Necrophos on top, you'd get the slow, and then you'd Reapers, and then throw the Skywrath ulti on top. And they went with a Morphling into Skywrath match.
Yeah, I was about to say. That's some confidence. That's hella confidence.
I mean, Russman is notoriously an arrogant player. It is good and bad. I mean that as a compliment more than... He will play into anything with pure confidence. He won't care about the matchup. He will just be happy with it all.
Well, hopefully he can do that, because even if we look at the Sky of Silence, and if we have the Sky of Silence, and he's able to get one Manta off, I mean, Klopp's going to probably build an Orchid potentially this game as well, just to do all their spell casting. They've got ways around it. It's not an easy game overall for really him to play, so he's got to have some hell of confidence, and it seems like it's really up to Bane to make sure he survives that lane.
Yeah, I mean, with that, I'm not even sure the Queen of Pain will need the Orchid, because the Ag Shard gives that free silence.
That's true too, yeah.
And like, usually you might just have the Manta by that stage, and you're trying to Manta Skyrath, you're trying to Manta Mars, you're trying to Manta Clockwork, getting on top of you with the hook. There comes a point where one of those spells is going to hit you after you Manta anyway, and they might just commit everything in the kitchen sink to try to kill this Rulesman Morphling.
Well, bans are a little bit spread here. They do believe it is the offlane Conquer, so they're banning some mids. We've got some pucks going away just to make sure that matchup is nice and crispy. And M11, they can ban some carries that are pretty good against Morphling as well. It seems like they're kind of drafted their way into a carry role unless they want to do the position 1 Queen of Pain.
I don't know if you need to do it. So they have the first pick, so unfortunately they don't get to see where the first pick Kunka's going to go. They will have to draft before that. I want to see them go generic. Wraith King's still in the pool. That's a really simple hero. It's not a good morph target, and that's something you have to think about. If you pick something that Morphling can become and be really strong, all of a sudden he's got 2 spell kits in these team fights. And that's something Russman abuses quite well, and a lot of Morphling spammers do the same. So, I could be wrong, but for Gagak, I think Wraith King's the go.
If we're going down other options, I guess PL used to be considered a pretty reasonable hero to go against the Morphling, but I guess you got Conquer, but it is position 3 potential Conquer.
Yeah, I mean, PL just got banned, so you weren't wrong. They were thinking about it. They were a bit panicked. Again, I don't know how I feel about PL versus Kunkka for the exact same thing.
Well, what else? Drow is in there if we want to go a little bit ranged into the Mars Ol, say things that we can work on the outside.
Ooh, TA carry.
That's not too bad.
Or TA flex pick still.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, I think TA's a better carry right now. It deals pretty well with the Kunkka Mirana setup, because obviously you have Refraction. It does get procced pretty quickly by Torrent, but usually you still get away with a lot of the damage being negated. And then obviously you get Queen of Pain to play really fast-paced. You've got good spellcasters in the 3-4-5 role. I quite like this draft from Gagak. I actually think they might win the draft here, depending on M11's last pick.
Yeah, depending on their last pick. So let's kind of see. They need what? They need a mid here. Good Morphling mid, good Kunkka mid. Where are we feeling now with the TA being the pick?
They have flex. It's going to be a Quap mid. I think they should run a Lena. I think they've got the push in Morphling. They've got good team fight in Kunkka. They've got great pick off with the Mirana plus the Bane. All they need now is a bit more damage. And Lena versus Quap is a notoriously even matchup. And Lena versus TA is also even. So you run the possibility you can run into both lanes. You don't feel too rough. They go with the Jakira mid. Oh, is it?
I've seen so many people being picking position 3 Jakiros. So many.
Well, it's a Yasagi Jakiro, unfortunately.
But that is straight up at that TA. They are going to be trying to shut him down. How do you feel about position 3? It's not as crazy as position 2, but Still, laning matchup's going to be nice.
Yeah, I mean, if
Haters
they're
also
running the
best,
carry TA, are they? Maestro? Clarity? Yeah.
Yep.
It looks like they're running the carry TA. So it works. So Jakiro is one of the best heroes to deal with TA because the attack's slow and obviously the refraction burn. Oh. Does Rusman... Rusman has TA steal refraction as well. So he's got a great morph target. Team M11's draft makes sense, all in all. I kind of like that.
With Hated's Morana set.
Is it the Persona?
Yep.
For those that don't know, I hate the Persona.
It's pretty bad.
The actual cosmetic of it is great. What I hate is the arrow, and it's really niche, it's really specific, and people are going to call me strange for this. The arrow is different enough that I think it's a Drow auto attack. And if you ever see the two Personas back to back, you'll see the same thing, and you'll get hit by an arrow thinking it's a Drow auto attack, and it annoys the hell out of me.
Well, I guess that's pay to win in itself there, but hopefully M11 can win this game with their draft. It seems like a solid situation, but Gugak, their force seems to be pretty nice as well. Quap, Clock, Mars, Skyra. That's one hell of a four. Just heroes that can run around easily and get so many kills. Like, just so much space for this TA, potentially, as long as the lane isn't a complete disaster.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, the big thing is you probably will level meld early. A lot of TAs do that to get farm, get that range creep secured. And because you most likely are going to have a Clockwork 5, I believe, you're not going to have any way of actually securing those creeps. So, in that sense, he'll get the farm. He should be fine in that sense. But, I don't know. I think you're just going to have to stack and pull and hope for the best.
Hopefully. Well, the game is underway. We'll see how the draft's going. Got to be putting those early wards down. So nothing's really going to change in between. It's a nice, easy approach from both these teams. Comfortable going. Maybe we can get some first blood potential here with just some Mars Scarf Mage running at you.
Yeah, I mean, first blood potentials are definitely on the cards. They're going on the high ground here. They might find Hayden.
Oh, yep, they're going to fun. He does want to get Leap, and he is gone. First blood's draw and Clarity getting it. You can't ask for anything better.
Yeah, leveled the meld no less, so he didn't have to level the side blades, which I feel like would have been quite a sad thing to level to get that last hit secured. But now, is Clarity going top lane? Is he going to try and avoid the Jakiro core?
Yes, he is. He is walking that way. It was called out, I believe, on the vision, so they should know where he's going and they can just set lanes around it, but still, that is a real strong approach from Gak. They've already blocked off that small camp to make sure there's no easily farming in the mid lane. This is some great first minute gameplay from this team.
He actually hasn't been caught, surprisingly.
He's still down here. Yeah, Hader's going to be there waiting for the rune. They're going to try and get some damage on the Mars, but Mars hits Yara in the back. It does actually look like a drown shot. It's a little bit awkward here, but Mars dying too is a little bit less awkward if you get a kill out of it. Scarf Mage going to be doing his things, has a spell in 1 second, and will get himself his own kill. Oh. That's awkward. Nice play from Hader, though, to hug the Scarf Mage to make sure he gets a priority. And
he got the arrow.
A beautiful arrow on top. Is that a kill return for Morana here? A little bit of vengeance coming out.
He'll need 2.
No, he's got it.
Wow. Hated is almost level 2 and the lane hasn't started yet.
And actually, because they saw that Mars is bottom here, they could adjust their lanes now with Jakiro if they wanted.
I don't know if they need to. I think Rusman's going to be okay with this matchup. They haven't committed the TP yet, so Yusagi might walk top, force the rotation in that sense, and give Hated the farm. I don't know what Yusagi's doing. He's still just sitting in base. There we go. He's TP. Yeah.
All good to go. Camp's being blocked by Scarf Mage, but things are good. And we've got the laning situation that Gagak wanted, so we'll see how it does play out. So far, TA is getting pressured top, but it's a much easier situation for him to lane in to win, since it's not a Jakiro anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he's still a Bane, so Nightmare will remove Refraction and set up free kills that way. But you've got Meld, you've got a way of bursting Rusman, making him a bit nervous, because obviously they cleave through with side blades, doesn't really care about your armor too much, and Rusman can't really sit on that 200 health that he probably wants to.
And, I mean, how does Yusagi feel at this point? If he was picked specifically to deal with this TA, and now he doesn't have the exact laning function, does he have the same strategy in this game?
I don't think he's Fates. He's probably just going to go 2, maybe 3 nulls, probably go the Witchblade, and then start farming pretty much everywhere he can. And against the Mars, it's not much worse. It's a melee hero against the Jakiro. Like, it's going to suck for the Mars.
It does have to take the burns of face. Haters always getting those damage back. And it's one lane we haven't seen yet is mid lane because it is completely even. Rams is full HP at this point, not taking any damage, but Queen of Pain is able to keep up with damage. 2 points in Scream, 1 point in Dagger means he can just keep on putting out the harass to keep Rams down.
Yeah, speaking of harass, by the way, Cougar and Hated are having a field day bot lane. Oh. I hope you saw that blind spear.
I did see that. Yep, we got it. Don't worry about that. No one's gonna miss that one.
I love the play, but it's just like one of those things. Now you've got less mana. Hated's free to like roam around this lane a bit more. It makes the lane just a bit harder by missing these spells.
Even like looking at this Skyriff Mage, actually top lane a little bit of aggression as well as we do try to block the pull off. Things are looking good. And bottom lane, this Skyriff Mage. It's position 5 at this point, and same with Straddle. We haven't been able to see him, you know, spam out all his spells and then go commit suicide, then come back. It's not the same way he wants to play the lane.
That is true. I mean, he's going to lose the trades. That's the thing. Because Hated got such an early couple of levels, he's level 3 now. He can hold the extra level if he needs to get more damage that way with the Starstorm. Oh, top lane, by the way.
Running away. Has 1 charge, can't survive long enough, and just give it away his life. So that Roosman does get the farm, and he did stop the pull out at the end of it, so I guess that's the big victory for M11 here.
Speaking of victories, by the way, Cougar, bot lane, got Arrow.
Oh, and Mars very low, standing, waiting for spells. Okay, does get hit by the Dual Breath. Is he
dead?
Yeah. Okay, things are happening. Very quick, mid lane 2. We're not missing anything because Havinci, who died, just TP'd in mid and set up another kill for M11.
This is shaping up very quickly to be very rough lanes for the side of Gagak, and that's the benefit of the Urn in the bot lane. They ticked it with the Urn and the Jakiro damage, and all of a sudden, you think you're safe, it's an extra 200 damage on top of your head, and you just tick down.
Just keep on melting down. Sky's got full mana though, but we get 3 pulls off for Morana here. And really, Sky can't do much because Usagi is already in position to stop any kind of aggression from you, and we're stopping anyone's getting any jungle stacks as well. Havinci already put a sentry ward down to block up the Sentry camp and stopping you from stacking your large camp. So M11, they're even playing the game by numbers.
And I love this from M11. Like, it doesn't matter the competition, they're just going to try to play as close to a flawless game as possible. And so far, they haven't really made any errors. Like, it's 5 minutes in, yes, it's 2 deaths, but both of these deaths have been pretty good trades, so I'm pretty happy with how they're playing.
Well, even for Gugak, they seem to have ways back in. Blinking aggressively, actually, from the Queen of Pain here, just trying to pressure up Rams, but a cleave comes out, damage is going to be there, but I guess Kunkka is way too tanky to kick out of this lane. You got to be very careful, because you're going to get X, you're going to get Torrent, but you're going to get pulled back into the arrow with cleave on top, and the damage is going to be even. One has an XTP back, but you have a blink back to safety, and no way to get your regen back. Is he dead?
I mean, they both go home, but at least Rams got to go home first. I think that's the big trade-off there.
Yeah. He can get back, get his full HP, and keep this advantage going. It's a small advantage. It's 300 gold to this Conqueror at this point, but Queen of Pain is level 5, still getting XP and not being completely shut down here. We are even getting farm on most of our calls here. They're getting stuff out of these lanes.
That is true. I mean, they might even be able to kill Rams here if it's just walked up and been silenced.
Oh, jump in, silence, and no level 6, can't do it. So close to it too, but Rams will be able to survive out of this, and a regen rune too.
Yeah, lucky for Rams, and now Cougar might be dead.
Arrow, not tanked. Into Torrent, doesn't actually hit the Queen of Pain yet. Sonic Wave going to be there, pulls everybody back, but not enough damage yet, as they're going to be trying to bait it out. Havinci taking a little bit of damage back, but does have a dagger on him, and will be denied first before you get the kill. Ram still waiting, pop the regen rune, has an X, and ready to go forward if he wants. Not level 6 on him yet, but he has a cleave, and some more damage. Just needs some vision coming out, and you finally got X, so you got a bow and arrow, and you're going to throw it down anyway, but you didn't even need it.
I love how they waited for the creeps, hated turn around to last hit one of them to make sure that Rams got 6. And they didn't need the bow. Like, not even close did they need the bow.
He's just putting it down just in case. Hey, top lane. They're trying for Roosman. But he doesn't have any mana. Oh, okay, he cannot strength morph, and Yaps under tower, got to be careful about the aggression here, but so far Roosman isn't dying yet. He is just farming around the aggression that they're trying on this Morphling.
Yeah, and I love this from Roosman. This is one of his specialty heroes. I remember he used to pick this against us about 2.5 years ago, and we hated it, and that was back when Morphlings sucked. And now that Morphling's good again, he's still spamming the hell out of it.
Oh yeah, 100%. It seems like he just doesn't care about who he's laning against, who's aggressing him, or what's happening. He's always got a good hold of the game. Like, he knows how to approach this situation. He knows when he's going to die as well. It's like, Clockwork could do this, but the way I'm playing around him, he's got no chance.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, they've even given space for Havinci to effectively do whatever he wants. So Havinci's obviously gone to that lane in the mid twice. They've given Morphling free farm, and Roosman's level 6, about to be 7, and again, he's being coddled. Havinci comes up, gives him his health pool back, and disappears.
See ya? Don't even need it. He's just going to have so much HP he's comfortable about, and even Havinci could set up a kill if he gets him follow through, but Yaps, on this Clockwork, I mean, he's been able to secure farm for TA here. Okay, gonna get some trap damage coming off. The Cyblades aren't actually going to hit anybody else, but here we go. A little bit of damage coming out from Nightmare, a little bit slow coming out from Shield, and we're going to swap the Nightmare around to put it onto TA so Yaps can do his thing, which kind of allows Havinci to get away.
Yeah, I mean, a nice little play there, and on the bot lane, by the way, Usagi has been a menace. I'm not sure if you're watching, Bob Zara has been pushed out of lane, and the tower's gone 8 minutes in.
That's Jakiro things. Max Liquid Fire to do it too. Man, this man's going to be pushing towers and just taking names and really shutting down this Mars game.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you have to do as well. Like, it's a quote-unquote carry Mars. Like, they've given him that safe lane priority. Obviously, the farm won't be there, and Yaps might be getting caught here.
Oh, Roosman comes across, a little bit of box from Havinci, waiting for the Nightmare, pops the Mango, doesn't even need the Nightmare yet, but just in case, you put it down, turn on top, keeps him in place, and just going to break him down and pull him apart as the X that wasn't even used, going to be coming into the boat. Do we have a silence? No, we don't, so we've got ourselves a double kill.
And they give it to Roosman. I like that play, giving him even more farm. He's already sitting, I was about to say top of the net worth, but that unfortunately belongs to Usagi. He has an entire Witchblade being built up rapidly here.
Oh man, they're going to try and stop him though. They're bringing in some reinforcements, like Clockwork level 3 with Tranquil Boots against this. I don't even think you want to try it at this point. He just has so much damage, but what do we do here? Klopp is chopped to let it get a little aggression in. Mars is trying to get some babysitting to get some farms so we can get a Blink Dagger, I suppose, but how do we approach this game as Gigant at this point?
I think you just need to reset, take some pick-offs. Like, you've got Sonic Wave, you haven't used it yet, and you're going to have Clockwork Hook, you're going to have Mystic Flare. They're the 2 priority spells you need. In the meantime, get that Arena of Blood just on the ground somewhere. Just make sure you're using it. Get a kill, even if it's on a support. They need to start getting pick-offs around the map.
Well, 10 minutes coming up, so we have time to get some level 6 going on. Clockwork level 4, at least going to sap some XP mid to get close to level 6. Hayden's already level 6, has earned charges and so much farm behind it, and even bottom lane here, Havinci, he's just spinning on the high ground, underward vision, not a care in the world, because he knows they probably can't even kill him.
I mean, even if they do, I don't think he cares. Like, he's at that level, he's just like, I'm such a low level, I'll be back in 22 seconds, and what are you really going to do about it?
Well, they can run a Clockwork at him. Maybe try and catch him. I hear a boat going off, but is it a farming boat? Yeah, it's a farming boat. The classic. The boat rather don't come in. And really, Rams now, he's not top net worth, but he's building it. The only person actually having a good time on Gigant, it seems, is the TA at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they've given Clarity more than free space. They've literally let him have whatever he wants, plus 2 kills, so the only saving grace, like you said, Queen of Pain, and the TA, and the Queen of Pain's really fallen behind.
Yeah, farming camps keep on up. Has some damage, has some regen room, but we've got another tower to take, and a Jakiro standing in front, so I think I know what M11 are about to do, and maybe they can get a kill on top of it as well, but Elgato are going to be trying to stop him. The Rocket's going to give a little bit of vision on. Bizarro is just waiting for the... Yes! With the toy, he gets a perfect positioning. Finds Havinci with Sonic Wave. They're going to get themselves too. Bring it in, Clarity. Just make sure you can't push any further. But a double kill. and a tower defended for Gagat.
Yeah, I love that. That's exactly what they needed to do. Just get their spells on cooldown, just get a kill, and they might lose ball.
Silence on Murata, keep the arrow back, just moving forward, has a blink away, I hope from Quap. Yes, can do regen rune anchor to Zix, but they just get a Sky instead of a Quap and a missed hook. The potential deny from Rams there too. A massive team fight, but hey, it's fine for Gagat in the end out of it.
Yeah, I mean, losing the support isn't the end of the world. They're lucky Boat wasn't off cooldown. He was using it to farm like we talked about. But Rams, by the way, he's building a straight BKB. So M11, they really want to end this game quickly. They're building all these early game centric items. Even Rusman, he's building a Lincolns to fight early, rather than that farming build we see so often.
Alright, we're getting a couple TPs on in, try to stop this push again. Usagi is back to where he started, which is pushing tier 1 towers, but Maestro comes in, gets attacked, going to get the Silence on Jakiro, try and pull him back into the middle of the Skyfold, but we're going to share it between the heroes, because that's what good teams do. Yaps is going to be trying to pull them all in. Nice cogs on 3, but I think he's just going to get minced as Mars Spear does connect and kills him Vinci for now. Clarity in the middle of the fire has no HP, no mana, and just going to be chased down by Hater with a nice Starstorm. Just going to be trying to be invis, but he gets burnt down anyway, and with a killing spree on this Kunkka, who still is not done. Turret is not going to connect, but they've almost got the vision to find the Mars. They just need to get closer, and with his own toy himself, he can get the connection and pull him back on into the area. The spear hits Usagi, but everybody else is going to be hitting this Mars as they get themselves a 4.
Yeah, I love that play as well. Like, the Xbox spot didn't need the turret. Just make sure you don't get hit by the spear, so you don't have to worry about any of the combo breakers. And now it's looking like M11 6k net worth lead already, 3 towers to 0 as well. Like, that's probably more troublesome for Gargik than the actual net worth deficit they're in.
Yeah, that map is shrinking really fast, and it seems like the only person who is now able to farm is the TA. Nobody else seems to have the map space to do it.
Yeah, I mean, again, all they need to do is just keep using their spells on cooldown. Unfortunately, they need to avoid fights when they don't have Arena, and obviously when they don't have Sonic Wave. It should become a bit better with Blink Dagger. Bobzaro is about 600 gold away from that. In the meantime, though, I feel like they're probably going to lose another hero here.
Yep, it's clockwork. Put our numbers down, put the boat on in, burn him in the middle of the macro fire. You can put the spear back in, but Clockwork actually surviving long enough to keep pinned on in. Nice fall coming out. Usagi going to be down to combination on the high ground, but Mars now in position to be Nightmare and to be surrounded upon. But Clarity coming on in. Nightmare's going to be swapped out. It was a bait the entire time as the Arena is put down to kill Vinci. As Gagat there picking up an own double kill for himself. One of them actually Usagi. Massive bit of gold, especially for Mainstream to pick up. Maestro.
Yeah, and Maestro or Maestro? I've always had that question of like how you're meant to pronounce that word.
Pretty sure it's Maestro.
But it's
Maestro.
It's spelt differently. Am I going insane?
No, you're right. You're right.
Either way, he didn't have to use Sonic Wave. We talked about the spells being so crucial. I mean, he's probably going to be in trouble as Rams is just walking in headlong.
No BKB yet. He has his Mithril Hammer in his backpack. The arrow's going to miss and whiff, and maybe you get a Scarif out of this, which is fine to go with the cleave doing so much damage. But that is everybody else surviving. And Rusman walking into the entire enemy team, going to become the Queen of Pain, has a blink if he wants to go forward, and yes, find the Queen of Pain, but she's hiding. You get a courier out of it. You can look and scout around for just something. Scream going to be there, try and find out. Another Scream on top of a Scream with a blink on forward, just trying to find where the Quap is. Now, Rusman's in the middle of nowhere, no man's land, with the entire team surrounding him. His courier almost dying to the tower, but the Lincoln Sphere going to allow him to blink away and get out safely without losing his life, no matter how far he dives.
I mean, we said Rusman's a madman in drafts, right? We did say that?
You said that.
I doubled down that statement. That man is nuts.
Error? What? What?
What an error!
What? That's the best prediction I've ever seen. At least for this season.
I mean, it's a pretty early season, but they got another one. Rams tires.
BKB standing on in. The man is fighting. Rusman traps himself into the cogs and now he's moving forward, just trying to find himself the Mars. He's got the arena up between two if he wants, but he can't do it because he's just going to be gripped. And he is gone. Ruben on a killing spree, and they even get wards out of it. They're pinging out wards, taking away vision, taking away towers, taking away the map from Gogat, and it's an 8k gold lead at this point.
Yeah, it'll probably balloon out to 10 before they start having their heroes spawn out. The benefit that they have is they've got the Fortify, they can slow it down a bit, but Russman doesn't care. Russman's just going to stick around and get the tower anyway.
Yeah, and he's going to go back to farm, like, take the tower, keep him pushing, level 14, gonna have an E-Blade at, it seems like a timing you would normally expect it, but now he has a Lincoln Sphere on top of that. This man is incredibly farmed already, and TA, 8,000 gold, has a Desolator Dragonlance and waiting for anybody to walk up the high ground for a free kill, I think.
Yeah, and Maestro on the top lane just got away.
Ooh.
He TP blind away from the Moonlight Shadow, and
Do they know?
Avinci's looking for blood here too.
No hook, that spear, eventually is going to be caught, but eventually puts more down. Rusman, by himself, became the Quap, could blink in. It is Rusman we're talking about, and with Rams able to TP in, why not? TA went by herself to chase down Hater, will move on into the trap, but his own life will be traded for it. You've got the Mirana, but you lose the mirrors around it. You're going to be dead as Mars and Clockwork can do their thing, but we're trying to take off the backlines. We're trying to go for the Sky, who's got no mana. The waveform will miss, but Rusman can hit you up close and personal if he can't fly through you. As Yaps is got vision, but they've got the spear, but they've got the track ball. No! He's Agi! He's almost full Agi, so he can be blown away and go, God, they've got an amazing kill out of it. BKB being used. Torrent going to try and keep him back and disconnect out of it as Rems needs to juke the hell out of this one. There's no mana on the Quap, there's no mana on the Mars, there's a Soul Ring at least for a spear to pin him on into something and hopefully get the kill out of it, but Havinci will Nightmare to dodge a bit of damage, get the stream on top, and finally they can tape him down as Maestro is on a goddamn killing spree.
Yeah, this is the exact type of fight they needed to take. A very separated, segmented fight. And getting Rams there, I mean, he just didn't have a TP. He TP'd into the fight and just stuck around too long. How much gold did he give away?
A lot.
500, the same for Rusman. And the network's still looking a bit rough, even after that.
Well, it's kind of a breath of fresh air, really. TA, I guess TA, at the most, didn't get the benefit of it since she died kind of at the start, but with a DD Rune, a Deso, and a Dragonlance, they can sneak a Roche out of it too. I say that.
Ooh, that could be fun.
I say
are they
that.
actually going to attempt it?
There's no refraction. It's down. Urn comes out. Damage goes in. Hated a little bit awkward with the Starstorm, but it's fun to keep him back. Nightmare back with Mars in the middle of the river. Try to go for Rusman, but Rusman's going to become Mars. Pin him into the tree, put him on the high ground, get an X to keep him in there to make sure he cannot escape. But we've already lost two as Sky was being taken down by Usagi and Hated on the backline too. And that might mean Roche for M11 or just more kills. Why not just try and chase down everybody until you take down all their blood as Clarity. He's still got his DD, but it's running out now, and yet Rusman is going to be trying to do Roche with basically 200 HP.
Yeah, I mean, he needs someone to tank for him or something. He just tried to take it off by himself. They're actually going to look for Clarity in the top lane. He doesn't have a blink yet.
Tip you out. He's going to blink now. And they've actually not committed to the Roche completely, so they have time to respond again. Yaps is level 10. Probably looking for his own opportunity, but he will be found first. He will be X. Nice cogs give him back as he cannot run too far, as he will be stuck in the middle of the macro fire. Put it with Torrent, and with an arrow in the back, they can take down this position 5 clock.
Yeah, again, lucky is Pulse 5, but it feels like he's the hero that needs to jump in and try to steal this Aegis. Like, he needs to do the insane play of actually stealing, not the last hit, or at least the Aegis off the Roshan kill, but Rusman has the E-Blade, by the way. Once he completes this kill, he's 250 gold away. Aegis, E-Blade, Lincolns. I think they're in Death Ball territory here, GDH.
That's kind of scary. The gold lead actually a little bit smaller than before, though. It was 8 before we were talking about. It's gone down to 6, but I guess it's what gold items you've got out of it. And so far, Klopp's got a sign of Yasha, Mans has a Blink Dagger, and TA has his own Blink Dagger, but nothing more. And Death's going to go forward. It's a Death Ball lineup, as you said, just running for kills. They've got one, but how more can they get? Mars is going to get caught. Ice Puff down. Control coming out. Rusman is just becoming Scarif, mage of all heroes, to get another kill. It's a goddamn killing spree as they're just looking to chase down even more. Whoever they catch will definitely die, as they didn't even need to use Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, and I didn't think of it, but Skyart's actually a really good hero to steal. Gets the silence back, so you can actually make sure you don't get hit by the Ancient Steel. And also, Ancient Steel gives you a 45% magic damage increase. He turns around, E-blades someone. I feel like even the tankiest hero is going to explode to that combo.
Oh, we need BKBs. And we don't have any gold for BKBs. We're trying to farm them so badly, but we're still 2,000 gold for Quap, 2,000 gold for TA. Mars is like, Yules, that's all I can get.
Yeah, this is rough for them. They're going to pause for M11. I genuinely don't know what they need. Clarity's BKB. That's like #1 priority. They need TA to have BKB. Probably the same for Maestro, but he also needs Ag Shard, and I don't think he's going to get that farm before the high ground gets pressured here.
Yeah, no. It's gonna be a very easy push. It seems we have Arena. Like we didn't use it in the last fight. We've got Sky with everything. They can burst down one hero. It's just which hero do you go for, and if it's not Bane, will Bane just save that hero?
That's true. I mean, it's so hard now because Havinci's in a position where he's going to have a 4-staff completed. He's pretty much impossible to target because they've got so much damage that if you commit on that backline, you're definitely trading your life for his, and it's going to be hard to actually win these fights.
Oh, let's find out if they can do it, because we're going into it. As soon as Gagat are ready for this, but then the question is, are they ready for this? Yes! Yes, they are!
Let's hope so.
GGGG! Alright, that's some confidence. Let's see what they can do with it, but Roosman, he's full of confidence just hitting that building as Mars is in a pretty good position to kind of deal with it, trying to respond to it, try and find an opening to it with the X coming down to keep Morphling to go to E-Blade and run back. Oh, God. Okay, Spear coming out, that's pretty good. He is almost full Agi, but then we've got the Nightmare, we've got the Phoenix Group, we've got the damage, and we've got the kill on the Mars. No Arena. But he has buyback. We have a 2-man smoke. We have Queen Pain in the area ready to go. Clockwork is going to be seen. Level 10 has a hook. He just needs to angle up. But one buyback comes in. We've got the X on the Morphling. So if you get a connection, you're going to be dead. Sonic Wave comes in. We wait for him forward. We E-Blade back. But we do pop the Aegis. I'm not sure where he's going to spawn, but hopefully he's going to be back as the X does run out and he's stuck in the middle of the base. They're going to get the false bombs, everything they can use, and they might finally get Roosman, who becomes a TA to get a little bit of refraction, but he has to wait for him out. And they've got himself Mars on the back line already as fights were happening. 4 people trying to kill one, didn't do that, but the other 4 definitely did on the Mars as the BKB is going to be finally popped as TA is going to be pulled back into the ice box that hits 2 heroes accidentally as TA is just going to get burnt through all the refraction time, burnt through her own life, and she's gone too. No buyback on top. Maelstrom is just running out of mana and running out of hope as he wants to blink away but can't even do it. Pull back into the ice buff and just melts it down and will not be able to survive. The blink is good, but not good enough. As the buyback comes out from the Cop, the damage is going to be there, but no Sonic Wave, just a Scream of Pain, and the refraction charges still on that Morphling. He's going to walk away with 300 HP. You got yourself an Aegis, but that is quite literally all you got.
Yeah, and you lost Thorax, and you lost the Mars twice. Like, unfortunately, as far as team fights go, you pretty much couldn't get worse than that for Gargic. And the worst part is, it's not like they missed their spells. It's just M11 have hit this timing where they're so powerful. And it's only going to get worse as Rusman, he's going to have most of his Skadi completed already.
Yep. 3 starts for him. Kunkka, as... Is this a casual Halberd? It honestly doesn't feel at this point like he needs it.
I like it because their only win condition right now is TA. Like, you look at the net worth on the board, you can see TA's 2k ahead of the Queen of Pain, and you know full well, like, without that farm, without that burst potential on their carry, they really can't do anything to these BKB targets, and they're at that position where I feel like there's one more fight in them, and M11 know this. If they win the next fight, the game's just over.
Well, let's see what they can do about it. 24 minutes in, away from forward, no Skadi completed yet, but Mars in a much...
They found him!
They found him.
They found Bobzaro.
Oh,
wow.
E-Blade, waveform damage, he's gone. Okay, no Mars ult for this fight. The final fight, potentially, for Gagat to defend their high ground. as Quap is waiting for Sonic Wave. Okay, has Sonic Wave off cooldown, going to be X and Torrent kept on back. Roosman is just hitting the buildings with no care in the world. They've got the Ice Cloud, they've got the Arrow, they've got the damage, they've got the Liquid Fire, they've got the Dual Breath, they've got the Macro. They've got so much damage on this Queen of Pain that she can blink away, but she'll tick down anyway, and they're just dead. Buyback from Scarif Mage, but they don't have a Quap. They do have a TA, but how can TA defend? They need to get these creeps, get the items, get the BKB, but tonight we're going to be dodging the combination that they've got in the Clockwork. It's just dead. Oh, Cougar back into this, but we'll just be feeding another life away. It's 4 a dead, 1 Clockwork with the buyback, but I think at this point it might just be GG for Gugat.
Yeah, it's a matter of pride now. Like, the game is over. Do they want to call it, or do they want to have one deathball team fight? Because right now they're probably just looking for kills on the board. They know they're not winning from here. It's hitting that 1k GPM difference. And they might even find someone here. Clarity in the backline.
Fiend's Grip, Spear in. Nice play coming out by Roosman. Okay, Dust's going to be picked up and taken out. Pizarro, every time he tries to put the arena down, but this time he does get it down, but he dies because of it, as Yaps is still in the fountain, still in the base, going to be watching on. GG is going to be finally called as M11, and they take game 1.
Yeah, and they're looking for more kills, by the way. Yaps has been dragged out of the base.
Oh, Kunka's a dirty hero. Absolute dirty hero.
Yeah, I mean, that one was, like, you say it's a dirty hero, but that game was clean. That was really well executed from M11.
That is true. That seems like they knew their timing, they knew their lanes. But props to Gugat, like, they kept up for most of the game. For basically, what, 10 to 15 minutes? They had a farming TA, their lane set it 4 apart completely. The net worth wasn't too bad. It was, what, up to almost 8, but they brought it back to 6. They had some good fights in them. Like, they brought it as best they could to M11.
Yeah, I think the big issues was, like, they didn't respect the Rams BKB. When he got that BKB on Kunkka, he kind of ran over the game. And they didn't have the damage ready for him. And they obviously didn't respect the Lincoln's E-Blade shotgun that came out, and I think 3 or 4 times they lost a hero before the fight started, and you can't win these 5v4 fights when you're behind.
Oh yeah, and I think many times it was Mars, but then again it was all of them just dying to the power of M11. Hopefully they can do a little bit better into game 2, which is coming up after this break. And we're back on the time for game 2 between, well, M11 and Elgato. And it seems like M11, they were trying to speedrun it. They wanted to really get somewhere. And where they're going is game 2. And I don't know if Elgato really want to go there, because after game 1, they had some good stuff going. But into game 2, after what they showed, how do you feel about their chances?
I mean, the big thing for me was a lot of teams collapse in the first 15 minutes and then they don't recover. Where we saw Gagak, they tried to take fights. They tried to find the way back into the game. And that's the big positive I think they should take away. Like, M11, they got their draft, they got their lanes pretty well done, and obviously they played exceptionally well. So for Gagak, it's all about just improving on yourself, hoping for the 1-1, understanding that if it's 0-2, it's not the end of the world, as long as you understand that your draft wasn't bad, execution may have slipped up in the laning stage, having that rotation TA top. I felt like it left the Mars in a really awkward position. And just restarting, just having fun for game 2.
Yeah. Pick what you need to. And how did you feel about Usagi's Jakiro in the end there? Because that seemed to be the big linchpin for M11, just to be, you know, nail in the coffin. Yeah, pick the TA, we've got the best laning counter for it, but it didn't seem like it needed to be the laning counter to be as effective as it was in that game.
I feel like we didn't sing Hated praises enough.
Oh, that too.
We talked up the Jakiro on Yusaki, but I feel like Hated A won the lane and B won the mid lane as well with his rotations. Like, he got an urn at like 1 minute and 20 seconds. That's going to make any lane really easy to play.
Yep.
He got 1 kill and they snowballed that out of control. And of course, Yusaki used that momentum to his advantage. But I actually think it was the Mirana that was the issue, not the Jakiro.
Man, those arrows was really just like clean. They were great. He was predicting everything. It seems like he really is just a very strong Mirana player. And even with Havinci to back him up, it was just a perfect setup. M11, they picked Havinci a great hero, which synergized with basically the rest of their draft.
I mean, it felt like every hero synergized. There was no weak link. Like, we talked about Havinci setting up the arrows, Havinci helping out Rams, Havinci helping out Usagi.
Yep.
It genuinely felt like this is a draft that they've played 100 times before, and they're willing to play 100 times again.
And, I mean, the other side as well, we've got some heroes that have been played 100,000 times as well. Queen of Pain in the mid, just a very comfortable mid lane matchup that's been able to usually picked up in even really bad, like, laning matchups. He's been able to get level 6, then he rotates out of it, but it didn't seem the same case for Kagat in game 1. They tried it a few times, but Queen of Pain just couldn't get it to work.
I think the big 2 issues were, there was a gank where he was 1 creep away from level 6, and they both got to walk away home. And unfortunately for him, Rams walked away, and then he got sent home by Hated. So they got the Kunkka back into lane quicker, which meant he had the boat when he TP'd back in, and he died for it. And then the next rotation after that, he didn't have Sonic Wave, like you said. Without it, he didn't get the kill. And I think those 2 issues really, really hurt Gagak, because they could have got 2 kills, they could have snowballed that way, and all of a sudden Queen of Pain would have got the BKB and got the Axe shard in time.
And the clockwork pick as well, how do you feel in the end of it? It seemed a little bit awkward with the TA, but we're seeing many awkward combos with the clock as well.
Yeah, I don't know if Clockwork had a game to play. That was the game happened so fast around him, and his cores weren't farmed enough that they couldn't get pickoffs. I'd like to see if they play it again to actually play it in the Mars lane. That way you can cogs and then spear into the cogs so they can't get out, and it actually will stun them and keep them in there.
Because like, TA is probably not the easiest hero to combo with to get kills. Even if you trap him into cogs, TA's got to usually hit one of the cogs. Does actually get a Sideblade refract off though? I've never seen
but like, the thing is, you need 2 levels of Sideblade to hit in.
Yeah.
So like, you can't actually hit the hero.
You
need 2 levels, and not many people level Sideblades twice. So you need to kind of trap the TA in the cogs with you.
Good, great.
And that's exceptionally hard to do.
Yeah, especially with a Jakiro and a Kunkka as well on the other team. It's like, you want this to happen.
Bane.
And Bane, yeah. It's a great combo.
Like, you don't want to be in there.
Well, maybe we'll see a little bit of different picks come out from Gaga. Do you want them to go back to being... I mean, it seemed like they had a good idea, like the Mars, the Clockwork, good team fight, good combinations in those picks. It seems like it's the follow-through picks that they have difficulty with.
I think if they're going to pick Clockwork again, they have to commit to lane domination. I think their big issue was... In a matchup where I think M11 are favoured skill-wise, you kind of need to just dominate the lane and push. And they gave M11 the chance to do exactly that. So if you're behind on lanes, you're probably not as well executed a team as M11. They've obviously played together for a while. So if they're going to change their draft, change it to make it more fast tempo and more lane domination.
Cool. Always what you want to go for. And I guess the one hero we haven't actually rung too much about, but the Skyref Mage at the end kind of hurt really Giga more than it helped. It seems like Rogues was like, yeah, great pick, guys. It's really going to hurt me.
Yeah, it hurt because he played it so well, and then all of a sudden Russman hit a point of just absolute strength. And he kind of just ran the game over. Like you said, the Skyref ended up silencing himself a few too many times. But I still don't think it was the problem with the pick. I think it was a problem with the playing as a team.
Well, we've done all the heroes, and now we've got actually a new game to pick new heroes into. Hopefully forgot that it will be their winning heroes coming into game 2, because they want the 1-1 against M11, which, as their previous champions, you'll feel good about it regardless, because points against M11 seems like they're not willing to give too many up, because they're looking to play clean, they're looking to play quick, and they're going to be making sure that they make as few mistakes as possible. And speaking of few mistakes, they've already banned on OD. They're not even going to let it through.
It's strange because the stats on OD aren't actually good. Like, everyone thinks it's like this OP stomp hero. He has a negative win rate. Like, I know you hate to hear that. And I'm not talking about pubs. In the pro scene, he has a negative win rate as a hero. Because people just understand he only has one playstyle. He only does one thing.
He buys minus.
Is lightning coming through? I might have to just quickly close my window. One moment.
A little bit of lighting, but it's about the DOTA. It's how good the game's coming up's going to be.
Perfect. Okay, we'll leave.
But
it's just incredibly loud. I'm sorry if people are hearing lightning strikes through.
Well, it's cool. We'll get one of the teams to pick Zeus, and it feels good. It feels natural.
Oh, work out perfectly.
Yeah, good. Even Monkey King actually being banned out by M11 as well, leaving Spirit Break potentially in the pool. Weaver's gone, and Quap's going to be banned too. Hey, somebody's baiting. One of the teams is, and it's actually M11 who get the bait out of it, and they get a Spirit Breaker.
Okay. The big thing here, they've left Shadow Demon in, and they've left Lion in, two very natural counters, and the Mars. So, like, there's three ways of dealing with the Barra here. All three of them are competitive ready. There's been 150,000 games of those three heroes. So we'll see what Gagak want to do with... They should have known it's coming. Like, Barra is just the first pick hero of the tournament right now.
Well, first pick will be coming soon from Gagak. We'll see which way they want to go about it. Last time it was Clockwork and it was Queen of Pain. They've been at their own Queen of Pain. They're left in the clock. How's the Clockwork Spirit Breaker matchup, though?
It depends on the lane, because obviously there's Shadow Demon pick, so I don't think we'll be seeing a Clockwork as well.
I had a question mark.
But I think Barra struggles for 6 levels, and then obviously Barra wins that mid to late game.
Cool. Well, hopefully it gets a TB and a Shadow Demon, a classic combination for Gagak, and a very early TB that I don't think Weaver, Queen of Pain are enough bans to account for.
I'm okay with it, honestly. So they've realized their issue was they just didn't have a auto-attacking hero to be ready. And Terrorblade can use Reflection, can use the Disruption, and use those Terrorblade illusions to slow the game down quite a bit. I'm now worried it's going to get bursted, because like Lion, POS 4, POS 3, Spirit Breaker probably wins that matchup pretty comfortably.
Okay, that's a good sign for M11 already, but we do get bans around it, so we can secure it the other ways around it. But for M11, they got a nice classic combination that hasn't given away anything, it seems, because they can still play a support breaker if they want. They can play a 5-line, they can... I mean, if you really want to burst down illusions very early, you could put Rams on the mid-line. Maybe.
Don't give them ideas, GDH. Don't give them ideas.
It'd be fun.
I'm genuinely worried they're going to do that, but it's funny. It's I don't know if it's good enough to play it.
Get Ags about 20 minutes in. That's their timing. Get your items by 20 minutes, and then they'll crush you. And it kind of feels a little bit their style.
That's the fun thing about Lion is he doesn't need the Ags to kill the illusions, because the Ags shard now gives him like the multi-suck. It gives him the AoE mana drain. So it just kills all the illusions anyway. Like, he doesn't even need damage.
Well, alright, that's kind of be one nail in that coffin already, if that's the case. And I guess it's up to Gagak to deal with this. And if you do TB Shadow Demon, where do you even go from there? Because that's kind of straightforward. It's like Luna Shadow Demon. That's just strategy in a nutshell.
Yeah. I think things like Centaur, Mars, and Legion are something they should definitely look at.
Cool.
Very stable off lanes that can set team fights up and potentially save the Terrorblade with the Stampede, with the Press the Attack, or in Mars's case, just dropping the arena. I think Gagak need to then stabilize the rest of their roster because, like we said, their win condition is clear. It's just Terrorblade getting fun.
Mm-hmm. You hit your buildings, you'll take them out. I guess we got a bit of time. Okay, well, Morphling's gone out, so we'll have to play something else, but his Wraith King's still in there. His Medusa is still in there too. He's got plenty of options he can go for. We'll go a little bit stupider. How is Position 1 Spirit Breaker versus TB?
I actually think it'd be pretty good because you get an early axe, you get a Shadow Blade, and then you've got the Silver Edge, and you've also got the Axe Shard double break, and the Axe Shard gives you BKB, which means you can't get sundered.
Cool.
Again, I think it does the same job as a POS 3.
Damn
I know we want to have fun, we want to see M11 draft these wacky strats, but if anything showed from last season, they don't care. They'll just pick really boring heroes every game and just make sure that they win.
The fun comes from their playstyle. That's what we want to see from them. And Giga, they've been out pretty standard stuff at this point. PL, Morphling, yeah, cool, great, fantastic. Lifestealer is still in there, though, I guess.
Next would be alright. Issue would be you'd need Mjolnir pretty quickly, and you'd probably need an S and Y on top of that. And a lot of the time you struggle against Disruption because obviously you save the ally with Disruption and you hit them with the ultimate, the Purge, and he runs quite slow. I like the Wraith King.
Okay.
I think the Medusa could be awkward because Reflection will give the Medusa a split shot, so that illusion will have split shot. What else is there that could be fast paced? They could pick TA or Conquer themselves.
That seems very M11. We're running down their heroes that they like to play. Bands are... Well, we got one band from Gagant, which I'm guessing is a carry. They get to decide what's going. It's an IO.
IO?
It's an IO.
They've left the Shrek in the pool as well.
Ooh,
a notoriously good hero up against the Terrorblade. That does 100% AoE damage and can push towers. So Gagak need to be careful here. They've kind of drafted themselves into a lot of open-ended issues.
Yeah, M11 get to deal with how they want to deal with this hero. They've got a strategy that can work. They can pick which one it is, and the third pick is actually Gagant. So, I guess you've got your position 5-1 combo there. Here's your Shadow Demon that's going to be penned up to TB, and they need something else really for Cougar to play in that position 4 role. Last time they had a little bit of awkward supports, it seems. No support that could go in and set up these fights. Would that be a better approach here? Rather than Scarif Mage, you pick up a Tusk and Earth Spirit, something that goes in at least.
I was going to say Dark Willow, Earth Spirit would be good. They go with the Willow. High risk affair in their lane because they've got no guaranteed stuns right now.
Yes, they have though disruption set up in the Bramble Maze. Every time.
That is true. Like you could also Curse Ground, disrupt them. They come out and they get stunned. I think it's a 0.6 second delay. So like there's enough time to get a BKB off, not enough time to actually get anywhere movement once.
And Pugna. Okay, that's... I like it. It's not a hero we've seen too much about. How do you feel about it?
You pick Pugna when you want to flex on someone. Like you pick Pugna when you want a death ball push.
Alright.
And the issue is, like, they've combo with a Barra, something that likes to fight a lot, and a Wraith King goes that Deso Armor Blink build and will just fight non-stop.
Cool.
I have a feeling M11 are going to just send a statement to Gagak right now. They're going to try to, 22-minute GG them this time.
Okay, just keep getting that time to go down until it becomes 0, but we've only got so much reserve time left. We've got bands to kind of deal with what they're going to throw out, and Gagak, they have a 4th pick to kind of deal with all this. TB, Shadow Demon, Dark Willow, cool, but seeing all this, how do you even respond?
I would probably go with the Legion. Something to reset team fights, something to delay. Like, you've got overwhelming odds, you can slow the push quite a bit, and obviously you've got the press the attack to actually save your boy, save your Terrorblade. And it works well with Willow, because you duel plus the Bramble, plus the Terrorize, and then obviously if he needs to get damage off, he can use that second half of the ultimate. They go with Invoker mid.
I don't mind it on paper. It seems to be kind of useful, Colossal Wex Invoker in this game, but... That's... What do you think overall? Like, is it enough to be scared?
It's going to have an issue in the mid lane, I think, because Pugna vs Invoker's pretty even, but if you rotate the Lion or the Spirit Breaker in, you can't tornado both targets unless they make a mistake. So you have to decide, are you going to target the Pugna, who's going to decrep you and slow you, or are you going to target the charging Barra, who is definitely going to hit you otherwise? Other than that, I quite like it. EMP against Wraith King,
Cool.
Tornado against Barra.
Cool.
It makes sense on paper.
Cool. Alright, paper is all we need. Band's going to be sitting up around it as well. Batrider is the band we're going for, but I guess Giga, they need to pick something that is great, because M11, they seem to need a support here, at least I'm assuming. Pugna could be a bait. I've seen a few teams try to run it as a support, like position 4 or 5 as well.
That's true. I mean, they've still got the flex, like you said, to play that support. They can play Barra, POS 3, POS 4, POS 5.
Yep.
So they could run another offlane here. They've got the advantage of they can really set the tempo here. If they pick an offlane, Gagak's hero pool in that offlane position is shrinking rapidly.
Yep. I was thinking maybe a little bit stupidly, but what about a... Oh, God damn it. No. Remember the time you said,
oh, no.
this is what a hero you pick when you flex on people?
Okay, so you're going to get decrept, right?
Yep.
And you're going to get hit by a laser rocket, and a rocket and a laser, and a rocket and a laser. How quickly are you going to die?
Pretty quickly! And you've got Spirit Breaker to charge across the map to give perfect vision the entire time, so you can never run away yourself. Pango's our answer.
Okay. I don't hate the pick. I do think they needed something to get on top of Tinker. So, like, the roll plus Blink should be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I think Team M11's draft is filthy. I don't know there's a better describing word for what they're running. Because it's a POS 4 Pugna.
Yeah, it is. It is.
And it's a Russman Tinker!
What?
I'm not misreading this. Russman's playing the Tinker. And Rams is playing the Wraith King. I think they're going to play mid Tinker. But I think Russman's like, I really want to play it, guys. I really want to have some fun.
But it does seem like a pretty fun Tinker game. Like, if you're playing Tinker into this, it seems cool. I mean, Giga have options. They have Earn on Invoker, a good timing. If he has a great lane, if he has enough support, it maybe... okay, this is game 2. This is their chance. What do you think overall? It is very dirty, but maybe they can clean this up.
If they get to ultra late, they could win. Gagak. My issue is getting there.
Yes.
Like you're gonna have Barra charging. You're gonna have Pugna setting up decrep boards. You have a Wraith King you have to deal with twice. And then Tinker. The abusive, obnoxious, garbage hero Tinker. I don't know how Gagak are going to play this. I think they're going to get their heads beaten in around the 18-minute mark again.
Oh, okay, so not 22 anymore. It's gone to 18 for the Tinker.
They might survive to 22. I think they're getting high grounded at 18 minutes.
Alright, cool. Things to go for.
This draft is filthy.
It's M11 style, man. It's M11. It's what M11 like to do best, and maybe this is when their confidence goes a little bit too far. They play heroes. Roosman might not have played Tinker for ages, and then we're just like, oh god, what's he doing on this hero now? Maybe this is the showing for good gut here. I don't know, but I hope to god that they can really bring it in game 2 here, because they need to win these points.
Yeah, and they do have a master player. Clarity is actually level 25 Terrorblade.
Sweet,
so
okay.
He plays it a lot. That man spams it. The only issue is I'm seeing Russman is level 19 Tinker. So this wasn't an accident. He plays this hero a lot.
Okay, well, I mean, no better way to flex than on a hero you're comfortable with, and TB's one of those heroes that can kind of 1v5 the entire game as well, so if Clarity has a good game, like, we know we can farm from game 1. He was the one hero that was able to keep up with everybody on M11, so if he's given the same chances, TB is probably a much easier hero to get these 1v5s done.
Usually would be, except for Tinker, who has the blind 100% chance and,
BKB. Okay, once he gets a BKB,
build it.
and a Manta, and a Satanic, and all these purges, maybe he can do it.
Yeah, that's the downside, right? He needs Dragonlance, Manta, BKB, Skadi, Satanic, and then a Blink Dagger. He needs 6 items to win this game.
Bob Zero. He's already got Shield Crash actually leveled up as well on this Pango, so he can't exactly run away if he wants to contest this rune. And Havinci and Rams already in the area to play aggressive around. And now we actually do get to see Rams playing position 1 though, as well as Rapkin. That's going to be kind of interesting to see how he does translate. Is he just going to play that classic aggressive style? We're seeing many mids go when they do go to play position 1, but for now, Brown Maze goes down, damage goes in, Sun comes out, Rune is actually picked up by Cougar and it slows there for Rams, and maybe the first blood this time is going to be drawn by Gagar. They're going to try and get that damage on top, but Havinci is doing the blocks and keeping his carry alive. So Rams is able to walk back, feeling like a champ, getting himself on top, so he takes no damage in the end. It's GPM being given in by Havinci on the Rams, keeping the lane, but so far M11, no first blood given up.
I like the play, though, from M11. They try to just grab the rune. I didn't get it. Props to Cougar. But it does mean no salve in the lane. And no salve in this lane is going to be quite detrimental.
Well, here we go. Double stun. Havinci. Beautiful stun with Sun on top and Shield Crash already used. So we are just going to hit the man. Fairy Fire being used. One right click is needed. Cougar's trying. He's trying so hard. And with the stun coming out, first blood's drawn. Havinci gets his revenge in style. Brown May is actually going to connect onto Rams, but it's all about the punishment, and no kills being given by Gagut as they give the first blood away straight to the Lion instead.
Yeah, Havinci, he's going to have very quick boots here, and I'm surprised they're not trying to do it again before the Bobzaro Pango comes back in, but they can relax. They don't need to win this lane, so any of these kills, they're just bonuses really for Rams here.
Top lane though, we've got Usagi under the tower, pressuring up on the TB. Yamps is trying to, get some poison stacks onto both Hated, but Hated is just running around using the movement speed Pugner's get, but Pugner in this lane, how does he want to function? Usually I've seen Pugners, will want to harass with the Never Blast, but it always seems to mess with what Usagi is trying to do. He can't control the lane if Pugner keeps blasting the lane away from him.
It's at that point where it almost doesn't matter. Like, you just push the lane, who cares? Usagi just needs levels. Barrow's not a hero conventionally that needs a lot of farm. Like, the level 6 is more important than getting base points, for instance.
Ah, sweet. Keep shutting him back. He's out of mana with charge on top. Alright, Bash comes out. Never Blast not needed to be used yet. On top of Dukrap's already leveled up, so if even actually you get meta on top for clarity, he's not even going to be able to get kills, or it seems last hits in this lane either.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it's going to be curious how they try and recover from this awkward positioning. Because it feels like Hated can just solo harass here, and there's not a big issue about how to play this lane.
And last lane, I guess, is that mid lane. Rue's been playing that mid role against Maestro, who is 9-2 versus the 14-2 so far to Tinker, who is spamming out the abilities, but this Invoker is manning up on him. So he's not going to let him go away. In these last hits, he's going to make sure that he tries to get as much damage on Ruesman as he can before he gets that Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of new Tinker. You can just go Soul Ring, Blink. You don't need to go Boots. You don't need to go Boots Travel. It feels a bit too strong.
Uh-oh. Missed that tornado, unfortunately. But actually, Cold Snap EMP, a little bit of vengeance. Already used the laser to get some farm so he can drain all the mana away from this Tinker. And top lane as well, a little bit of aggression goes in as Clarity gets bashed by the Spirit Breaker and blasted by the Pugner. Thank God for magic sticks and wands as we can keep ourselves alive. And the meta is going to be used on the Usagi, who hopefully doesn't get a bash, who will not just get close to a bash, but we're not getting any kills, and that meta isn't going to be getting any farm either.
Yeah, it feels like an awkward meta. They do have... No, they don't have a South.
Charge
He's
on
just
the
getting
tower.
dough.
Wait, what? Banish on the tower. Usagi, Blast comes out. Yap's just going to get pressured. Glyph on... M11 are just messing with this lane. They don't care about anything else but just driving him insane.
Yeah, and I actually kind of like how they're playing this. Like, they're getting more farm either way, but they're really making it, like you said, so hard to play, and that was an entire meta. That I think he hit 2 grapes.
Yep. Yeah, and didn't hit some heroes. There's no damage. At full HP, Hated full mana. Things are great. In fact, all top 3 of the last hits right now are all 3 of the cores of M11.
Yeah, and it doesn't look to be changing anytime soon, as Cougar's taking half his health pool here.
Skeletons do way too much damage. way too much damage. Level 2 as well.
Do you think that's something that they might change? The skeleton damage? Because like obviously it's the same as level 1 as it is level 4.
I feel like it needs...
played enough?
Yeah.
It's hard to gauge. Like some of these patches, you're like, do you change a hero that doesn't get played and worry about it later? As they're diving for Cougar here.
Well, damage comes in, goes on in. Havichi finally dead. The Sun comes back. The Sun on top, but the Curse Crown is leveled up and ready to go. The Sun's going to be there, but we've got some one charges. And with the Helm of Iron Will, I doubt you can even touch Rams, but at least you can get some aggression on the Havinci and some gold back on the side of Gigant. So Havinci has to play a little bit more careful in this lane now. In top lane, Usagi, he is bashing. He's about to try and bash again, and Disruption is going to be used in a second, but Usagi is looking to bash.
Yeah, I love this from him. Usagi's playing it so aggressive. This is exactly how you need to play this lane. And we didn't talk about it, but Rusman's actually losing mid lane.
Ooh, 26.
Like, he might be ahead on the CS right now, but those 10 denies, they're huge. Like, Maestro's about a quarter of a level ahead.
Oh, wow. And even on top, Gigant, they've blocked off the small camp and the large camp as well to keep him from farming those stacks.
Yeah. Heads up play. I love that. They know how to deal with this Tinker. Like, they've got a bit of PTSD from pubs.
Yes, that's why we're spam. Tornado gonna actually just miss. Eventually be in the area. EMP a little bit awkward as it gets no mana and drains all the mana away from this Invoker. And now the Arcane Rune Soul Ring level 6 on the Tinker means he can spam as much as he wants.
Until he gets... Well, Tornado's about 14 seconds away, so... He needs to be careful, because if he uses it, it obviously does get purged away, so... Something to think about in this matchup here with the Arcane Rune.
Is that a meta being used top? That's a farming meta being used top, just to make sure you can get those last hits up. 21-3 versus 37-9. And bottom lane as well for Rams. He's 38-4 versus 34 on Bobzaro, but we are getting close to level 6. Hex coming out, ready for one Sun. Just need to decide which one it's going to be. It's the Lion Sun, which means the Wraith King Sun can follow it through. And hopefully to kill on top. No, it's Havinci who dies first. And with Invoker coming in for the Tornado that is no longer on cooldown, they're looking to kill up this Wraith King with some beautiful blocks from Cougar. And the one shot to come out for Rams. I'm not sure how long he can survive, but Hated is coming in as the Pugner. Damage on top. They got the kill. And no one yet. But still, a big kill for Gigant to get.
Yeah, and they're actually going to look for a kill here. I don't know
here?
if this works.
That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. But maybe Hater goes down for it. I'm not sure. Raindrops coming into play. Eventually he's already back and respawn level 6. With Suns coming out, Rusman is rearming. And with the laser, doesn't even need it. Blow him away with the missiles and get yourself so much gold on this Tinker.
And here's the best part. They're now playing their actual lanes. Rams is in the mid lane farming, and Rusman's in the bot lane farming. It's all worked out. It was all part of the plan.
It's just
I say that
like
he TP's back instantly.
It's Tinker thing. Every single lane is Tinker's. It doesn't matter who's farming it.
But he's back. He's back.
But can we actually find a kill here? Because they're going to get the roll and Thunder. Okay, nice stun from Havinci. Stopping the roll. But Bobzaro can't actually connect anymore and can't even stay in the lane, it seems, anymore. Two has to go back, healing up, and be careful about this missile spam. So, good advantage, really, as Rusman is going to get that Blink Dagger. Rams is, I don't know, yeah, he's going to have a nice armlet, but what's the timings on the other side that we can use? Invoker, almost has owned, going straight BKB after, and Pango, Orb of Corrosion, that's about it.
I don't know if the BKB is the play. I think he needs to go, like, Treads Orchid.
Okay.
As awkward as that sounds, I think he just needs something else to deal with Tinker.
Roll connects, here's the Tinker. Okay, one roll comes in, needs another roll on top, it seems. Missile's going to come out later in a second, but with a nice little bash and a missed Swashbuckle, he might survive long enough to do a little bit extra damage, but he will not be able to live through the kill attempt. Gigant with a Bedlam on top is melting him down. They've got themselves a double kill. Rusman going down again, but Usagi, he's still doing things in that top lane, and he's just running at this TB, keeping him back and keeping Yaps at bay. Actually, no, I was say TB. TB's just in the jungle at this point. He doesn't even want to be in that lane. And M11, even on top of that, have a deep ward already catching this out.
Yeah, they should know, by the way. They actually saw Hated in the jungle TPing away, so they should know there's a ward somewhere in there deep. As for Clarity, I don't know if it's a want or more of a he can't play the top lane. It looks like Isagi's just more than willing to dive anyone that comes into this lane.
Well, with backup, I don't think you need to be too worried about it. Ward's going to see it. Smoke is actually probably going to be seen by it too. And this is the wrong neighborhood, my friends. You do not want to stay any longer, as you don't have Sunder and you don't have Alive too. Havinci is not dead. Havinci's still not dead. Battle him. Juke it between the trees. It's daytime, so he should have more vision around it. No, he's still not dead. He gets to survive the entire thing. Usagi can charge on full, get a stun. Battling being used defensively. Hated still moving forward. Level 5 doesn't have actual life drain yet, and we TP in everybody. And a haste rune Invoker should do some work. As we have a Tornado and EMP and a little bit extra damage with a Cold Snap on top. And even Demonic Purge being used just to kill Usagi, who is finally going to be dead. But it allows Roosman, with his Blink reveal, to get a kill in the backline, TP out in front of everybody. And we're now just losing supports as Hated. He can only run so far, has a Mango, has Decrep in 2 seconds if he wants to use it. And Roosman, full mana, full HP, cannot save him. As I think he's just looking for the kill. Could blink him forward, could blink it aggressively, has missiles flying, but we're just going to be hiding in the trees as we do lose, I think, 3 for 2 in the end? Yeah, it's TB, it's Shadow Demon, but it did cost us 3 heroes to get it.
Yeah, I mean, the big part of that, Ram's got a lot of the mid tower, so it's like not a terrible trade in that sense, but for Gagak, this is everything you needed. You needed the early game to be even. It's even slightly in their favor in most of these engagements, and you need to just keep the game relaxed and calmed. Don't let them get a huge lead. We've seen what M11 can do with that huge lead. Speaking of, top lane, Bob Zaro, I feel like he's playing with fire.
Yeah. Roosman's here, but he's not being seen. And if he does try to cut this wave back to keep it away from the tower, I think he's... Oh, Usagi knows.
They just scanned.
Oh, that's how they know. Cool.
And what's weird about that is they didn't react to the scan.
Usagi's just in the position Bob Zaro was at. They're looking for him. They're going to get the roll coming out, but it's a little bit awkward as we're going to try and run back. Do we have any points to bulldoze? No, we don't. So it is full duration stuns and debuffs as Usagi is running, but he doesn't get to survive himself as the real bait was now on Usagi in the end.
Yeah, I love that play from Bob Zaro. Just sticking around, baiting them out, not playing too aggressive, and he rolls without using any other spell. So it doesn't give that opportunity to get bursted. A lot of greedy players would try and get that shield crash, would try and get that swashbuckle off first.
Hated is watching you farm ancients. They see him. They can try, but yeah, no, Hated is still out. He can dance away, but TB, I mean, in the end, he is farming these stacks of ancients. He's getting all the benefit out of it, and that net worth is evening up quite nicely between these two teams. Bob Zaro, okay, he finally ties to Roosman.
Yeah, and Usagi's charge. So that ward has scoured them out quite a few times, but just playing a bit too aggressive, thinking he had that vision, and maybe M11 finally get to start tower pushing top lane. It still hasn't gone down yet.
Not yet. They'll work on it eventually. Havinci though. Ooh, Tornado. Nice moves from this Invoker. Not a kill yet, but they're still keeping him from dewarding the sentry that he does get. But it's the value of the sentry that really matters, as Roosman has been given the time to be caught into the Sunstrike, into the vision, into the damage, and he is going to pop as a much bigger kill comes out. And Havinci, who could have been there earlier, was delayed long enough that they got it.
And Clarity's getting to farm through the jungle here. He's actually getting to create some space for himself, and he might get found. It's the only issue. But I mean, he's definitely found.
Boom. 30 seconds. Gone. Out there. 1 finger, 1 decrep, and 1 dead TB. How much magic damage is that? Just want to be able to check. It doesn't show me yet. It's got the last part. I can check that up in a second. As we've got another charge on Bob Zaro and bottom, and Roosman, who's respawned, is going to blow you away too. So kills for kills after kills after kills. You are getting some big kills in your gut, but you are losing some big heroes to get them.
And he took 600 damage to Finger of Death.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Just
That's
straight off the
almost
bat.
always HP.
And 14 minutes. I mean, this is about the time where I thought the Death Ball would start. What's Wraith King's items? Armlet. He's 150 away from Blink. So he's 150 gold away from when I think they're going to start Death Balling.
Okay. Well, let's see how hard the Death Ball's going to be. As the defense is going to be there from Gigant, though. Invoker has his Spirit Vessel and about 100 gold, so we'll see him just popping on off. Shadow Demon, he's going to get himself the Aether Lens and Hated. I mean, that's a nice value kill if you want to set up for your team around it. Disruption is always a great spell to find it out. And hey, some free vision out of it too. Poison, stacks, free gold for your team. Things are looking up for Gigant, and even some towers for them to take as well. But M11, they're looking like they want to defend us. I guess that's the beauty of Tinker. But we're going to see some vision, see some wards, see some positioning, and just defend around it as Gigant.
Yeah, I love this. Like, you got to commit full while the Terrorblade farms. The issue is they're actually going to charge down the lane.
Shadow Demon won't see it. Oh no, Shadow Demon wasn't in position, but the Tornado hits all three of them! And the TP comes in. Rams is looking to fight Usagi in the backside. Focus on the Yaps, who does get disrupted finally, but the Terrorize will be there to break Hater back. The roll's been great. Havinci will be caught, but the one charge makes sure he can survive long enough as the damage will come in. But Roosman, the big killer, the big damage, the big missiles, as only Pango will get bashed, controlled, and now maybe even caught as he can swashbuckle back. But how long can he survive? He's juking around as we get some more lasers in the backside as Roosman will be able to finish off this Invoker, finish off the Stark Willow, and so as he just wants to get out, but he'll be the only survivor, and that's 3 dead for space for TB.
Yeah, and I think they were very lucky to actually the 2 supports there. If they didn't get that 3-man Tornado, like you said, they probably have that fight be a whitewash, but great positioning, great awareness there, and they managed to scrape it out almost an even fight.
Almost. I guess the benefit as well is TB is going Yasha Skadi, so he's looking to fight a little bit earlier than probably he would have wanted to, but if the fights come up in, I don't know, 5 minutes, he is going to be there and hitting hard.
Yeah, that is true. I really thought they were going to go Blink Dagger's squad, but apparently not for Team M11.
No, he is going for Deso. So Armlet, Deso, and then Blink. Then Blink.
Yeah, that's fair. He needs all 3 of those items. I just thought with the damage from Rusman, you wouldn't need the Deso this early, but instead they're actually just going to send the supports to do the dirty work.
Uh-oh. Last time the finger did 600 damage. This time the finger will do... probably
He's
600.
entire health ball.
Let's see. Blast comes out, stun comes in, and with the finger weighing it off, he's dead, and so is Yaps. Turns out he was caught in the mid as well. TPs aren't quick enough, and their response is going to be bottom though. But it's Usagi and Roosman is getting ready to go. The roll will connect. Do we have a blink? Yes, we do. It will connect on, but Usagi is going to be there. Charges back, breaks the Dark Willow combo, and we can blink away with Defense Matrix onto him, so the damage is even lower than it should be. Bedlam on Usagi, who doesn't feel anything, as the health is going to be given back to him by Hated, and he is already dead as Usagi is charging in for more. Spirit Vessel back, EMP to disconnect. As we get a Hex, we get some control. We keep him up. We disconnect in between 2 of it, but Bob Zaro, he's just looking for his opening again. Roosman will be able to TP back on in. They're trying to break the creep before it comes back on in, but it survives long enough for him to be there just in case you want to reinitiate. But they've already got what they came for. They got the kill, they saved Roosman, and they're feeling even better out of it.
Yeah, it is a huge turnaround. And, like, Rossman finally getting to level his defense matrix there. And, like, you could see the power of that damage absorb. He took 1 roll hit, and he didn't lose his Blink Dagger from it. Nope. So he could blink out, reset. Didn't matter that he had Cursed Ground, and now the momentum is all Team M11 right now.
Remember when you said the job was dirty before? Is it even dirtier now that Tinker has Shiva's Guard, and it's going to blink
I
around
love
the map?
that build. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Blinky build.
Blink on forward, laser comes out, Shiva's on top again, and there we go! Alright. That is the dirtiest Tinker build, other than Overwhelming Blink, but I'm pretty sure he's about to build that next.
Comes later.
Yeah. Oh, bottom though. Okay, Hater's dead, tower's gone. Nice response coming in. And we're TPing on everyone in. Roosman is already here. And the charge from Usagi gives a vision to go forward. And with more Shiva's Guard, more vision, more damage, going to be trying to get the break. But the Yules was a little bit late for Clarity, who's done with his Metamorphosis. But Yap's going to get the dust on top, keep him back. The fear's going to be there. And Vinci, Does he have a finger? No, he has a stun. Will miss, so the slow from Demonic Purge will be enough. He's starting moving forward, trying to get vision off, but the TP will be there from Yaz. But Charge is going to make sure it does not go through, as Bruceman is on a mega kill streak.
Yeah, and he hasn't even hit 18 yet, so like 18, changing the rearm to a 1.25 second cooldown, insanity. And we haven't talked about it, but Rams is in the Roche pit right now.
What? Okay, yeah.
Well,
yeah, okay, cool, great, fantastic. As you do. As you're literally not needed at this point, it seems, to do anything. He can just do his own thing.
Yeah, I genuinely, I think if they do what they're doing right now with a Blink Dagger, Rams could actually be a part of the fight. But he's top net worth. Like, why does he need to bother? He's just so chubby right now, and it just means that when he decides to come to these fights, he's going to be able to single-handedly win them.
Well, he's running at this Dark Willow, who Roosman will help him, because Roosman does helpful things. He blinks on forward, Chief's guard, you'll step defensively, but yeah, you can only do so much with it. Tornado roll through, almost good, as Roosman is out of mana, but does get one defense metric off, as he's getting trapped on in. They want to get his kill, and Tinker going to slam down to Monocode, but then Rams is jumping on in. Health back, Hater can only do so much to keep him alive, as he is just going to get ticked down, finally starting even the Sunstrike. Not enough yet, but a Decrep used to amp up that damage, but it will get them the kill on this Invoker, who's trying to run away, but the Hex is going to be there, and Vinci, maybe we can high-five, but Invoker actually does survive out of it in the end. Roosman, he's gone. Ram's full HP, so the Aegis has a reincarnation on top. We're going to take a tier 2 out of it, but Roosman finally dead.
Yeah, I mean, thank God they got him, because if they didn't, I feel like High Ground's going to be on the cards, but honestly, Rams has the Aegis. He's 300 away from Blink. High Ground may still be on the cards for them there. Clarity's Terrorblade doesn't really have that much health. He's got the Scardy, but doesn't have the Manta ready.
Okay, so we've got another 5 minutes for him to make space for, and hopefully he can do it then. And Invoker is getting closer to that BKB, which at this point does seem like he needs, but he's level 14 versus level 16, and Ram's level 16 himself. The XP difference it's kind of adding up pretty scary at this point.
Yeah, and I think that's the downside of not going Midas, which is what we see quite often. Like, you go the Midas Invoker, you go after the Spirit Vessel, but like you said, building the BKB, and he needs it too. Like, we're talking about the Death Ball, it's here, it's ready.
Ooh,
Rams
can we kill Rams? Can we kill Rams? Can we kill Rams? We'll see. Everything's thrown at him. He's still alive. He will finally die, and hopefully this time he has mana for his next life. But this means he's back again, making space. A beautiful deafening blast, pulling him back. Usagi's gone out of it, and they've got a third life this time. But Bizarro does get the roll, but he can't get the roll back, and they might actually get Rams. He will be decrapped for a couple seconds. He Jules to keep this Pugna from getting any health back on into Rams here. Spirit Vessel damage, but Bizarro trying to connect. Swatfo will be enough. They've got the Wraith King. They've got the Spirit Breaker. But now to Tinker. He's still alive. He may not have mana, but he's just going to blink away. Rearm, tip it back to base, get some more mana out of it, as they're just going to use this Neverwolf for so much damage for Vinci. Oh, he can't hide in those trees as they are just scouting him out. And Roosman, he needs to get back to base to get the mana to rejoin his fight, but Hater is just trying to delay some time here. But God, they've got 4. They might even get 5 if they can play this perfectly. But so far, that is a beautiful fight for Gagat. That Clarity, he got all the benefits of.
Yeah, Clarity needed that, and now that's going to rush him towards Manta. And like you said, these kind of fights where they're scrappy, but they're able to take the pickoffs first, it means that there's Brambles already on the ground, which actually ruins the team fight for Usagi. He couldn't charge in, he couldn't really get much done. I say that, he's charging Maestro right now, and Maestro hasn't TP.
He's got a sentry, he's got to wait. Ooh, he doesn't Tornado yet. I feel like he set that one up so he could do the Tornado.
The issue is, when you have Shadow Blade, when you have Face Boots, and when you have Bulldoze, it's very hard to actually react in time. You have about 0.4 to 0.6 seconds from when he appears in your vision to when he actually hits you. Most people don't react in time to that, because you have to turn, throw the spell. And for Invoker, he did have it prepped, but he just wasn't quick enough.
Well, 7k goal lead is what M11 have between them, and really Gagat getting another kill. Usagi control doesn't have much HP yet, but Hater will make sure he gets full HP as he does get low and has to be careful about his life trade. Cougar getting control. Disruption going to be there to keep Roosman back, but the finger's going to be enough to get himself a beautiful double kill. Both supports are dead. Everybody running back. Rams is looking for an opportunity to hit something, but he won't find much. Maybe he can just settle for a tower instead and just take some more map control away from Gagan.
Yeah. And so far, it's 8k lead, 24 minutes in, but Kagaka doing a much better job of actually like keeping this game afloat.
Yeah.
At this point, last game it was over. So, a huge sign of improvement here against a... Oh, no.
Ooh, okay. Quick fingers that time. We're Gucci. But we will not save the tower out of it because the skeletons hit way too hard. Even the talent on top, like, I feel that's the off-lane Wraith King build, right?
It goes both ways. Like, the skelly damage means he can split push as the carry, and he doesn't have to worry too much about, like, actually being in lane.
Okay.
And the Wraithfire Blast isn't as effective if they've got BKBs, which they will.
Uh-oh. Ooh, okay. No BKB on Ram, so gonna get the medic, gotta get the damage, and hopefully first life, Decreption's on down with Hater trying to get all the HP back into it, but they use so much to get his Red King for now, but Havinci, he's standing strong, he's got a shard, but physical damage cannot be stopped as Roosman will do as much as he can to kill his supports, but eventually gonna be dead too. Cougar already gone, so Rams did his thing, and now Clarity, he can summon to something, but he can't do it quick enough as we've got that overwhelming blink into Shiva's guard, the dirtiest build Tinkers could go, and we blow away all the heroes we got, except for Pango, who could escape with his swashbuckle and blink, and that's the only way he can get out.
Yeah. I mean, we're calling it dirty. The man had an arcane room. Like, it's even worse than you would imagine. Like, that's why he's flying around like a nut.
But this...
I hate this build. Like, I don't think it should exist.
It shouldn't, but, you know, while it isn't a game, he is making it look super good.
And he's going to go BKB, which means he can do this and not be punished. Like, there's no Sunder turnaround. There's no rolling Thunder turnaround. Like, he's genuinely going to be able to blink on their head and just rearm and blink on their head over and over again.
Because the only thing they have is Demonic Purge. Like, that's it. It's up to Yaps to kind of get that on him. And does that even stop blink if you have a BKB on it too? Well,
that's the thing. It's not tick damage.
God damn it.
So, like, he will be able to time it and BKB blink like he normally would. If he gets the Ags, it turns to... Oh...
Yep.
I think he needs the Ags. So, like, he goes 3 purges and then he blows him up that way. But that's so far away on the Shadow Demon.
The position 5 Shadow Demon doesn't have any creeps to hit, so he has to get the gold the old school way. There's no more gold talents in the game, so its supports get no benefits at all. Doesn't even have the actual neutral item himself to help him out. And Rams doesn't even care if he's farming on the vision as well. He's just going to comfortably farm. Don't really care. BKB used on the illusion too. Oh no.
That's really bad. That's a 9-second BKB used for a lion illusion.
They're pretty scary.
Oh no. Like the win condition they had was take the fight before Rusman has his BKB, and now they're going to lose someone here.
Cougar found bash. Okay, that is, yep. That's a lot of damage. Even from the bash, even from the finger, even from the damage. Did they find Clarity? Okay, he's hiding in trees. We're good. We're not going to see him, at least, hopefully. Thank God. Mantas, and I hope TP's out. Or stays around. Hope to God Utagi doesn't actually charge to the bottom lane out of this.
Oh, no, he needs to be careful, because I guess he's going to blink into the trees.
Alright, there we go. Cool TPs, but Tinker is... Oh, man.
Yeah, I hate watching this.
Oh man, your GPUs are gonna fry as Tinker is just farming the entire map with his items. Cool stuff. But as a good gun, they have BKB timings, they have things they can use, and Roche, we're gonna see it up in a minute 45. They could find this. There could be ways back into the game for Gagan here. M11 seem like they're playing more aggressive enough you could take advantage of it.
That is true. The big takeaway is right now they're never playing 5-man. Like, look how split they are on the map right now. You've got Rusman, I guess he can TP anywhere, but you've also got Rams, who is quite a way away from his support. So it's something that Gagak need to look for and punish, because right now, sitting in your base, the net worth lead's only going to get further out of your hands, and obviously the Roshan's eventually going to spawn, and that's going to be a huge talking point for the side of M11.
Valve gives them 98% M11 to win. Just throw it out.
Sounds about right, honestly.
Yeah. Seems about right. I'd like to see the formula that got him there, but I'm pretty sure the formula would be Tinker plus Wraith King plus Pugna is a lot of damage.
It's wild that equation in your head doesn't even include mana drain from Havinci, killing all the illusions, and Yasagi just existing, who has a BKB completed now.
He gets his own equation.
And they actually see, like, Clarity's got a defensive ward here, so like they see what's coming and they know if Tinker jumps in the trees, they have a way of actually taking the fight. Maybe not for Cougar, who is getting charged.
I'm going to be disappointed if Yasagi doesn't actually connect with this. Good stuff.
And Cougar.
Disruption though. Alright. See what happens. We've got another ward going down. We actually got to shuttle Ram off. We might survive unless Roosman...
Oh!
You can't escape. You just can't escape.
Kill him with the overwhelming blink. Didn't even kill him with the Shivas.
Nope. As you do. Good news though for M11. Roche is currently up. It is alive. They've got a shard they can add to anyone who doesn't currently already have it. So that's a great thing you can use. And maybe this is when we're looking for a smoke from Gagat to just, you know, get something done. Get a little bit of fighting here. But TB looks like he's just rushing towards that BKB. So maybe they'll slow down Gagat enough that M11 can just sneak on in and do it. I say that, but Rams already there.
Yeah.
With a DD.
Also,
yes.
Rams is building an overwhelming blink himself.
Oh, man.
I hate it. Like, he could have built an ASIC for the same cost. Instead, the man's building an item that is great to stop blinks. They don't have any blinks other than Pango, and you've already got a Tinker who's arguably going to blink 17 times more than you.
The only thing that could make me feel like, yeah, it's kind of cool things, if Lion and Pugna both pick up an overwhelming blink themselves.
Ooh, they both have blinks, actually.
Yeah.
It's not terrible on Yasagi either. You charge in, and then you blink on top of them, and because he's a strength hero with 3.0, it actually does quite a lot of damage.
Oh, charge hits through! Bash comes out, BKB instantly off it, whip and nice! Never strike on top. Yats is not dead, actually. He gets a shot from save, roll's going to be on back, and maybe Yasagi gets out, but hated. Alright. There you go. An overextension that they punish. Bobzara is still spitting in the middle of the mid lane. Will be bashed on through, and then Rootsman jumps your base. Has a BKB, you can try and cast the spells, but no. Spirit Vessel does nothing. Double buyback comes out. Tango's trying to do something, but look at all this magic damage. It is way too much as Roosman can blink out, go back to base, because he's gonna do it all over again. 4 buybacks. Havinci joining the buyback spree as Roosman might finally be found as he cancels his CP. I'm going to be waiting it out. We got 1 life done on Rams. We got BKB done on Clarity and his damage. Hopefully will be enough, but it's level 19 TB with Alacrity on top of us, level 24 Wraith King, while Roosman is in the backlines killing everybody. Gets to the low ground, gets off scot-free, finger damage, Clarity dead. No buyback, 7 seconds away as Roosman is lasering, shiv guarding, overwhelming, blinking, and crushing the entire team of Gagat as more sentries, more damage, more bashes, and a 2-0 for M11 to finish it off.
I mean, it took them 33 minutes, but if that isn't a humiliating way to lose the game, having Roosman dive your tier 4s, single-handedly kill your entire backline, and then realize that Rams has an Aegis plus a BKB, plus he is a Wraith King, so he has a free one Aegis. And there's just nothing you can deal with it.
You can't stop him. You just couldn't stop him. It's just way too much damage for them to handle. They did do their best. They stretched out this game. You said 22 minutes. They stretched out to 32 minutes. And I don't know. Like, it's good effort for Gagat. Like, in the end of this, you shouldn't feel too bad overall around this.
Yeah, I'd be happy, like, for the net worth deficit they had, they actually played the team fights very well. Like, even that final team fight, if it's any hero but Tinker, they probably win that team fight. But unfortunately, Tinker hit that critical mass and was just able to completely solo their entire team.
Well, that means M11 feeling pretty good at the start. The grand champs last season feeling good in this season. Already starting the season off with a 2-0, and Gagat, unfortunately, they're going down 2-0 in their debut, but we've got plenty more games from them to come. Speaking of which, we've got another series coming up that you're not going to want to miss, as coming up after this break, guys. Don't go anywhere.
ulti's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was dewarding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
And we're back. Just time for our second series. 2 brand new teams coming against each other. Atomic Esports versus Gargoyle Esports. Can't even say the name, but hopefully they're going to be some big players. I'm actually excited to see these 2 teams come. They have some big names behind them. It's going to be interesting to see how these 2 teams really just kind of come out. Well, I mean, one fix on the market issue, we might as well see the teams coming through as well, because they're pretty new teams on top of Atomic Esports. I haven't seen too much about them. The players have been kind of new. There's some players that really do stand out, and Atomic Esports overall. Testing? Hey. Alrighty. That's a good... You're saying? Oh yeah, 100%. It's just like, you've got a whole bunch of stability and some versatility behind him. He's played many roles himself in many different teams, so we'll see how he does go. We might as well see what the breakdowns are between these 2 teams here. Just get introduced to really all these players here, and I'm going to say, I want to see how these really go down, because it seems like when a seasoned player goes into a new squad, it's a little bit different to see how it goes, because sometimes he's relying on some players that might have some, you know, seasoned experience themselves, and he might not have it as he expects in this new team. So the strategy is going to be very interesting to go.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it's something to say, like, he has experience with other players, other teams, etc. And it's one of those things that, like you said, maybe he can't translate it. Maybe he can't bring it to what is going to be a really young squad and an inexperienced squad, and they might just make critical errors. They might be that high APM, low IQ playstyle that we know for a lot of the 18, 19-year-olds coming in. They just don't know Pro Dota enough. They don't know what needs to be done when.
Well, let's start to know Atomic Esports themselves. I've seen one name that stands out to me straight away. Grimm's in that position 4 role this time. I believe he's played on Execrations and many other Division 1 SC18 style, but this time he's going to be backed up by Ritz, Lewis, Fiend, and Atster. I'm not exactly how sure every single thing's going to work, but I'm excited to find out.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team I have, like you said, I don't have expectations for them just yet, but that's why it's so good having them day one. We get to see them firsthand, how they're going to play, and against Gargoyle Esports, who should be a pretty solid team in this tournament as well. Like you said, Grimm should be the standout, but who knows what to expect from a lot of these players.
Well, we're still going to see what they're going to go up against, and that's Gargoyle Esports. We already said one big name as well in Gargoyle Esports, and that is Ohio. Playing a position 5 role this time. I've known him for a position 3. I've seen he's played position 5 quite a bit and been pretty successful on it. So we'll see how he does go into a new team with some actual fan favourites as well. For Fufa Fear with his massive Mars plays, Candy Lou, the offlaner for Summit Gaming, and Lonely Chucky and Question Mark rounding out this squad. But I guess it all kind of is coming down to that head-to-head in the end, and it is Fiend and Candy Lou. Offlaners that we know have versatility in the form of Candy Loon, and Fiend, who's relatively unknown to me.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting. I can't wait to see it. And like, they're both Mars specialists as well, like going through their pub gameplay. I don't know if they're slaves to the meta, but it feels like they're playing a lot of those very highly sought after heroes, which is going to make this early draft incredibly crucial, because maybe there's going to be a couple of heroes that they steal off each other.
Oh yeah, 100%. If you've seen these replays, you probably know what teams are going to be, and I'm excited to see what they can go about it.
we'll have to see. I mean, the big question mark for me is with Candy Loon, with Fiend. There's a bit of an experience gap in my eyes. Like, I think Candy Loon has a lot more games under his belt. And is that going to be a situation where they just play the late game better? Because usually early game favours the bold. It favours the really high-paced teams. And then the late game is where those decisions make a huge difference.
Oh yeah, 100%. You just need to make sure that the late game is clean for you, and many teams just can't transition it into... many teams can't transition into late game. They can't break the high ground. They just throw too many heroes at the high ground, and as soon as you've killed your carry 4, 5, 6, 7 times, you've surprisingly got a very powerful carry on the other side who can just do the same thing to you, but your dev time is so long, they can just take your base away from you, and it's always sad to watch. When you lose those games that way, kind of crazy, but I guess that's when drafting comes into play here, and Ohio, from his 496, and I think, I can't exactly remember the other team that he was on before, he is a very strong drafter as well.
I mean, he is well known in this region, especially. I just do want to double check what he used. He used to be part of eHome a long time ago, but I think that was like 2018.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It was Team Mystery. Team Mystery was the team he was on prior. And that's a team they had mixed success, but a lot of the time they didn't actually have their full 5 roster. And he's hoping that this team can get some games under their belt as a 5-stack, play together at all times, and they don't have to worry about any subs or any issues like that.
And even in that mid role as well, I haven't seen too much on Lewis as a mid player. I know for Fear, Mars, Void Spirit, Puck, cool. His 3, he'll go for them most of the time, and he'll be pretty effective on it. It seems like his Mars is his strongest hero as well. And we have actually, as well, haven't seen too many teams adopting that mid Mars either.
That is true. I mean, especially with how early Mars gets picked, a lot of the times you could just flex the role a bit, maybe not have it on pos 3 every single game. It makes it very easy to draft against. And it will be interesting to see. It's similar to Kunkka in my eyes. Kunkka's a hero that it feels strong no matter where you put it because the ultimate's so large. The stun on the Spear of Mars is excellent, similar to Torrent. And maybe they prank Atomic Esports with an early pick Mars and they don't see it coming.
Potentially. It's always good to do your homework as well, and even in that carry role, I would assume when most teams are a little bit new as well, they probably prefer to go for those meta-favoured carries, and we're not going to see too many crazy things. They might see a Kunkka, Troll, PL, Anti-Mage, whatever the hell everyone else is playing. They're just going to go, yeah, we'll put you on that, put some crazy stuff in the back. Candy Loon, I know he can play like Broods, he can play whatever really the team kind of needs, but that carry role doesn't seem to be too flexible when a team isn't too confident in their overall scroll.
It can go both ways. Like, you see some teams that'll pick whatever the carry wants, and sometimes the carry is dead wrong. Sometimes the carry will call for a hero, they'll call for something like a Spectre, and it just won't be the game for it. But like you said, I think picking not boring but standard draft meta, like in the meta, just makes the game easier. Like, you're focusing less on draft mistakes and you're focusing on how to improve gameplay, which is so crucial. Like, your draft could suck, but if you play well enough, you might get away with it. Where if your draft is good and you play terribly, you're not getting away with that no matter what you've picked.
Oh yeah, no, not at all. You just need to make sure everything does work down. You're not too overconfident in one or two players. And even Grims as well. We're talking about Ohio quite a bit. Grims, I know, has had some success in execution. He is a seasoned support player who's been picked up by many Tier 1 squads, and that's something that you can kind of rely upon yourself, knowing that he has such a diverse hero pool.
Well, it's not just the diversity. Being able to switch between teams and like plug and play skin, it shows to me that he's like a low conflict player, can play with the boys and always play with the team, and he always just understands how to make a new team start to run. Because a lot of the time, when you have that experience on one team for 5 years, then you jump to another team, you don't actually know how to actually play with different players. Where Grims has played with, I want to say like 35 to 40 different players over his tenure as a pro player. And it really does add up, really makes it easy to partner with almost anyone.
Alright, well, we'll see who they're going to partner with, because Game 1 is underway. We can see drafting and bans kind of predictable here. Last series, we did see a Spirit Breaker slip through. Not going to be the case this series, and Kunkka actually being first phase ban worthy. Weaver, I'm guessing, is the last ban going to be, but that does leave the door open quite a bit.
It might not be banned. Like, I think a lot of the time, like, Weaver is the most OP hero you can like draft just anything. Because obviously Pos 4, Pos 5 can do a lot of work. Queen of Pain's still in the pool. Grimstroke's still in the pool. Mars is as well. There are a lot of different OP meta heroes, we'll call them, for Gargoyle. And that's probably why they're taking their time. Because when they get this pick here, they're obviously giving the first pick away to Atomic Esports, and then they get the double. So do they leave 3 OP heroes in, get 2, send 1 over to Atomic?
Well, we'll see what they got. A minute 50 to kind of figure it out, and I guess we don't exactly have too many replays to go through to know which way they want to favour here. Many teams have been just picking up a casual Bane, just because it's there. Weaver's taken out, so we get to see what Atomic Esports are going to go for. Bane's there, Quop's there, Mars is there. If you want to steal that away from Through for Fear as well, potentially take away even more comfortability away from him.
Yeah, I will have to say, obviously, it's hard to gauge, even if you see all the Dota buff games in the world, all the pub profiles, you don't know what a team's thinking, what kind of research they've done, what kind of planning they do for a pro game, because pro games are very different. We saw Tinker. Tinker's, I reckon, pretty average in pubs, but they go with the Queen of Pain, and when in doubt, pick Quop.
Well, it didn't work too well in one of the series as well before, so maybe it's not a successful first pick if you don't know how to run it and you don't know what the matchup is going to be. But I guess that was also M11 they were facing, so maybe not the best test case for the overall Quop strength.
That is true. I mean, it's hard to gauge when your whole team collapses, not just the Queen of Pain. Like, Queen of Pain excels when you can gank lanes that are even, or lanes that are like close to death, like when you have those high volatility lanes, and Quop just comes in and blows them up. Mirana Mars.
Okay, that's a good lane. Strong lane. And versatile heroes for Gargoyle to kind of work around here, but I mean, Bane's on the board. You could just go Bane here.
You could. You could also go Grimstroke. I don't mind that. I actually like Grimstroke a lot with Queen of Pain, because you can. It doesn't really matter about the doubling up spells, but you can link them together and always guarantee the Sonic Wave's going to hit them both, because they can't run away, they can't blink, they can't do anything, and that way Quop can really just rail in the damage on these stationary targets.
And I guess you've still got... You could go for a call yourself here as well. I'm not sure. Is Quop still that position 3 hero that teams are trying? That felt like it fell off.
Players still try it. I didn't like it when it started, and I definitely don't like it now, but it still can work. Like, if you play it with an aggressive Pulse 4, I mean, something like a Shadow Demon could work, because you stack up those Shadow Poisons, Shadow Strike, and all of a sudden they can't lane that way.
That's good.
But I do really think it should be a bit clearer.
Well, save picks from Atomic Esports. They've got a save, they've got some damage, they've got Demonic Purge, they've got some ways to amp up some damage, and you've got some setup from Gargoyles. So they're going to be making as many plays as they possibly can. Good ways to go about it. I guess the bans are going to be kind of heroes that stop their strategies, and maybe Gargoyles is going to be trying to take away those Shadow Demon Classic partners.
Maybe. I mean, you've already got the Mirana, so I don't think you're super worried. I think it's going to be a fact of Gargoyle are going to, like, triple carry ban. So, like, don't be surprised to see a TB being sent to the wayside, maybe even a Medusa sent to the wayside. And Atomic Esports, they're banning the Lina, which is the renowned, I don't want to say counter, but favourable matchup against Queen of Pain mid.
Yeah. Tried and true. He'll survive it, and he might even win it.
Yeah. Gargoyle Esports are taking their time on the ban, though. So I'm always worried when I see someone take a time on the third ban of the game, because you've had the entire drafting phase, you see their pick, and then they ban, and then you get a chance to do so.
Tide? Actually not the hero I thought it would be.
Okay.
Annoying the game. Ravage is a cool counter initiation when you put the arena down.
I don't hate it, but I feel like
there's better options.
Tidehunter Shadow Demon isn't the strongest lane. Like, you don't really
Disruption in the Ravage.
True, but like anything into Ravage works. Anything.
Yeah.
I feel like Ravage into Ravage works. Like, just literally walking in and hitting the R button. It's such a massive spell.
It's too good. Well, I guess maybe they've seen some games from Atomic before that they know that they like to rely on it. I'm not exactly sure, but something has put it out here. Maybe the draft further on is just scared for the time. Is this maybe towards their carry? Somebody who can't exactly zone out a Tidehunter or gets bullied way too much about a Tidehunter.
Could be. Things like Wraith King don't deal well against. Spectre does a terrible job. There aren't many heroes that are scared of the Tidehunter because a lot of heroes just go to the jungle.
Pretty much.
Like, it's one of those, like, yeah, Tidehunter's in my lane. I'm just going to avoid you. You're going to push the lane under my tower. I'll get farm. You'll get yours. I'm a carry, so I'll live with this. Good luck, everyone else, because you can't build your BKBs.
Well, maybe Meepo?
I will pay money to see a Meepo pick. Before the patch comes out, if anyone picks Meepo, they are insane.
Legit question. Has anyone actually tried, is it the new shard or the Ags that they put in the last patch for a Meepo professional?
The Fling, or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Anybody?
Yes, and the problem with that is it means that you can't poof at the same time.
Okay.
So, like, you either do the poof damage or you do the... I don't know what it's called. I'm going to look it up. I haven't seen a Meepo in, like, 2 years, so you'll have to forgive me.
Nobody's seen a Meepo for 2 years.
It's called... Oh, it's just called Divided We Stand. They just upgrade it. They don't even give it a spell.
That's how much thought they put into it, so hey. That's cool. Maybe that next patch they'll make it work. They'll take a thing. They'll make it one of his natural abilities, and they'll put something else onto his shard or axe.
Well, my worry is they'd get rid of Ransack and give him another magic spell. And I feel like that would still make him terrible, because he can no longer lifesteal. And all of a sudden, he's just as bad for different reasons.
Cool, I'm going to build Vlad's on a Meepo. Just to give all my Meepos somewhat of lifesteal. That doesn't even work. Huh.
Speaking of, like, we were mentioning heroes and items that need to go. Like, Vlad's needs to come back. That that item was great, and now it's basically, like, relegated to Helm of the Overlord purchases only.
Well, yeah, you're right, 100%. It used to be something you rush, but right now a hero that I'm surprised we took so much time to get towards is Grimstroke for Gargoyle, a great 3 early pickup from them, and the band's Legion Commander Brewmaster helped that out so much as well.
Yeah, I really like this draft from Gargoyle so far, and the target offlane is quite curious. They have a lot of respect for Fiend here, and I think I've seen one Brood pick in competitive for quite some time, and they go with an Earth Spirit Pos 4, I'm guessing?
Yes. Is that hesitation make it a little bit awkward of a Pos 4, though?
I mean, I wouldn't hate it as an offlane.
Okay.
I think this is one of the few games where Earth Spirit with farm will do a lot of work. You've got 2 squishy supports. You've got a Mars that can't deal with you if you go BKB. But you go with a Terrorblade, so TB, Shadow Demon, pretty staple.
Yeah,
as
classic teamfight.
Support core duo.
You got the roll from the Earth Spirit, you got damage at the back, you got the Shadow Demon buff them up as top. So I'm liking what Atomic Esports. It's very standard, very stock standard overall. It seems like, yeah, you need an offlaner here, and the offlane has already been targeted by Gargoyles so much that your picking's probably not going to be that great. And I mean, you see the TB here. You've seen them ban Ember, Void, and Lena as well for the mid matchup. You've still got quite a few carries you could go for here.
That is true. I mean, their draft is so open-ended. I feel like, what do they need? I mean, I don't hate if they run the Wraith King and they go really fast-paced. I don't hate if they run something simple, even like a Nakes or a Jug or a Clinks or a Slark. All of those would be viable here.
Guess this is why we're using a reserve time, because we have so many things we could pick from.
And they also haven't decided who's going to mid.
That's true.
Like, this could be a Masters Quad matchup, which is not great, but definitely playable, because you've got the Spear, you can deal with that lane pretty easily, and it means you can't get really ganked by Earth Spirit. You can spear him or God's Rebuke him when he is rolling towards you. So that could be quite comfortable, especially because, like you said, 5th tier is comfortable doing it.
Brave King. And do they have the final pick here? No, they've got 9th here. So what would happen if they did that? Pick the best offlaner that Atomic Esports could kind of go for here. They got 2 more bands on the offlane. They get a pick they could steal out of it and make it the worst offlane pick for Atomic Esports as possible.
Oh, Atomic have the first pick out of last phase, so
Misread?
you could get the double ban. What's left? That's the thing.
Centaur, Beastmaster, Axe, Underlord.
You can get rid of Axe and Underlord if they pick those. I'm ready to pack it up. I'm ready to put all my little tokens on Gargoyle.
Okay,
I think
right.
I think Underlord is a hero right now. Unfortunately, it's just not it.
Ooh, Venno.
Well, Venno could be fun. I like Centaur. It gives them a way to manage the fight when Mars tries to jump in. You use that Stampede. All of a sudden, you can turn the fight with BKBs quite comfortably. Invoker ban? So they think it's an offlane Queen of Pain.
But
This is quite curious.
I'm about to say, even if it's offlane Queen of Pain, does Invoker even fit into their draft?
Oh, not really, but Puck ban. Okay, Atomic Esports, by the way, have banned their entire ban list is mid heroes.
Alright.
They have 7 mid bans.
That's one way of doing the middle.
Yeah, I only just registered that. I was like, oh, OD's a bit of a flex. Oh, yeah, Kunkka's a bit of a flex. Lena, that makes sense against Pop. Ember, okay. Void Spirit, I guess. And then they go Tinker, Puck, and Pugna. Are they just forcing a Storm Spirit pick for Gargoyle? Like, what's left in the mid pool? Leshrac, Storm.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of them. I'm just thinking Fifia is sitting there with a big old smile on his face going, I'm playing Mars. I'm playing Mars. You've banned all these heroes and I'm just playing Mars. Suckers.
In that sense, though, the offlane pool we talked about, it's pretty low as well. It's pretty lackluster. And it's a shame because I really want to see Brewmaster get played. I think Brew is a really strong hero in the meta right now that no one's playing. I
actually like it. I actually do like that. That's cool. That's a hero we don't see anymore, but yeah. Alright, Omni Knight.
There's a reason.
Because he's so good, that's why. He's too good to play.
He is. I am ready to be wrong.
Cool.
But Omni Knight is a bottom 5 hero in the game. And Sankey... Okay, that's a pick that makes sense. That's a stun hero. They've got a really fast-paced lineup. Sanking Grim or Sanking Mirana, both a strong lane. Actually, you know what? All of their lanes are strong on Gargoyle.
But when you factor in the Omni Knight, who can purge off and heal most of that damage, how do you feel about it?
What are you purging off?
I'm thinking about... It's a Dispel. It's a Dispel. Slight. Heavily Grace.
My problem is...
Yeah.
What does Guardian Angel do in this game? It stops Wraith King from hitting you. Wraith King's entire spiel is he blinks, stuns, hits you once, and you die. You're not defending that.
But think about his shard. It can reduce the damage.
I can't wait to see Omni Knight work. But goddamn, I think it's a terrible hero. I think it's like one of the worst heroes in the game. It's up there with Lone Druid for unplayable.
Oh man, I love Lone Druid. But I also love Omni Knight. I'm backing Atomic Esports all the way. I don't even care about thinking about how the draft is going to work. I just see an Omni Knight win. Just win. Just straight up win. Confidence. The confidence you have to pick that as your final pick here.
That's true. I mean, the big thing is Terrorblade's going to be unstoppable, right? Like if you put Repel on him, you put the Purge, you put a healer. Like jokes aside,
he'll live.
It's actually a really good pick for Terrorblade because his one issue is he doesn't have health. But goddamn, you are relying everything on Terrorblade. It's like they watch the anime. They're like, Terrorblade, he's the big villain. We're just gonna pick him and buff him up.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely worried for Atomic Esports because they put all their eggs in one basket.
Well, I guess we get the game on the way. We get to see the draft. We get to see the action, everything. So I'm hoping Atomic Esports can do it. I really am hoping. And hopefully Gargoyle with their much... Okay, to be fair, easier draft to play. It seems like they've got a much easier way of playing. You put the arena down, you stun whoever follows through. Easy kills all day for them. So maybe Gargoyles have the easy way of playing it, but the smart way of playing it. That's all on this Omni Night.
Oh, look, I can't wait. I can't say anything, but I'm genuinely curious to see a core Omni Knight.
I do like the Immortal, though. The new Immortal he got. That looks pretty cool.
I've never seen it, because I've never seen it in the game. I'm not kidding. Like, I've never seen this Immortal set.
Actually, Apollo, stun. Stun, on the stun, on the stun, onto no stun from Sand King. Doesn't have the skill or anything, and they get first blood already. Gargoyles on the board.
Yeah,
and a ward.
And they get the D ward as well.
Okay.
How many stuns did they level? 3?
Oh wait, one stun on Omni Knight, who has heavily Grace, going to heal it off and purge and try and run away. The stuns are going to be a little bit slower now. There's no more control they've got, and Fiend is going to survive this entire thing. Ahio already blocking off the small camp though, so they get even more advantages out of this. So Gargoyles playing this early game so well. The runes haven't even spawned yet. They've got kills, they've got D-wards, they've got blocked camps, and they're forced out abilities even from the Omni Knight.
And you know what? I take it all back. Omni Knight's a Chad.
Nice.
Only Omni Knight could survive that game. Because, for whatever reason, it's 50% status resistance at level 1.
Hell
Doesn't get any better, but level 1, that's strong.
Doesn't get any worse. But damage on Chucky. He's going to be trying to run out of here, but we've got some rolls coming up and some ways to dodge. Stun back on the Service Group, but the roll 2 seconds. Can connect, has to walk on the high ground. Nice play from Apollo, just gone slightly to the left. So he connects straight with this Rave King and gets so much damage on him that he's just going to go back and actually get punished more than Fiend did at the start. Fiend had to use a little bit of mana here, but he hasn't had to use any of his regen.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, he is an Omni Knight, he's going to go to the Soul Ring, so regen's not the biggest issue, in my opinion, in this lane. It will just come down to, can they pressure Chucky from actually, like, not just AFK farming the lane and then going into the jungle with the skeletons.
Well, a little bit of pressure coming out. Range creep is wanted, range creep is denied, but it's all good as bottom lane. It is meta into Sandstorm Sand King, so last hits are going to be nice and breezy. Kind of for both these cores here as the supports. Yep, they're duking out. Grims on NWP, just trying to get that disruption into some sacks and punishing up this Mirana, who can't jump away. Potentially is going to be dead, depending on which way they run, and with some little bit of vision. Oh.
Wow,
actually
really?
surviving? No way. What? No way! Alright. Actually survives.
Quap's not even reacting.
Doesn't
Lewis
have
could have
blink.
come across and got the kill.
Oh, that's what you get. Don't get paid if you're not watching the map. And right now, NWP made so much space, but at least Sand King's one, the hero who does not care about his fall.
That is true. I mean, especially because he hasn't really been bullied. He has 4 denies. Don't ask me how he got 4 denies against a metamorphed target. But that's the state of this lane.
Just pushing out, keeping it in. No sentries here on the Shadow Demon either, so you can't even stop him from doing it. Stacks as well already done by Mirana. Nice efficient play. Top lane, we are cutting waves already, killing couriers. Atomic are going ham in the top lane, but Gargoyles doing just the same in theirs.
This is hilarious. Like, you have Fiend diving towers as a level 2 Omni Knight.
Ooh, nice
you know what? Maybe people should pick it more as bot lane. Asta?
Maybe NWP also is caught and reflection ain't gonna reflect much on your own depth as you go into the ground, and NWP finally dead. But Asta going first is a big win for Candy Loon. Oh, and top lane. Hello. Roll in the middle. Inkspell's there, but it's a 50% status reduction, so Fiend's gonna go back to hitting you. But that's kind of all he can do, as Lonely Chuck is gonna come in, just smash down Apollo and get 1 kill for himself, as Omni Knight just needs to walk away.
Yeah. Unfortunately, core Omni Knight uses a couple levels into Degen Aura, so it doesn't actually have that heal more often than not. And it really hurts when you see ganks like that, and you actually can't help your support win the fight.
Do you think that he needs purification in this lane? If you're playing it like this, Earthspirit is going to roll in, so he kind of does need to heal on top of Fear. Okay, that's the entire strategy around it. You kill the Earth Spirit so he just rolls mid and blows away the Mars.
Yeah, and perfect timing as well. Like, there's a whole wave under tower. I'm surprised Lewis isn't pushing it under to make sure there's a bunch of those creeps that disappear before the Mars gets back into lane. But either way, couple free last hits. No real issue here.
Double dagger. Actually, it looks like he's going for the classic build too. Usually I've seen Scream of Pain kind of max, no matter what, but he's going back for the daggers.
Is he? How many levels? Two?
Just two. I'm surprised. Yeah, okay. He's done the balance build at least, but still 2 points in dagger, a little bit of damage, food for fear moving forward. Actually takes some pressure spit to keep him back, but these mids are manning up, and Apollo, he's already heading back.
Yeah, and if they're not careful here, Lewis is going to blink and steal the rune, and top side, you've got Apollo ready to pounce, and I feel like Fafia could get baited here and die again.
Hopefully they know, because they did have a ward that caught him walking there, so they should know where he is. Ohio is actually going to get a pull-off, it seems, as well. So Fiend, well, he is getting last hits. In fact, he is outlast hitting this Wraith King so far, 17-6 versus a 13-5 with no points in purification.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Heavenly Grace is 18 strength, which for Omni Knight is 18 damage. That means he's hitting over 100, and then he's got the Quelling Blade on top. I'm not surprised he's winning the matchup farm-wise, but obviously he did give away a kill, or rather his support gave away a kill.
But hey, things are going right. In fact, all these cores are having a pretty reasonable time. No one's getting completely shut down. Lewis in this mid lane, I mean, he's having a great time, but this is kind of what you pick this matchup into. Fufafia knows this is how this lane's going to go.
Yeah, and I'm surprised no one's stacking for him. So, like, the big thing with Mars is he can take stacks quite easily. Not Ancients, but he can take hard, medium camps pretty quickly. It's maybe 2 spears, 1 run rebuke, and they're not really committing for it.
Wraith King rolls, puts the skeletons down, that's a nice little block. Stroke of Fate's going to be there, but the Fiend is still going to hit him. Inkswell's going to be there. Heavenly Grace, I believe, runs out as the time goes. No, just survives long enough, forcing Jockey all the way back to his town, forcing selves out from Ohio, who's trying to keep some lane equilibrium going. And I guess the flip side as well, this Wraith King almost died bottom just before, picking up some raindrops just to survive, but Grims is doing so much work right now, keeping NWP as far away from this lane as he possibly can.
Yeah, and I am outstanding at Candyloon right now. He's winning a 1v1 matchup into the Terrorblade because, like you said, support's dead in the mid lane.
Ohio even coming, actually trying to secure rune. It's top, DD rune is secured actually by Apollo, so Lewis getting out of it, but yeah, Grims is dead and Candyloon still by himself. Not scared. 10 many last hits, so much damage, but TB still does hit like a truck.
That is true. He's low on the mana though, and he needs to be careful because Candyloon's he's holding a level, and that level could just be the surprise epicenter. Especially if you're not paying attention, you get hit by an arrow. The epicenter is going to kill you quite quickly.
Oh, mid lane, Ohio is sneaking around, putting some vision on high ground. Not trying to get a kill, but I guess he doesn't have a silence, so he can't exactly secure it. And instead, he's heading down bottom to gank up this TV as NWP. Going to try and pressure him up with some pulls, putting him into a bad position. But Grims, I think he's just going to take another gank for his TB, which is, it's a big win for TB, but Atomic Esports, they are still slowly giving these kills away. Let's say that.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. You force 3 to actually get this kill, which is it's kind of a victory almost.
Well, 7 minutes in, top net worth. Everyone else comfortable in Gargoyle Esports. Both teams are comfortable, right? They're not too scared about it. I know TB. I'm surprised he hasn't hit the jungle even earlier, but he's survived this lane, only dying once, and that was with him kind of a little bit of an overextension there.
Yeah, a very early death as well. I mean, the big issue is going to be who comes down bot lane to defend this tower. Shadow Demon, he's got 2 levels in the Shadow Poison, but they're on your tower already. So it's like almost too late to come and prep and slow down the push. So this tower could be going down very quickly.
It is sinking though.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad.
It's more the creeps than sinking, but you're right, sinking. This is not a fun push for him.
But 3 heroes in mid lane might be a little bit fun. With Lewis, already uses DD to farm stacks. Okay, we've got some stacks coming up. Apollo is on the mission. As long as they are not stolen by anybody on Gargoyle. Like, say, the Mars who can farm. NWP already getting some jungle stacks. Wraith King going. And Fiend, He's just been farming up, feeling strong through fear. Can he find himself? The Omni Knight, Heavenly Grace is going to be there. Must survive long enough. Roll's going to be there and trying to connect on into it. But he's got himself the point and Guardian Angel, and he is just walking away like a champ. I say that, 3 seconds away for a spear coming out. Just needs to be able to juke it, and he can't do it, but maybe he can get himself through for fear. Instant TP out, running away, double kill in the end for Gargoyle Esports. Both Spirit and Omni Knight going down, a lot being used, but it pays off big for Gargoyle.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, Atomic, they're trying to use that space to take those stacks you talked about, coming in meta, using it, and you can see his network's very quickly catching up on Asta. But right now, Fufafia is full phase boots completed, Blink going to be next, and it's going to be a rapid Blink because he is that mid lane after all.
Just going to rush it. And Quap has still Sonic Wave to use. I mean, awkward TP top trying to get something out of it, but didn't get much, but still has the ability to go for if you want to find for it, but both our calls. Brave King is hitting up these jungle stacks, and he's going to get super fat, super fast, as long as he has the skeletons to do it, so this part's a little bit awkward, but I'm sure eventually he'll be able to get one of these last hits.
Yeah, he's got the free Blade Mail, in fairness, so like, it's not as slow as it looks. Again, an item that needs to probably have a few things tweaked about it.
We can bring the Iron Talon back instead, it's fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, number one, why is Chip Vest just as useful on ranged heroes?
That's true. Yeah, that is true. Usually it's like half as effective, but no, it's full effective.
It's the little things you notice.
Yeah.
Mid lane, by the way, Fafia and Lewis are having a bit of a field day here.
Daggers damage for Fafia Arena. Bottom lane, off lanes on off lanes as Ohio is waiting for Heavenly Grace, I think, to go down before they try to get the stun. Yep, Inkswell comes in, Epicenter going to be used, and no purification means there is no Omni Knight as he is blown away for the second time.
Yeah, look, I can't say I'm surprised that the solo Omni Knight is getting bullied. I feel like that's the way I remember this hero in the meta when it was played, and I'm glad to see nothing's changed.
Stars kick, roll comes in, a little bit awkward, but Morana is going to survive because they stacked their stuns, roll went in, Disruption stopped it, and now it seems like both these supports are about to die. Self being used by Grimm's, trying to get the movement speed to run away. Windlace can only do so much as Lewis finally arriving, going for Ohio instead, and Fufafia making a TP, and they can see it. Sonic Wave, awkward, doesn't hit Candyloo. The roll from Apollo stopped moving forward, but they do at least get Ohio for now. Fufafia pops the arena down, Fiend is back, wanting to pop the Guardian's Angel, does, and now we're charging forward to see what we can find. Candyloo still under the tower, needs some more vision to find him, needs some more sentry, some dust. There we go, pop some dust out of it, but we need some more damage to go with it. The silence to roll in, beautiful play from Apollo, but the kick is not enough damage as we can take it through with the hood. Candyloo has already picked up, and Fufafia with the Arcane Rune is looking to get the slow, get the damage, and get the kill on this Omni Knight again, or you can back on out, feel like a champ, and have a great fight for Gargoyles.
Yeah, great fight where they commit almost everything. Asta obviously not showing up to that fight, and unsurprisingly, Lonely Chucky's doing the same. He's got the armlet completed, by the way. So nice. These two cores, they're both farming up really well here, catching back into the game, and the big downside is Sonic Wave only managed to clip one there, so they only got one kill with that big rotation.
Well, I mean, is the situation favouring more the Wraith King than the TB, though, or are we kind of cool with this carry matchup?
I would prefer to play the Wraith King here, just because it's going to be a bit faster, and like the rest of your lineup suits that fast gameplay.
Cool.
So you can combo well with your team. Where, like we said in the draft, TB, he's kind of reliant on having Heavenly Grace put on him in every fight.
Oh, Lewis is pushing mid. They're setting up with a smoke around it. Mirana's going to pull the creeps back, and Apollo might go in, but Gargoyles, same point of time. They've got their own smoke set up. So you get the Mirana here, you get the kick, you get the damage, you get the kill. But we are scoping out this TB, or changing our mind, and going to kill this Earth Spirit instead. Smoke is breaking Apollo. Okay, Grims instead will be stunned by the blink reveal of the Sand King with Stroke Fate. Will get the kill, and the moment the sun's coming out, we might find Apollo on top. Asa in a very awkward position. He's in the middle of the arena, and with a Soulbind, he is stuck in, but he is manning up and ready to fight. We've got ourselves a Burrow Truck. Epicenter is not going to actually get pumped on out here, but Sunder is there for TB if they want to fight. Lonely Chucky doesn't have the mana for reincarnation, and Fufafia just needs one extra tick of damage to die, but they both survived in the end. So close to dying. The TP could have got burst down there if only Epicenter come up, but same for that Mars and the Rave King. Everyone's surviving, but we're still fighting because the meta's still up. Moonlight going to move on in with the Moonlight Shadow and try and get close enough. But there we go. Heavenly Grace comes out. Reflection is going to be on top of him, but there's a disruption save to dodge the Ink Scroll, and maybe Rave King will die, but he will be back. But was to follow through, there's no arena yet. 45 seconds, Rave King has to run. Sunder back to full HP, and now Asta is cleaned up, and tips are going to be flying in too, as Atomic Esports bait out Gargoyle to keep on fighting, and they finally take him down.
Yeah, it is a shame to see. It felt like that fight, they thought Candy Loon was there, because I feel like if Candy Loon's there with that Epicenter, it's a 5-man wipe. Like, it's Atomic, they're all dead, but unfortunately, Gargoyle not on the same page, not all ready to fight, and it really does show that you might have a million stuns, but Omni Knight can just dispel one, and that turns the tides.
Finally, the 1 point in Purification too, so he can heal on top of the damage. The man's now got offensive capabilities too. He's truly finally become that offlaner.
Oh, I mean, the offensive capabilities will be if he goes to level 10 base damage. 50 base damage or the Heavenly Grace HP regen. He's going to be a pro. He's going to actually build support items, I think.
Smoke on 3, going to be thrown out. Grims, yep, cool, alright. Epicenter? Not going to be used. Thank God. Cancels it, sees his only Shadow Demon, is like, yep, that's cool, not going to waste it. Apollo can hang on out, and they're just feeding away the Shadow Demon to make sure that everybody else is fine about it. TB is going to send some more illusions top to farm out a little bit, but we're not giving away any big kills for Gargoyle Esports and slowing down that snowball. Fufafia wanted to reveal his Blink Dagger before, and now they're going to know about it next fight.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, the big takeaway is they're actually still looking for Asta here. They've got great vision on this high ground triangle, and they should know that he's farming up here. They see the illusions in the lane in a second, and he has a TP, but Mirana's on top of it.
Ooh. Oh no, nighttime comes into play, but in the river the fight's going to come out as Lewis is going to get silenced, but we've already got ourselves the Heavenly Grace on the Earth Spirit if you want to keep these fights here, but we're just going to disengage and let it go out. Asta given a free way out of that lane, ready to TP any lane he wants to go. They're already scanning if they need to go, and Atomic Esports, they're playing this so safe, but it isn't actually costing them a thing. They're making some space, but same way on the other side, that space is still being used by this Rave King to finish up that Blink Dagger.
Is he rushing the Blink? We've seen
like
so many times being baited, thinking, yeah, they'll go Blink, and then they build the Deso. I think this is a Blink Dagger game. They need to get on the backline and blow someone up. Fufafia, by the way, he's got a Desolator queued. So they have 2 Desos queued on Chucky and Fufafia.
That's a lot of anti-armor. If you get them on target, they're gonna be cleaned, but it looks like they want to go for Lewis here. If he shows, they should be able to get the silence.
Oh, they went a bit early.
Whoops. How greedy is Lewis? Does he go for a second wave? No,
Surely
it's
not.
cool.
They might look at top lane instead.
Candy Loon wanting to go for Asta, real Asta, but we're actually going to be finding out everyone's rotating top, so TB gets the hell out of there, and instead they give away the Shadow Demon again. Exactly what Atomic wants, but they're going to roll in as well, trying to find Fufafia. A little too short to actually connect onto it. Asta is actually showing his real TV, but they're running back, not taking advantage, for thinking that they're baiting out something, but Lewis really isn't even in position to kind of take advantage of it, even if they do.
Yeah, that is true. I'm very surprised by that. Like, they prep the A center, they cancel it, they get Grims, and props to Atomic. They're really making sure if someone's getting picked off the map, it's the supports.
Uh-oh.
As it's probably going to happen again here.
No, nothing happens. They tried, but Blink, 7 seconds though. If he can guess perfectly, maybe he can get this done. Ohio might find actually Asta running back. Apollo's going to be there. Illusion's going to come out. We've got Sentry going down, and still nothing. We can find ourselves the Grimstroke. Get silence and a roll just goes through. You can't break the actual animation of the silence, but maybe you can break the Grimstroke instead as the illusions surround him and kill him anyway. So maybe not the initiation you want, but you still kind of got a kill out of it.
A very important kill as well. Like, it may not sound like it, but slowing down the game of the Grimstroke, slowing down Ohio, means he's not going to get the Ags Scepter. And I don't know if you've seen an Ag Scepter against the Terrorblade.
It's pretty dirty.
But that stolen Metamorph is scary. Like, it hits for pure damage, basically, has more movement speed, it's magic immune, and it'll run through your team so quickly.
Totally rushing it, but I guess that means Atomic Esports, they have their own timing to abuse if they want to, but they are kind of playing passive. They're still stacking agents, they're still feeding up the CB, they're working towards... It seems like he wants Skadi and Satanic before they do try anything.
Yeah, I don't blame him, honestly. I think that it's... The state of the game right now is Wraith King built the Blink, so he's really early game focused. And he's probably going to go like a BKB or something after the fact as well. So they've got a window here. If they delay the game enough, Terrorblade will be able to solo carry with that Heavenly Grace put on his head.
Smoke breaking. Need some real heroes to break it, but so far we're farming. We need to reveal something. Moonlight Shadow's going to be there. Probably know that. It is a Shadow Demon special. Giving up his life to beat up one kill. But Pole's actually going to TP on in to maybe get some. Silence going to miss everything through Fear. Might be found. Does get the arena off, but Fiend's in the middle of it. Does get a Heavenly Grace to keep the Surf Spirit alive. Magnetized using Fear with no way to purge it off. He is definitely going to be there, but Candyloon, he gets the epicenter on the target he wants. Silence comes out, just needs a Sunder, just needs a target to Sunder, but the arrow is going to keep him in place, but he is still alive. Wraith King not going to let him live for too long as he crits him down, kills him out as Fiend is going to chase him down and break down that reincarnation. Will come back for round 2, will blink away as Omni Knight doesn't exactly do any tick damage, but still a higher. He might get found at first. Soulbind on back, arrow going to be hitting Omni Knight in the face. Grims has respawned too as Wraith King just needs to run himself. So far, we've got 2 kills. One on TV, fantastic. One on Grims, onto Grims on the Shadow Demon. Alright, been giving it away, but Food for Fear are high when all these abilities being used to get it. That's honestly not too bad, it seems, for either one of these teams.
Yeah, it's a very even trade. I think it's 100 gold to Gargoyle, but 100 XP to Atomic. So,
alright.
All in all, pretty much as close to a negligible team fight as you can get. The one disadvantage being Terrorblade not farming is going to hurt because Wraith King now gets to farm.
Gets big AB. It seems to be pretty big and very important. And even Earth Spirit as well. He's kind of fallen off his items quite a bit. He's trying to get Spirit Vessel, but he hasn't exactly had too clean of a way to build his items, find some kills. He's been reacting more than he's been trying to set up some plays.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, at the end of the day, their draft is always going to be, can Terrorblade take us to the promised land? Can Terrorblade solo carry us? So, the fact that your supports are underfarmed isn't the end of the world. Like, the big question mark will be NWP. Is he going to get the Ags in time? Is he going to get that extra bit of magic damage? Because that could be a huge bonus for Gargoyle here.
I'm forcing out mid lane, farming. Seems like tower defense is very important for Atomic. They are always defending these tier 1 towers.
I mean, especially the mid tower. You need to keep a presence around Roche, especially with a Wraith King. We've seen how quickly Wraith King can take these Roshans if given that extra little bit of space.
Oh yeah. We've seen Rams do it himself really quickly. When his entire team is doing something else, and even Gargoyles, they're doing something else right now. They're farming up their items. They're getting those BKBs, Destillators, and the items they need. Candy Loot had a fantastic game to Sand King as well. Blink's epicenters have been pretty clean. Gonna have Boots of Travel on top, or does he actually need to rush a Lotus Orb at this point? It seems like it might be a little bit too greedy to go Boots of Travel when you need that extra way of purging, especially in these fights that may happen around the Roche pit.
Yeah, not just the purge, stopping the Sun target as well. Like, you won't have a BKB on Fufufi. And a lot of the time he's sundering whoever's just near him, and Roche is going to be free here, just quietly.
Yeah, no one's seeing it, no one's reacting it. It's Omni Knight sitting beside it, Heavenly Grace again, and it really does way too much damage to really stop it, and hey, that's cool. That's space. That's kind of time that Wraith King would have loved to have the Aegis to push with.
I mean, this is huge. Atomic Esports, they're delaying the game. Like, yeah, sure, Lonely Chucky's going to have BKB, and Candy Loon, I mean, I assume Boot to Travel so we can split push a lot. But they're really not getting value out of the map. So this Aegis, they'll wait for the Metamorph, and then they'll just go again in 90 seconds. They might even just use the Aegis to farm and put some map pressure on the side of Gargoyle.
Yeah. BKBs, Shard coming up for Quap. Apollo is 700 gold away from his Spirit Vessel. Looks like smoke situation though from Atomic. They are all manning up in this mid lane, smoking off, not on the vision. Gonna be probably scouted by this Mirana, which is great for Gargoyle, Moonlight Shadow, jump to the low ground, all good for them.
Yeah, and they proc 2. So it's not the end of the smoke gang, but they're not really going to find anyone. And the worst part about this is you actually have Lewis on the top lane looking for a kill. He might just find Ohio here.
That's cool. That stops the accept, it stops the blink, and Sonic Wave having to be committed to do it too.
He forgot to silence.
Ooh.
I don't think it saves him, but he forgot to Phantom's Embrace.
Might give him a couple seconds. Which is probably all he needed, because the Sonic Wave was the only way that he would have got that kill too, so hey. Just too many spells, too much to look at, and with Apollo TPing in, maybe it would have made him anything, but still, it's something that he just needs to do, and I don't know. Would Ohio be thinking more that my life is worthless, Sonic Wave being on cooldown's much more important?
True, but I feel like there's never a downside to committing that extra spell. Mid lane, by the way, NWP is watching Fiend farm the lane. They're very hesitant to actually look for a fight here on Gargoyle.
Well, I mean, you see the Omni Knight there, you're scared of what he can do, and no stun's gonna last on him. It's almost impossible. Actually, does Yules have to purge Heavenly Grace as well?
I think it's a softer spell, so it should.
Cool. Okay, cool.
Don't hold me to that, because again, I haven't seen Omni Knight in a game of Dota this side of 2020.
Man, it's 2022. It's a brand new year, brand new way of playing Dota, and right now we're just going to blow away Grims again. It's the same way we always say team fights. Heavenly Grace, Guardian's Angel, all the purges you've got, and now you need the damage to follow through, and TB can do it unless you're spinning him up for now. Candy Lou does actually get a Burrow Truck, which means in roll, lands on the Lonely Chucky instead, and with the damage he's trying to armor toggle away, I'm not sure he can survive too long, but the reincarnation will give him a round 2. Candy Lou popping up the epicenter, ready to go forward, but we've got to remember, we've got the Aegis onto this TB. You've got to try and keep him back. Lewis will be found. Food for Fear is in the area with the spear and the control they've got. Apollo will be too late with big heavies. They're not going to be stunning this Rave King long enough. Needs some rolls, needs some slow, needs some damage as the meta is still lasting. The Aegis is still up. They haven't actually killed this CP yet, but they are isolating him out. Fiend is in the middle. He's got full HP. He's down to half HP. He's got no more spells he can cast because he's got no way to do it because he's stunned beautifully by Gargoyles who take down 4 of them, and they don't actually touch the Aegis. They don't take the Aegis, but who cares when you've killed so many heroes around him?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the draft. It's Terrorblade versus the world. But what happens when Terrorblade runs out of meta and runs out of mana? He just walks away, and they just target everyone. They did commit the buyback, however. So they did commit the buyback on Ohio, I believe, in the middle of that fight. But still, you traded 4 for 1 against an Aegis target. You have to consider that a huge victory, even if it was without the Scardy on Asta.
And I assume at this point, Asta is just going to queue up that BKB, because if your damage is stopped from one Yule Scepter from NWP and another Yule Scepter from Candy Loon, you've got to invest in that magic immunity.
Yep, and as you were halfway through that sentence, he actually queued it up.
Hell yeah. Alright. Silphar item away. Oh, okay. Reflection. I don't know if you want to try this, but Ohio... Okay, X-Fall damage is physical, slow Scardy, just gonna dodge it, and Spear comes out, damage comes in, Apollo connects with it, and there's your team, so everybody else runs around it. But Gargoyle is still getting information on the area, and Wraith King, he's still farming up that map. Like, he does a lot of damage himself, and with a Nullifier on top, Omni Knight is looking like a bottom 5 hero if he picks that up.
Ah, yes, the Nullifier is what makes him bottom 5. That's what I wasn't thinking about. Not the fact that the hero is trash.
See?
I mean, I gotta give it to Fiend. He's making 0-3-3 on the kill feed look like he has a high impact.
You get me? Having a full snap fight. TP comes out. Cool, 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 cool. Well, okay, what would you say about his shard, though? Do you like the new shard that they gave him because the old shard was not picked up by anybody, and then the new shard was also not picked up by anybody?
This is the problem I have with a lot of defensive supports. A, they're bad at the meta, and B, they get... Oh, Candyland's prepping for Grims, by the way. He might just get the kill.
Almost episoted. Then he saw it was Shadow Demon. Like, yeah, no.
Yeah, so with these garbage shards, like, they're a support. Their job is to heal and be defensive. Why give him a shard that whacks people? Like, you're just encouraging 2K MMR players to play the heroes wrong. And there's nothing that's going to change my mind about it.
Alright, well, we've got this game to change your mind about it. So
But
hopefully
he's not
Fiend-
building it though. Like he's playing properly.
If
He's
this
actually
game goes
building
70
defensive
minutes, he's
items.
gonna build it. He'll either get it free from Roche, or he'll buy it.
I genuinely don't think he's gonna get it. If the game goes to 70, he still won't have it, and I'd put money on that. He'd buy the Ags, he'd buy a refresher, he'd buy an Octarine, and I don't know if he's ever getting 20,000 gold. That's the thing.
Alright. Well, right now, we've got a 5-man smoke from Gargoyle. We've got the best target in the game to find, who is not on the ward vision, but we will be walking high ground into Candyloon. Will be found by Candyloon, stunned, controlled, and destroyed by Gargoyles, and that's what you want. Apollo regretted that role completely. Every day of his life, he will regret that role as he just comes down into a world of pain. Fiend, he will also regret his TP into this base as we are just running everyone down somehow as they just get arenaed, killed, and 3 dead so fast as nobody wanted to take any of those fights.
Yeah, I mean, you said they found the best hero in the game, and once he goes down, the net worth between him and Quap might be close. The net worth between Quap and literally everyone else on Atomic is quite scary. How far behind the 3 supports are, we're going to call it.
Alright, cool. Well, what can we do with it? As long as we have a little space, maybe Lewis can get something. He's got a BKB, like, he's got Sonic Wave in 55 seconds. He's got a Shard, which seems to be super valuable. And Fear, okay, he's got his own BKB. Ravenkin's got his own BKB. Candyloon doesn't. Has to use the yields defensively at this point, so we have some targets that maybe Quap can abuse.
That is true. I mean, he's going to have a Lotus very soon. I think he's only about 600 gold away from it, so he won't be too scared of that. NWP, by the way, is building an Aetherlex. So he's prepping to throw long range arrows and get the Yules off. And they found Apollo.
Like this
Should
long
be a
range
freebie.
arrow? Cool. As you do. Mega kill streak. Just too much control at this point. And Earthspirit is not going to have a BKB anytime soon. It seems like he kind of desperately needs one.
Yeah, this is one of those games where you need so many items, and unfortunately your map's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. He's only 600 away, but it feels like Gargoyle have hit their timing. That they just want to kill anyone in sight, and so far they've been pretty successful in doing that.
Shut him back in their base. Wraith King is comfortably pushing this bottom tower. Blitzblinking back, just baiting around. He's forcing Lewis back, like, just in case. Lewis cannot out-push a Wraith King, who's now gone top, to take all this farm he can freely get and pick up the Nullifier, pick up the AC, keep on farming, and maybe this is the fight that they want because they know that the Wraith King has gone out of it. Silence and Kick is great, but the arena's even better. Spear comes out, BKB is going to be there, and with the Yule Scepter, Sonic Wave will finish him off, but Food for Fear, he's just going to TP out in front of your face, and Candyloon, he is going to be trying to actually stun in the middle of Roche by rolling forward into the Wraith King. So Earth Spirit, instead of getting the kill, feeds his life away to Lonely Chucky, who blinks away like a champ with gold and now an AC on top of it.
Yeah, and I kind of like this switch. So, like, they've got the double Yules, so he went the AC, realizing that they don't need the Nullifier to do the Purge anymore. But they're going to take the fight anyway, and I feel like Ass is just going to get avoided here.
Let's see what happens, as Grims is dead, but Grims always dies, so High also going to even it up. Disruption will save for a moment, but Chucky gets a stun and kills him up, but goes on in and out of it. Dust being purged, Sentry's going to be there, but the Guardian's Angel a little bit awkward as we are just kiting and killing Lewis, who wasn't kind enough to get his own Guardian Angel. Has to blink away aggressively. Bulwark is going to be doing some damage as Fear is just manning up against his TB, who's trying to get behind him, but can't do it as Fear keeps on readjusting around him. This is some master tier Mars play that allows him to survive long enough so the BKB is done, but Heavenly Grace is still there. 2 dead. About to respawn. NWP is coming on in with his own Moonlight Shadow, and I don't know how long you want to be here as a TB whose meta is about to run out, but I think now you want to evacuate and not get hit by the arrow. Fiend doesn't care too much though.
I kind of like this. Like, all jokes aside on how this hero pick is, Fiend is playing this exceptionally well. Like, he's just doing everything he can to keep Astra alive. He got the first kill on the board with that Purification burn, and you could tell how strong Astra is. He's got the Solar Crest, the Heavenly Grace. All of a sudden, he's got another like 5-6 grand worth of items on his back, and we know what Terrorblade can do.
Just needs to hit that level 25, make sure they can hit even faster, even maybe get the shard. seems like it's a pretty good Shard, or even Ag's game as well.
I think the Ags is more likely. The Shard is in a weird spot where it should be good, but it doesn't help your combo, if that makes sense. Like, once you meta, they run away from you anyway, so, like, more attack speed doesn't solve that.
This is, aggressive. Okay, cool. Not gonna actually commit for it. Lewis isn't even in the area, just in case a fight broke out. Like, he couldn't respond quick enough around this, so... I don't know,
and they know too.
Moving in. Gonna send some illusions in, thank God for Shadow Demon, but can they respond out of this? Because it looks like they're just gonna bait it, kick it around, try and slow it down, but this is just a mess of a goddamn fight as illusions go in, skeletons go back. Asta is walking in the middle of the river and is now going to hit the Roche himself as more illusions are trying to be dealt with by this Wraith King.
Yeah, this is a standoff where I feel like with the blinks on your side, Gargoyle are the first ones to jump in. They are.
Stun on Shadow Demon again. Try to get the Heavenly Grace going down to all everything got, but Big Heavy is going to be on top of this. Moving forward, meta is there, but needs to hold long enough so he gets the most effect out of it. Sonic Wave in the back kills Ohio, but Lonely Chucky very low himself. Kick keeps him back. Stun comes out, but TB's dead before he used meta. Oh god. That is not what we want to see, as Apollo needs to run out. Sun's going to be there with the arrow. He's going to be dodged, but he can't dodge the right clicks and the damage from NWP. A Fiend will get out though, but no... Not the same thing for both the Earth Spirit and the TB, who have just opened up Roche, opened up towers, and really, that's a disaster for Atomic Esports.
Yeah, Gargoyle, they've got all these Blink Daggers, they need to be the ones to jump on, so for Atomic Esports, they weren't quite ready for the triple Blink Dagger squadron, and it pays off for Gargoyle, because now they're going to get the Roshan, and it should be uncontested, and I don't know, who do you give the Shard to? I guess Mars? So we can get the double spear impales?
That seems right. Ooh, Grimstroke with the healing and damage, maybe?
I think Mars, just because a lot of the time Omni Knight's sitting on top of Asta, and if you can get both of them, one of them won't be Heavenly Grace, so at least you'll get a kill on one or the other.
Well, building's about to be taken, as it seems like Gargoyle are ready to charge. TB is 3 seconds away, but does have meta when they come up to. So this will be a fight that we can take if we are Atomic Esports, but we're just going to defend, slow down, and push, as right now Gargoyle are also split on their side.
That is true, and we're on item watch at the moment. I talked about Ohio's Ags. This man is going first item Ags. It's 35 minutes into the game, GTH.
Get those Ags.
He's almost got it.
He's almost got it, but he will not have it as he's dead.
Only another 150 gold delayed from that death.
He'll be back with vengeance. Omni Knight also just picked up an Octarine core. Like, even more heals, shields, everything he needs to kind of keep his cores alive, so hopefully that'll be enough to kind of make a difference here.
And it should be pretty cool if they found someone.
Nice kick, nice roll, half HP has the Aegis, got to remember about that. Lotus Orb from Ganyloo going to be used on this Mars, who is slowly going to hit down by the CB, but as Heavenly Grace and Perch comes down and kills him. Wraith King is getting ready to fight. Chucky's already made it in. Apollo went a little bit too deep and died because he rolled too far, but it's the arena that goes on the back line. Fiend does get nullified, does get stunned by Ganyloo with the epicenter on top. Oh god, everyone is just being destroyed as Asta... He's found himself a Marana who will use himself, will jump away, force BKB out, and meta is being held long enough to TP out. He will make it out and have meta for his high ground defense, but you're losing 3 heroes out of it, and there's a DD rune that spawned out of it too.
Yeah, and of course they've got the bottle. He denied it.
Nice.
Asta denied it because Fufufia was being greedy, trying to bring the bottle in at the last second. That's an actually huge play. It might not look like much, but it means the tier 2 tower is probably the only thing they're going to lose.
Sweet. Exactly what you need to do. And Asta, he actually didn't TP back to base to not farm. He's gone to the jungle. He is working on the Silver Edge, and he will have it at the next fight. They will break down Mars, they will break down Wraith King, and it will come in clutch if they're able to surprise some heroes with some big crits.
That is true. I mean, the one downside is Lonely Chucky now has his Nullify as well. It's like 2 big items transferred between the 2 of them. And Swift Blink is going to be the next purchase for him.
What damage? Might be enough. Crop's got Shivas as well, so that's going to be nice to play around. Candy Loon going for Shivas of his own. Food for Fear is going for an Abyssal Blade on a Mars just to set up even more stuns.
I don't hate that. It's going to give you a way to deal with Terrorblade a bit more, but I feel like the Overwhelming Blink will get rid of a lot of the illusions and like basically insta-kill the supports. Like Grims right now has 1200 health as they're smoking up to look for a fight.
Ohio has Ags too. Like, gotta be careful, gotta use those BKBs to make sure TB doesn't kill your own team. And smoke on smoke, while Moonlight Shadows won and maybe got some vision, but TB is running forward, gonna see everybody. If you've got some dust and some vision coming down, you're not gonna find us. Always gonna show himself first, Soulbind on back, and with a beautiful stun from Candy Loon, they set up disruption safe, will keep him alive, but now Asta is doing the physical damage, working on Mars in the back lines, just see some more damage coming out, but Lewis is trying to get some damage on the back with Sonic Wave that hits everybody. It's a stun they need, but they don't have the stun to follow through because he already used it defensively. Apollo just trying to get some more damage as Magpie's being held way too long as he can't get anything out of it as they lose both their Earth Spirit and their TV, as Fiend will make it out again.
We'll make it out to his base, the long 70-second route.
With no buyback. Cool.
They found Grims too, by the way.
This is actually the longest Shadow Demon has survived in a team fight for quite a while too.
Especially because I'm fairly sure he got soulbound. And they just let him run away.
As you do, if you're getting bigger targets, like, it seems fine. I'm just surprised they're not altogether pushing this tower. Chucky is doing it by himself, and Shadow Demon is trying to pull the creeps away and delay this long enough that they can defend this, and maybe they don't get a high ground Rax. I'm not sure, but at least going to slow down.
It should still be a definite Rax here. 20 seconds, another creep wave. Where is the next creep wave? In the mid lane? So it should be there.
Oh, yep. You're right.
I'm curious if Fufafia, I was about to say, Fufafia kind of needs to give the Deso to Lonely Chucky here. Like, he needs to actually get some help taking these Raxes.
Trying to cut the wave back, but we've still got a range creep in the top, so these racks are definitely gone. 6 seconds away from both the two cores respawning, and maybe defense from Atomic here, but Gargoyle are happy to walk out if they need to, but they can stay around if they want to, and TB doesn't have meta. Like, even if he gets found, yeah, the sentry's down, they can see him. Break comes out, just going to try and see him. BKB instantly popped, as Grimstroke is dead before he can get any illusions off. Actually, he got himself a TB as Food for Fear pops the arena, but we've got the save from Grims this time to save him out. The roll away as the sun goes in. Nice play from Apollo, but I don't think he'll keep him alive long enough as the arrow will finally live. And TB, actually the enemy TB, is working on your core heroes now. Well, this was on BKB. We've got the Guardian's Aim to keep everybody alive at full HP, and no physical damage comes out, but Chucky's not hitting anybody. Chucky doesn't care. He's waiting it out, stunning you after, and nullifying you into the ground. This stuff comes out. Lewis blinks in to get stunned and slowed down. Does get a Sonic Wave out of it, but Red King is the only person getting hit by it, so he's back at full HP with his reincarnation. And Asta, he does get a Sunder off, does get a Legacy off, and still trying to fight, but there's no mana for 4 seconds. Just needs to stay alive and stay out of it. Fiends is popping more Heavenly Grace, more purges, and forcing them back. Careful about that stuns. Lincoln Sphere going to be popped by the Yule Set coming out, and TB somehow survives, and somehow Atomic Esports is still in this game.
Yeah, losing the Grimstroke in these fights is actually showing how much work he's doing. They didn't have enough lockdown, they didn't have enough burst damage, and of course they are going to just reset and do it again, but they do need a bit more damage on their course right now.
Well, it's going to come. Actually, there's a Basher done. So we've got a Basher. Looks like we're going to get a smoke as well and keep pushing Overwhelming Blink. But we are smoking again on Atomic Esports because we have meta. And Earth Spirit is ready to go to roll to give his life so that TB can get these kills. Going to try and find out where this Mars is. They're going to break through it. Break actually Mars, but they miss their roll. BKBs can be popped. They're going to get Satanic at the damage, and Yulsept is a little bit awkward, but TB is still flying up and hasn't popped his BKB yet. BKB finally popped Nullfire onto him, just still to get the physical damage and slow him out of it, but he can't do enough damage himself. Food for Fear is blocking way too much, and Lewis cannot do a thing because Sonic Wave is still 42 seconds away. Fiend found in the backline, pops his own Heavenly Grace on himself this time, but Asta is running with his own Silver Edge, but Sentries, Gems, Dust, you got it, as TB is going to be dead, and Rave King is dead, but he's got his own reincarnation. We never buy back on TB though, so we could do the discount Rave King, but I think this fight is done, as Shadow Demon, the way you know the fight is done, is about to die.
Yeah, again, I cannot believe he was the last one to die. I feel like a light breeze on the side of the team fight would kill him, but props to Grims, he kept himself alive for so long, but in the end, it didn't matter because as soon as Asta dies, they really have no damage.
42 minutes. 28k goal lead, one buyback from Grims, might slow him down. Apollo does connect, but yeah, he will get connected too. Another buyback comes out. TV buys back, but it doesn't have a matter if he even does. As we're moving on forward, trying to get Chucky, who can't round connect for 18 seconds. It's a big kill if you can get it, and they've got it. A 10 kill streak lost to Lewis. So much gold in his pockets that he might be able to spend through for fear actually in the base that you might be able to kill, as his BKB can only last so long because you don't get hit by the arrow. But oh, a beautiful play from Fruit for Fear, pushing him in to the arrow with the group view, but we are still hitting up this Mars. His magic community is done, and so is he. 2 cores dead, moving forward, chasing more as Lewis almost might find Canelude, who is saved by the hood, but Lewis could connect if he just can find him. But we're just baiting, making up space, and having actually to deal with these creeps in our base before we can even try and push.
Yeah, and I feel like Gargoyle, they felt like the game was over, they stayed around a bit too long, and he BKB didn't TP away on Fufafia, and he got punished for it. Luckily for them, the Aegis is 1 minute and 40 away, so it could have been a lot worse for them. But in the meantime, they're going to delay the game a bit longer. 28k lead does give a heavy, heavy favour to Gargoyle.
Yes, it does, but we'll see how well it does go in as we're getting some time to farm on up, get our items, get our level 25s as well. We're kind of at the stage where Fiend is building a Glimmer Cape to keep his cores alive, and that's kind of how he's going to go. Okay, no Lincoln Sphere. He's just got some more items to keep his cores alive, and at level 25, what, Guardian's Angel cooldown is going to be nice, but nullifiers seem to counteract it.
Yeah, I don't know if you can afford to go the Purification heal though. Like a 60-second cooldown ulti is pretty huge. But like you said, they've got Nullify, they've got Yules, they've got ways of dealing with this Purification and the Guardian Angel combo.
Asta? Michael. Just going to split up 5 items, actually tier 4 items. Well, don't worry about items because they're just going to smoke up now. They're going to do what really Atomic does best, is find pickoffs, find kills, and start fights. Like, these guys have been fighting basically for the past 15 minutes, and they're not looking to stop now. As Sonic Wave is up and the damage is surrounding it, as they just need to find a target to go for, but Gargoyles are more interested in securing Roche rather than taking fights, and maybe you can find Ohio out of this, but still, you can find Grims first. This time he might die first, and that might be a good sign of a fight. We're going to get Disruption, Epicenter being used just on this Shadow Demon, who's able to somehow get away. Fantastic plays. Asta moves on in, just needs to heavily grace some more purge to come in. You just need to keep him alive and hopefully get the BKB off, but he cannot do a thing yet, and cannot even sunder, as they held their BKBs beautifully, as TP is now dead, as a dieback means 120 seconds away from him, as Fiend is going to get stunned, controlled, and killed himself, as 110 seconds on him on the board, and Grims, again, will be the final to die, as Lewis somehow survives another team fight, but I don't know if Atomic can survive this base push.
Yeah, they're not even going to bother waiting.
GG.
GG's called. 100 seconds on the grave. You can't blame it. I think watching your team slowly lose as Asta would be a bit too painful here.
That's some pretty clean work from Gargoyle. They had so many stuns, so much control, and it came so effective when your 1v, your one core carry to, it kind of carried a victory to 1v9 situation. Oh, thanks for telling me that. Is all they've kind of got.
Yeah, it just goes to show, this used to be the old style of playing Dota, like a 4 protect 1 style. And it kind of got phased out by people getting more farm on the supports. Like, you look at Morana, even he had 20k net worth in that game. Ohio, he ended up with the Blink, he ended up with the Ags, and for Asta, he wasn't able to do enough damage. And I don't want to say it, but Omni Knight's still trash.
Maybe bottom 6 heroes now?
Bottom 6, I mean, I'll have a list. I'll make a list up. I think he's going to be in that bottom 5 period.
Well, we can make some lists up while we're on the break for Game 2, which is coming up after this short break, guys, so don't go anywhere.
He's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was dewarding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
And we are back on the time for game 2, and I'm excited for it because it seems like DOTA Plus ran out for Atomic Esports as Gargoyle renewed their subscription and won it. They won their game easily, comfortably, and had a Wraith King that did so much damage onto him. And it seems like Omni Knight might not be the best option going into game 2, or it's first phase pick worthy.
Look, I don't know if Omni Knight was the reason they lost, but I'm sure as hell gonna blame it, no matter what happens here.
Okay.
It's just unfortunate, like, they went all in on a draft style. They made it to the late game, and the issue was they just didn't execute it. There was, like, a couple of misplays that could have gone their way. I think 2 or 3 defensive Sunders in a row lost them the team fights, and it's something they could look at and be like, maybe we fix this up just a tiny bit, and we're good to go.
Yep. Maybe pick a few different heroes and much more spread across it. How do you actually feel about that Queen of Pain? Do you feel it did its role in the game? It made enough space, or was it always just he needed to put that little bit extra in?
I don't know. It did feel lackluster. I do have to agree with you. It felt like, for what I expect Quops to be, it should have been more damage. And like just looking at the damage now, it really didn't hit that point where Quop could take over. It didn't feel like the impact of the Ag Shard was at all in that game. There was just nothing from the silence coming through. They were getting jumped on first every time, and again, maybe it was just a miscommunication.
And even actually having a player like Fear on the other side for Gargoyle Esports, like, it's great to have a mid player who's comfortable on the heroes that you can first phase, that you would traditionally play in a different role, and just play it in that mid role's last pick. You can bait out the entire team across the draft, and then they fall for it. I doubt they're going to fall for it twice, but still having Fear with that ability already in there, you can abuse that so many times.
And I don't even know if it's falling for it, because I feel like they could just play it offlane. It's not one of those things you can instantly assume Fear is going to play it, because, let's be real, like, Sand King did a lot of work that game, but Mars would have done the same amount of work in the offlane if they wanted to have a more traditional mid. I know in that game specifically, I think 9 or 10 mids were banned, so, like, maybe not that one, but in general, like, the way they played Sand King would very much translate well into the way they would play Mars in the offlane.
It seems like they put priority on Candy Loon. Like, Candy Loon, and rightfully so, like, he won that offlane so hard by himself. He got so many denies we did not expect, and then from there, he was just setting up stuns, epicenters, controlling the tempo of the game.
Yeah, I genuinely do not know how he got 5 denies in a Metamorph wave. Like, it's insane that he got 5 out of 8 of the denies against a Metamorph target. Like, that's a 40 damage gap between the two of them.
Yep. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of skill. And on Sand King, too. Without any points in Caustic as well. He went Burrow Strike, Sandstorm, and still got it. So that's some impressive showing between him. And hopefully we'll see that adapt into this draft here. Maybe a little bit more emphasis on Candy Loon. Maybe back to Fear for Fear if all the mids aren't banned again this time. But Gargoyle going back for the Conquer ban. Again.
Yeah.
Twice.
I don't think the bans will change much. Like,
Razor.
What? The Razor?
Yeah. The Razor. I mean,
Atomic Esports are banning Razor.
So, when I see Razor, I kind of go Jug, Lifestealer, you know, carries that don't escape or want to right-click damage. Wraith King as well seems to be one of those, but are teams still picking Razor like that? I know it was a phase for a little bit, but...
Yeah, I don't know, because Razor these days, it's less about the static link, it's more about the double ulti.
Yeah,
it's like how quickly
refresher.
you can rush the BKB refresher.
And
in that sense, like, Wraith King doesn't deal well because you get chunked down really quickly. The one problem with Wraith King, he stands still in fights. And when you stand still against the Razor, you have negative 40 armor, and you just die rapidly.
Yep, and Shadow Demon maybe, I mean, does Shadow Demon show any reasons why? It seems like Gargoyle will like it, just put on Grims and he'll be able to pick it on, he'll be able to save it. It seems like he's comfortable position 5, but I don't understand exactly where the 1-2 combination is going to be, unless they're going to do the position 5 and carry 1-2 pick again.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time...
Pango.
So I think the best counter to Barra is the Mars, the Willow, and the Shadow Demon. I put them all on the equal playing field. So if you're going to let the Barra through, make sure you have a counter, because otherwise that hero is just going to go hack. It's just going to destroy the game. And I'm glad they've got 1.5 counters, so we'll have to see how they actually play this Pango, because Pango roll does do very well against Barra.
And I've seen it actually go the other way as well, because charge goes through the roll. So one thing that will stop him if he does that roll TP, you can still charge him, break it out, and just pierce it. So it is something that you kind of need to be balanced around.
That's true. I mean, especially with the Axe. The Axe means you can obviously target that spell immune. Outside of that, you have to charge through. Like, you have to find a creep, and it's an awkward angle, and it doesn't feel great.
Maybe we can make it work. We'll see. We'll see who he's paired up with, though, because the second pick is going to be... Well, I believe we have the teams flipped around. So really, it is Gargoyle who have the Spirit Breaker themselves, and it is going to be Atomic who have Shadow Demon Pango. And I guess Gargoyle, they're going for the Grimstroke this time, but I like it with that Spirit Breaker a whole bunch.
Yeah, I mean, this is an age-old combo, and also it's a counter to Pango. The Soulblind
messes with it.
Breaks that hero, and it has since the inception of Soulblind. So, like, a perfect pick. They could have gone with the Mars. I feel like the delay was, do we give Fufafia the Mars again? Do we leave it as that flex pick? But now you force Atomic to ban it, and wasting a ban on a Mars when you've already got the Barra and the Grim, like, you've already got strong heroes, it's going to really hurt the carry pool. It's going to give them a lot of opportunities.
I'm actually kind of looking towards the Bloodseeker here as well. I hear it. It seems
double
good.
Down.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about Bloodseeker, because
Bit awkward.
on paper he's good in every way, but he doesn't have a slow, he doesn't have a stun, and he's kind of all damage, and it means in games a lot of the time he's quite awkward to actually play with. We'll have to see. It's not out of the realm of possibility. I feel like Gargoyle, they might focus their mid a bit more, and like they'll see what's left on the carry pool.
Yeah. Well, they've got plenty of time to do for Fear. I've seen Void's bats, and I'm trying to think through all the games I've seen. He is quite flexible, but he does like specific things. He's very signature based, so typically it seems like teams adapt towards his comfortable hero pool.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, when you can get comfortable heroes, why not? Why wouldn't you?
Doesn't matter.
Give your player a fun day at the office. Make sure he's enjoying beating them up.
Well, bans are going to be live still at Monkey King. Monkey King kind of a little bit different here. Atomic, yeah, that makes sense. You've got Lena, you've got Rave King. You've got heroes that survive your combos, and Lena who sends on the sound of it. But, one more ban, though, from Gargoyle, but their bans, I'm not exactly sure where we're going.
I mean, Nakes makes sense. I think Nakes vs Barra offlane is really rough. I guess the same for Monkey King. We've already got the Wraith King banned, so they're really just targeting carries here. What's left? I mean, they're not scared of the Terrorblade. They made that really clear last game.
So,
Let's get the Invoker. Okay.
Okay, Disruption, Sunstrike, I guess. I guess Tornado is really good at dealing with what Spirit Breaker are doing, and just disrupting Grimstroke is also good, but it's a weird spread, at least for me.
Yeah, it also enables a lot of heroes in the mid lane.
Cool.
Like, Invoker vs Mars is quite awkward if they want to run that back. Keep in mind, obviously, first pick here goes to Atomic, but they've already got the Pango. So unless they want to Pango pos 4 run the Mars, I feel like Gargoyle will get the heroes they want, if they still want them.
Yeah. TV also banned by Atomic Esports, so we get to see something different from Asta. Hopefully something that is going to be more comfortable for this draft. And CK,
love
You
this.
seem shocked, but it seems exciting shock. It's not Omni Knight shock, it's good shock.
So, similar to Spirit Breaker pre-TI, I made a big, bold prediction. I was like, you know what? Chaos Line off lane, it's going to be a thing. I think you go early Armlet, you build an Octarine, you build the Ag Shard, and you build a Blink. Not in that order, but just those items.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, you walk around as like an artillery barrage, and you get 5-second stuns on people, and then explode them with your illusions. It does really well against Grimstroke, because you kill him before your spells get off.
Cool.
The counter with an Ember.
It has some ways to dodge, but still, if you play those stuns smart, you're still going to get hit.
True. I like the balls on it, though. Like, you've got a way of following Barry into the fights, and you can still flex it. It could still be a carry Ember Spirit. We've seen that a couple times. It works pretty well, especially if it's going to be a Pango CK lane. Almost no hero is going to win that anyway, so why not just send someone that can farm?
Even it could be a mid Pango, picked up very early as well.
True, there's still that flexibility. And it still could be a carry CK.
Yeah.
Like, that's not out of the realm of possibility. If anything, that's probably more likely. I'm just an offlane CK fanatic.
Pause for CK.
It doesn't work. I wish it did. I've tried it in ranked games, and I'm fairly sure it was one of the players from M11 that snapped it. I think it might have been Hayden. Snapped it. And we won the game, but goddamn did I anchor it.
Well, anchors, you know, they have a use, they have a function. They help keep everything stable, and nothing is more stable than the Earth Spirit Morphling pick.
Okay. I like this.
Spirit Breaker and Earthshaker as well. Like, you got two combinations, and also, on the other side, you got an Earthshaker and a Spirit Breaker. One of these heroes is going to play core, one's going to play support, but laning them together.
I would honestly run the Ohio +5 Shaker and give Grimstroke and Barra the lane together.
Okay.
If you're not doing that, I guess you're relying entirely on using Fisher to get the range creeps and just pushing the wave as hard as you can. And then trying to pull, trying to break the lane that way. Because it's not a strong lane unless you prank the Morphling. Like, Fisher into charge, he doesn't strength morph and he kills himself that way.
Surprise, yeah.
I don't know if you want to bet on that. It's not really a fun way of playing Dota. Like, relying on a mistake to win the matchup.
Hey, sometimes mistakes happen, but these bans, they're pretty nice. Lash gone out already, just in case. But also, it's a ban that seems to be very good against Atomic Esports. CK, Morphling, even Shadow Demon kind of get answered a little bit by that Lash as well.
That is true. I mean, the thing with Gargoyle, if they had a picked Lash, I feel like they're running the Ember mid. I think the way they're banning, they're running the Ember mid. The PL ban, Atomic predicted as well. But for Atomic Esports, their mid lane pool right now is pretty open.
Sad.
Quap's still in the pool. Void Spirit's still in the pool.
Puck.
Anti-Mage ban. Did they run a Storm? Is that too wild? Ursa.
Battle Fury Ursa?
I think Diff Blade. Okay, well, Quap makes sense. That's a stable pick. We don't need to discuss that. Atomic Esports, you're boring. You picked a good hero. Gargoyle.
Earthshaker, Spirit Breaker, Ursa.
Yeah. So Candyland will be playing the Barrow, so we predicted that.
Cool.
Ohio Grimstroke, which means it's a +4 Shaker. I don't know. The Ursa lane should be fun against Fiend. And also, by the way, Lewis is playing the Morphling. Asta is playing the Quap.
Do you think that is... You wouldn't flex it up lane-wise, right? It's just player-wise.
Quap carry is pretty easy to play in. And Morph vs. Ember is actually pretty more favoured.
Okay.
Ember has no burst. So, like, yes, you have Sleight of Fist, but Morphling has 4,000 armor. Because he has so much agi at all times. So it's actually quite an even matchup there. And I think Barra versus Quap's pretty Quap favoured. 2 levels of Shadow Strike, you can harass a lot. So Atomic Esports, they're really committed to winning the lane even if it's not favourable for farming priority.
Well, Do you think they can win this game, though? I like team fights, but I mean, I can't go for Gargoyle. It just feels too uncomfortable for me, but it does have Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, but you're making me bet against Spirit Breaker and
That's
Chaos
right.
Knight. They're like
Here we go.
top 5 my favorite heroes.
Pick
right
your
now.
child, my man. Your favorite child.
I had to go with Atomic. I think Atomic's draft's funnier.
Alright.
And that's what I'm going with. I think it's going to be
It's
even. It comes down to execution, but Atomic Draft, you've got the CK. If this man gets Octarine Agshard, we're in for a wild ride.
So many allusions to Echo Slam.
Don't remind him. Maybe he won't notice.
Alright, game 2 on the way. I'm excited to see how it goes. And really, Gargoyle Esports, they were playing a pretty good game of Dota in game 1. It was comfortable. It was kind of precise. We had a high playing his role and stacking some camps, even NWP as well, doing his job. So Gargoyle play a pretty clean and clinical Dota.
This is a harder game, though. Like, the big problem I had with the side of Atomic in game 1, they had no jump. They had no initiation. They literally required everyone to walk onto Asta's head for them to start playing Dota. Where I feel like Gargoyle, they still have that jump. The Barra, the Shaker, Ursa's going to build a Blink. But at least Atomic this time, they've got a CK. He'll build a Blink Dagger. They've got a Pango roll. They've got a Quap Blink in. And obviously they've got more things. So they have way more tools to actually start a fight this time.
Hopefully they can get these fights going. And I'm even looking at these supports here and assuming that we're going off game 1 positions. Apollo's playing in position 4 Shadow Demon, and we're putting the position 5 Pangolier paired up with this, I'm assuming Morphling, but maybe Queen of Pain instead.
True. We'll have to see. I mean, I don't know what Asta's doing right now, dragging Roche around.
Cutting that tree.
Oh!
Doesn't have a Quelling Blade. Next level game.
I mean, genuinely, kind of a big brain play. But also, I don't know what these trees do.
They could hide all the heroes that are hiding there. I don't know. He's got them gone down, and maybe the early Roche that happens in less than 3 minutes could be found out. But nope, we're just going to go for runes, and Shadow Demon is going to claim 1. We're going to get 2 runes apiece. Atomic get 2. Well, actually, no. Atomic get 3.
Oh, nice for Atomic. I mean, I love this. Atomic's draft is so wild. Like, I can't stress this enough. I cannot wait to see CK in the off lane. Fiend better not let me down, is all I'm going to say about this.
He plays the best offlane heroes, you know.
And Apollo and Ohio, by the way, they're actually trading a lot of damage here.
Sun comes out. Oh, down to about half HP. Only has Selves as well, so a good start already. Stroke Fate ready to secure those range creeps. So, and Ursa, probably actually, this might be a bit of a difficult lane for Ursa to survive in.
It should be, especially with the poison, and CK does a lot of damage, like surprisingly high amounts of burst.
Sun comes out. Still gets range creep. We good as the damage keeps on going in. The other side, it is safe lane Queen of Pain versus the Spirit Breaker. Not a matchup that I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, this happened a couple times when a Barra became an offlane specialist. Everyone tried their hand at what could counter him. A lot of people tried Quap, and a lot of people maxed that Shadow Strike and just harass him out of the lane. The issue is, obviously, these pulls and these breaking of lanes happens quite often, because Quap doesn't really have the burst just yet to deal with it.
Yeah, trying to keep the pressure on, but Shaker got the range creep, secures a little bit of XP himself, and probably keeping a comfortable time. But I guess you don't exactly need to play lane if you keep doing this, you know, rinse and repeat. Pull the lane all the way to Spirit Breaker, and you never have to deal with the power of this Queen of Pain.
Oh, mid lane, there was almost a kill. Lewis dove for Fafia as he used the Sleight of Fist.
Oh,
and bot lane as well?
More kills coming in, actually coming out. TP in front of their faces as we have no points in Furious Swipe, so we can't get the kill, but we still force out this Shadow Demon. But the biggest winner here is still this CK with this entire wave that he gets solo XP with under his tower.
Yeah, he'll be level 3 in no time. He's actually holding levels, so that's something to think about. I think maxing E to farm is not out of the realm of possibility here.
First blood. John Grims is dead and cannot jump over the fissure block as Spirit Breaker will be able to get the kill on the board, and the range creep will be almost secured by the Earth Spirit as well. Earthshack as well.
Yeah, and so far it's a pretty surprising first blood given how dominant Asta is in the lane. 15-4, make that 16-4, up against 9-0 right now. Yeah. That is not a fun matchup. And Asta is really, really punishing him on the last hits.
Lewis getting the real abuse in this mid lane here, having to survive on the slight regen he gets from his strength agi morphs, but he can't do it fast enough. He doesn't have enough mana to really morph at all, and Food for Fear is just building up that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this will turn, obviously, once Lewis, I was about to say, gets his bottle. He has it now, and that way he can actually start regening. I think he did the regen wrong, though, because he was morphing down as he was bottling.
Whoops. But runes will be spawning in 30 seconds, so it shouldn't hurt him too bad. Bottom lane is still 19-6. 2 Fiends so far, as Lone Chucky is 16-2, but the range creeps are always secured, the jumps are always forward, and Apollo is always waiting for your initiation to stop it in its tracks.
Yeah, this should be quite a hard lane. You can see Fiend sitting at the top of the last hits up there with Asta. Surprisingly, though, they haven't really gone for a kill yet.
Yeah. Maho's just been playing it safely next to Ursa, I guess. Just you can't exactly pull him away from his core to get a free kill.
That is true. I mean, in top lane as well, Asta and Candy Loon.
On 4 versus on 4. Any points in Bulldoze at all? Nope, doesn't even care. Just going to take the damage to the face and hope to God he gets some bashes on top. And yep, he'll charge, get a little bit of bash, but we're going to blink away from Asta if he wants to. I guess you don't need to. Yeah, finally blinking out. And even mid lane, they're just finding again. Food for Fear, very low. Lewis, just as low, but he is surviving as well. Just trying to get the punishment onto this Amber, who's looking for his own opportunities just to slide, just in case he goes full on Agi and doesn't even know.
Oh, bot lane. They're looking for kills.
Follow. Furious Vibes, adding on up. Damage is going to be there. Stroke Fate's going to be enough. And we've got 1 kill. And could we just go for another stun back? Oh, the only Chucky to keep him blowing up. But Fiend still 4 HP out of it. So it's 2-0 so far, but nothing too drastic except for the mid lane. We got him. We did it. We killed Lewis.
He's sitting on like 80 health in lane, and we talked about the Sleight of Fist never killing him. If you're going to sit that low, you almost deserve the death.
Whoops. He knows it. He's cool. We'll never see him full RG again, but that does open up this mid lane again for Food for Fear, and after that Mars game in game 1, you probably don't want to give him a free game.
Yeah, especially, it's not even giving him a free game, it's stopping Lewis from having a game. And Lewis needs to be careful here. I mean, they're trying to ball up against each other.
Strength morph, damage coming in, get more strength, trying to get more strength. Side of Fizz is going to be there, can't TV back to base if he wants on the M to get full mana in a few seconds, but Fiend finally dead bottom. Ahio is going to survive, there's not enough poison yet, and Chucky is back. We've got the rotating Earthshaker coming on in, Tip's going to be fine, and we've got ourselves a double kill, all being fed to Gargle, who are 5-0 at this point, and building up these kills now. 2 kills, yeah, that's alright, but 5 kills, it's starting to build some momentum.
Yeah, it is still only like a 400 gold change in the lead. So it's not the end of the world. And top lane, they're actually going for Candy Loon here.
The hasted Pango? Okay, that's a gameplay. How do you like the new Null Talisman build that Spirit Breakers have been doing, though?
I haven't had a time to try it yet. You know, I've played about a dozen games of Dota in the last 2 weeks, so not too many. I've had Barra banned every single game.
God damn it, man, you're in the Smurf.
Like, this is unranked, this is ranked. It's either picked first by both teams and banned, or actually just banned. I haven't had a chance to play him.
Well, sometimes it's a good thing. Maybe it's too good. I mean, he's a hero you hate to play against, but you love to play. He's a perfect balance.
Yeah, but I'm a Barra spammer. I did it before it was cool.
Oh yeah,
and now,
you're the OG,
now all these young whippersnappers have stolen my hero. I should look at top lane, by the way. Asta potentially might be getting a kill on Candy Loon here.
No, it's cool. That's just slow dead. Charge comes in. Candy Blink. Woohoo! Alrighty. Don't need to be too young for that because he's dead early. as we are keeping these heroes behind. And Asta, I mean, he has to walk back, but still, he's a Queen of Pain. He'll be back with a vengeance in a moment. In mid lane, more aggression coming in. And bottom lane, just as quick. Poison stacks, stuns being threatened, but Ohio is making those rotations. And overspread, he's gonna wait for him under reward.
I wonder if he knew the whole time. Like, Apollo just wasn't reacting. NWP, he's still going to try to stop him from going and securing this rune.
Apollo has
it's going to be
disruption.
top,
Poison comes out. Yep. There we go. Top rune comes in. So the fight is going to be real. Sun's going to be there. Just need more damage. Strike Wolf's coming in. Damage needs to come out. Just need to wait on out the waveform. And do we commit on the tower? We've got the Orb Corrosion. We've got the Sun coming in. And the controller going to be there. And only so much strength you can morph on into. But he's got more to give. But so does Food for Fear. Under the tower, he's going to become his own Ember Spirit. As we're looking for damage, we're looking for poison, we're looking for a Sleight of Fist as Lewis can survive. Pango is coming on in, and we can just dodge a little bit of damage. Move back for Fear, playing for his food, it seems, because he's got some more reinforcements coming in as NWP will find Apollo here with the Inkswell, with the Fissure, with the combination damage they've got, and with the poison, it's 5 stacks, but it will not be enough. As Food for Fear finally is able to get some kills with the help of Ohio and NWP backing him up.
I'm surprised he didn't try to dodge the damage as well. FIFA Fear could have Sleight of Fist to dodge the 5 stacks of sticky Shadow Demon Poison. And now NWP, he's stealing stacks. Him and Ohio have just walked into the jungle and they're just yoinking this hard camp.
Nice. That's the only sack that I'm pretty sure they've got. Yep, that's the only sack they've got, but if we take the flip side, nope, we've got more sack camps all over the map for Ursa to go for, and the Fuse Blade is going to be coming up super quick as well, so we've got a very quick draft again from Gargoyle.
Yep, and they're looking for Apollo here. They might block him. Oh, that's a good block.
Silence blocked on into the corner, trapped on in, and a fantastic ward setting it all up.
Yeah, I think they would have found him anyway, but that is a sick ward. The one just in the middle of the river, middle of nowhere. You're not de-warding that. You're not going to find that ward. And now they're going to look for bot lane. Fiend might be in trouble.
Okay, running into the trees, trying to juke it on out. Strike Fate gonna connect with him, but Grims is gonna be here, level 5 though, and I don't know how much you're scared about. An awkward Inkswell though, probably just to keep him back, but it's all good. You force CK out, but it seems like CK wants to force his way back on in. Not gonna find the opportunity. We're gonna find some tomes being picked up by both teams, but we're going back to our comfortable farming style as Asta. I mean, he's gonna get run up, gonna get pressured up, top net worth on the man himself, but still, he isn't looking like he's thinking he can die in this lane.
Yeah, the only way he dies, I think, is the Ember triple remnant killing him. Speaking of Ember, he's sitting on the high ground waiting for Lewis here. I don't know what's going to happen here, because Lewis has some illusion, fairy fire, some magic stick charges.
There's no points in Searing Chains.
He might be baiting.
Yeah, well, I mean, he also has Earthshaker in the area with him with level 6. And there's a remnant mid if it goes bad. Like, he has a way to get out.
That's true. We'll have to see. I mean, Candyloon as well. He might be in trouble. No, actually, because Asta hasn't leveled the ultimate, despite being level 8.
A little bit greedy, but I guess that's what carry co-op is all about. And Lewis actually does waveform in, but yeah, it's a morphling. He's good. He's Gucci. And actually, there is no Spirit Vessel being built up on anyone on the side of Gargoyle to kind of slow down Lewis.
I mean, I think they're relying on Blink Burst, or maybe like the Shadow Blade off Candyloon. Again, I still am curious if the Null Talismans are worth it, damage numbers wise, but they're going to look for a kill on Asta, like the Inkswell charge, it's going to come through here. Maybe?
Maybe. Waiting for Ursa to be with us for the fight, I suppose, and it just TP's out. There's nobody defending bottom, so where the hell would Ursa be? Yeah, top. That's exactly where it's going to be, and we just avoid it, swap our carries, and take our towers.
Yeah, and they're lucky here. They actually have illusions that can check Roshan. The only 2 places Ursa could be is at the top, and obviously Roche. He just shows top, so they're not too worried. They might trade towers here. But Fiend has a TP. So does Grims.
Could find if they need to, but yeah, just going to slowly give it away as we even farm. Okay, 1 TP comes in. It is going to be Apollo on the Shadow Demon level 5, almost level 6. 1 creep will do it. And if you can set up on Ursa, maybe this is what you want. I don't know. They're taking the tower. They're TPing in this CK and ready to set in and slow as we pop that ult, pull him back on in. He does have Enrage, at least I hope he does, or how greedy was he? Not that greedy, but with Demonic Purge, we're going to run him back. He's not going to hold his rage yet, as we've got the charge on him from Gandyloot and the bash off the CK, pulling him under the tower. But lag, it just seems like everyone's having lag at this point. It's not working out for quality. The team fighters, they need perfect spell casting, even if they don't have roll, but so far, none of the targets are dead.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay there. Candyloon, for those that don't know, if you're soul bound and you nether strike, you actually hit the target you didn't aim at. You don't hit both, you hit the other one. So he accidentally didn't combo Apollo there, and Apollo's going to live because of it.
In fact, they're going to kill him out of it. He'll be the one person that does die. Oh, maybe not. Lewis actually going to go in. Morphling is hasted, looking for his Ursa. He's going to get the slow down, try to pull in Fiend, but we've got the Enrage pulling back, and Ohio might be dead between the three of them as he gets pulled in under the tower. And we will actually get the blast on the CK with Stance coming out. And the damage is not enough yet, forcing Morphling under the tower, but the backside looks like Apollo's going to be putting back in for Fear, who does have chains, does have damage, and with 4 points in Flame Guard, hopefully the man has the kill too. But who's going to take it? Fear is, as we're losing some heroes, but that is pretty good in the end for Atomic Esports. A little bit sloppy, but they got the better trade.
Yeah, and now they're even going to look for mid lane. Candyloon doesn't have charge yet. So
it's all good.
You just TP'd in. You just took that much damage.
So waiting for the towers, but Lewis is also going to have a pretty good timing on this E-Blade, but it is still evened up with 2 good cores on the side of Gargle. It's a very even game overall.
Yeah, top lane actually, they're trading. Maybe kills here.
Roll comes through, Grims is going to be there, CK is going to be dead, and yeah, tower might be fine. Ooh, a bounce he did not expect, but will not be punished for it. Whew, thank God. It's all good. So, this seems like a much better situation for Atomic Esports, though, in this game. Like, they're much more comfortable. It seems like their timing is going to be much easier to hit. Considering last timing was just ATB, they've got a much easier spread of cores they can work around.
Yeah, the issue I'm finding, I am unsure if they're all on the same page about what items they're building. So, Lewis is building an E-Blade. But Atomic Fiend, the off-lane CK, is building an axe.
Because it will damage.
They're not really like items that go together at all.
Yeah, it seems like you want more
worry.
stats and more, like, you might want a Skadi instead. Maybe.
Yeah, like if you're going to go that, you go like Link and Skadi, BKB, have high stats and actually fight that way. I'm hoping he changes his mind. I think we'll have to see how it works. Maybe it's the play. Maybe he wants to dispel some of the stuns on the side of Gargoyle.
Well, we do have a big timing as well on the side of Gargoyle right now, because Earthshaker has his Blink Dagger and an instant smoke around it. And maybe if you find the Quap who was smoked up herself as they want to go to find the Ursa, who's running back towards the mid lane because he's almost got his Diffusal Blade, but their target is instead going to be Lewis, who they might be able to surprise with burst. Yep, Echo Slam burst, Fissure on top, Stroke of Fate. Don't even need Fu for Fear. He didn't even need to be here, but he still got to see this Morphling crumble into the ground and die as Lewis is dead from exactly what you said, the surprise of the blink.
Yeah, it's quite common. Like, it always happens to Morphling players. They fly too close to the sun, proverbially, and Shaker gets a blink and you're just not used to it. And he'll learn his lesson. He'll walk around with probably about 1100, 1200 health, and that will mean he won't get bursted.
Atomic with the same response, but it's on the Candyloon with no points in Bulldoze, but he is going to almost get out because Ursa's the better target. Roll comes in, Lonely Chucky is trying to run away, just needs to be able to jump and dodge this roll, but he will Enrage and be pulled back on in. The sun going to be held for now until Enrage is going to be done. Candyloon needs to get charged up, but the slow comes in from Demonic Purge, so he doesn't connect in time, and now Candyloon might just die too. Sun's going to be there, Never Strike to keep him further away, but the Stroke of Fate and the damage from the Enchant Totem is massive, but not enough yet. Nice, beautiful swashbuckle on the back between two as we're pulling down and getting a double kill or triple kill, and High can't get a kill for himself as we are getting some revenge on the side of Atomic Esports.
Yeah, and the best part of this is you have an Ursa, but you haven't Roche yet. It's 16 minutes in, and Atomic are doing such a good job of delaying the Roche and even controlling the map that it doesn't even seem feasible. Fufufi is farming bot lane. He's got the boots of travel, so he's going to be available in most of these fights. But they're doing an excellent job of slowing down pretty much everyone else on Gargoyle right now.
Yeah, making space, making time, and getting these items. Sanju Khan's going to be done on Queen of Pain. Morphling is seemingly committing to that E-Blade, and then the Lincoln Sphere on top of it, and CK is going to blink, then straight Ag Scepter, and then it's going to become an illusion machine as he tries to kill Grimstroke, but with Disruption, it might be enough time to go in. Swashbuckle could be used. TP in for Fufufi, going to be pulling back into Grimstroke as Grimstroke gives enough time for them to respond to Fuse Blade and just purge it off with their Phantasm. But with the control they've got from Fufufi and the damage coming out from this Ursa, they've got themselves a kill, and now Grims in an awkward situation is going to try to TP off, but they can't stop it as the charge could not be connected in time as CK will go down, but a higher, it's a much better trade for him this time.
Yeah, even then you still live with that because you're creating so much space, but we talked about buying and like creating a window where you could avoid the Roche being taken. Lonely Chucky's in there right now trying to take it.
I know. A little bit of straight ball coming in. Astra in position. Illusions coming in around the side. They kind of scattered out, but they want to defend it and keep away all the information. Astra has to guess when to go in, but the charge is going to be coming from Kenny Lloyd above. They do take a swashbuckle. The damage is enough as Gargoyle is going to be able to pick it up as Chucky gets himself a second life. Looks like Astra is going to get bashed up for now. Inkfall does allow him to get on now, but the blink on the high ground might be a little bit too greedy as Chucky is ready to jump in, defuse the blade, and pull him on in. Just needs to get the Bisarm off him. Lewis popped himself in Aegis, became an Ember Spirit, has the Flame Guard already run out, and do they have the control to kill Chucky again? Demonic Purge held the entire time as Fufufi going in the backlines. They just need some more control on the Sonic Wave. The X Slam a little bit too late to save Chucky as Asta is actually able to get out. Lewis still fighting. NWP as well as Queen of Pain is going to commit to him, and Lewis able to finish him out too as Fufufi wants something for his trouble, but he will almost finally get himself... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. Apollo. What a player.
What an MVP play. Wait, is that Spirit Breaker jumping into... No. He's... Wait. No.
Where is he charging? He's charging the co-op.
No.
I would have committed that actually. Full Chad. Trade the kill. You got the Shadow Blade. You don't have the ult actually. 600 damage. Yeah, you probably wouldn't have got that kill. That's a fair enough avoid.
That's 2,000 gold going to Atomic after you got the Roche.
Yeah, I have a feeling this net worth would have looked worse if they hadn't have just got the Roche, and obviously Roche gives quite a lot of money to everyone. It gives you about 1,000 gold for the team. Oh, they found someone.
They found himself an Earthshaker who wants to kill the illusions, but he will be destroyed by them. As we have the Blink Dagger done on Fiend as well, so this game is going amazingly for Atomic. It seems like Gargoyle, they are in the situation that Atomic was in Game 1.
That is true, and it's only going to get worse. Lewis hasn't got an item yet.
Nope.
Like, he's only just got his E-Blade, and that's his quote-unquote first item of the game. Dragonlance and Treads, they're not really major pickups, so there's going to be a lot more bursts in the next team fight, and like you said, Blink on Fiend. I'm very curious to see what he builds next, but so far so good for the 4, 3, and 6 offlane CK.
Doing some good stuff, and Lewis is just going to become illusions. Just shouted him to farm his own map. Spirit Breaker needs his Shadowed Blade to actually farm the waves because it feels so dangerous, and Earthshaker, he kind of got caught out once because he's going in aggressive positions to farm up and get that level 2 Echo Slam, but they just wait, they watch, and try and get some more kills. That's a little bit awkward, but hey, that's another kill for Atomic Esports. Even Lewis showing up.
They even tried to give it to Lewis there.
3k gold lead, man. It is slowly snowballing. Like, this Morphling is getting completely out of control, and Cop is already top net worth, and hasn't felt like she's had the same impact as Lewis, but still, always there. Got the Sonic Waves, got the setup, and how has a Yule Scepter to make sure that you can set up even more kills on top of this? How does Gargoyles even deal with so much teamfight and power they have right now?
Get some BKBs. I think you've just got the Blink built up on Ursa. Yes, they have. But you need at least 2 BKBs to fight into this magic damage here. Otherwise, you're just going to get stun locked and burst down, and they ain't no Embers here.
Can they
It's
get
a matter of if they get the stun off in time.
Side of Fizz going on. There's going to be a tier 2 jumping forward with a nice little scream to scout him out. We're going to get the... Okay, they force out Slight, but they're forcing out a beautiful Remnant to the high ground. Just a dodge it all out. Fear is doing what he needs to survive, but the smoke's going to break on the low ground. Charge on the high ground, finding them Apollo, but I think we're having a lag issue again. As this time, I doubt Apollo survives.
Yeah, he might survive the initial hit. They don't actually have a follow-up. Like, maybe Stroke of Fate will kill him, but if they use Stroke of Fate, Fiend, he's able to 1 second Chaos Bolt. I think Atomic are going to win this fight quite comfortably, and it's not because 2 members of Gargoyle are DC.
Okay, well, let's see. We've got 3 reconnections, all real super quick and hopefully clean, as we're waiting for the G's to see who will win this team fight, and hopefully, for Gargoyle's sake, it's them, because they need a win. They need to get some advantage out of these things. And Cantaloupe is popping that Never Strike to push them all in, but Fiend is waiting. Same with Asta. And Sonic Wave, it's ready to go. If he gets a good angle on it, that's going to be somebody dead too. And, hey, push him back in. Get the silence on Fiend, who was seen the entire time. Ursa going to jump onto him too, but we've popped up the silence. We've got the damage with the X-Slam. It's going to be enough to get CK low enough, but they've got the enrage and the physical damage and the control that they've got, but CK is running. Swashbuckle will keep him back and trying to disarm, but it won't do enough as we're trying to roll back. It's a Fissure. It's some control. It is 2 dead so far, but the Slight, they got themselves Fiend too. 3 dead running back. This is what Gargoyle needed, as Lewis is out of here to give them a 4th.
Yeah, amazing play there. They put the ward up. They found Fiend, and the turnaround we were expecting with CK jumping on someone and blowing them up, unfortunately meant that he could be seen. NWP just got a free echo onto all the illusions, plus the Queen of Pain, and you look at the death summary for Queen of Pain, she took 1,000 damage from Shaker.
Oh yeah. That is a lot of damage, but what can we do about it? Do we need to rush BKBs ourselves? Because we have kind of gone pseudo no magic immunity against a team that does have a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, I think you double down. You just look for pickoffs here. Like, I think Fiend should buy BKB. I don't know if anyone else needs one just yet. Because if he has BKB, he can start the fight up and, like, basically blink in like a madman and set up the initiation very easily for the rest of his team.
Food for Fear's about to play Ember like a madman. The man's not building BKB. He's just gone straight Ags.
Love this. No defense. No Yules, no nothing, and they're going to look for a kill here on Apollo.
Charge, damage, needs some more control, and they've got it. Lewis E-Blade, half HP. Fiend coming in too, does get a stun, pulls him back in. Handy Loon is out of here, as Food for Fear will get a stun to control to find himself a Pangolier. Roll back as Lewis becomes Stone Spirit Breaker, but the Fissure is great from NWP. The shot on top, the control, they've got Lonely Chucky looking to find himself Fiend, but needs to run back because he feels like, oh god, what the hell is happening here? I don't know who's in the backlines, because Asta is in the backlines waiting. No Sonic Wave yet, but they're running back as 2 clean kills cost them a Candy Loon. But the charge from Lewis is looking to connect as the blink on forward. And just going to be cancelled, though, as NWP read that fight beautifully.
Yeah, I love this from NWP. Super early Ag Shard purchase. Like, you don't see it too often. Usually he goes to Yules first, but he's able to win these fights by Fissure and Enchant Totem back to back, and he doesn't need to blink in. So he doesn't have to Secco Slam, he's still useful from range, and it's winning them these team fights quite comfortably.
Well, still got the gold lead on the side of Atomic. Still got the items coming in on the side of Atomic. E-Blade is up, Blinket Sphere will be next, and Quomp will have the shard complete, so might be able to surprise the Ember Spirit if he's not watching it, because one thing about having no defense is Queen of Pain can abuse that nicely.
Yeah, that is true. And they're not pushing the mid lane here, so they should know something's up for Gargoyle. It's a matter of who gets picked off here. Ohio looks primed to be jumped on.
Roll comes in, Sun comes out, and Ohio, yep, he will be the one going down, but Ursa survives, which is a big win for Gargoyle, and they can just leave the mid lane here. Like, yeah, sure, why not? Why not set up a beautiful Echo Slam again if they want to push this? Yeah.
We'll have to see. They know where they are. They scanned, and NWP is sitting on the tower here. Oh.
3-man Echo Slam. 3-man Echo Slam. Clean it on up. Put all his remnants on top, and you've got yourself a quadruple and clean on up as... Oh, God, that's so... He's blinking forward. I don't know if he meant to do that blink. But it looks like,
Oh.
I'm going to say, Gargoyles, they're going to get that team wipe nice and clean on top on the back of NWP.
Yeah, basically, him alone, right? Like, it genuinely felt like no one else did damage. We'll have to see the fight recap, but,
Sonic Wave defensive, we get a kill, Yule Scepter, and NWP. Oh, man.
Of course he's here.
Beautiful, absolute MVP play, and they've got that team wipe.
He got the ultra kill with a Faye grenade. you know what? He deserves it.
He does. Even after they nerfed it too, yeah.
Look at the damage chart. He did 5,000 damage himself.
Mm-hmm.
What a
My
beast.
man's a real carry.
He's also level 17.
Wait, what?
Like, he's about to hit level 17.
Dude, Ursa was like level 17 just less than a few seconds ago. Oh, what has gone to this XP? It's just snowballed like crazy.
Yeah, the XP and gold chart, they're looking a bit wild right now, GDH. They're looking a bit straight. Straight up.
Straight up. Straight to the moon. Hopefully we do not fall in between, but Roche will be coming up shortly. Things are looking pretty good. The items coming in. Stuns from CK, who is going for a BKB instead of the Ags build. Has the shard though, so that's kind of cool, but having to go defensively at this point. Going to be finding Ohio, but Ohio's just baiting out another Fisher from low ground. Just going to put some more remnants, get a kill and run away.
Yeah, and he's got the Ag shard, so he actually gets the remnant back. Which is
it's a free remnant.
A cool mechanic that I keep forgetting exists. Every kill he actually just gets a free remnant.
As you do. 5 free remnants to go. Refresher Orb instantly picked up to get even more remnants on top of that. The man's got remnants for days if he wants to build that way, but he's at least going slightly defensive here. He's going to go... I say slightly defensive, he kicked that BKB out of his item queue straight away.
He is going Shivas. I think it's halfway to defense.
That's true. A defense
It's not
weapon
Tinker.
offense.
He's not going to use it 25 times a fight.
Yes. Oh god. Flashbacks into that game, man. I do not want to watch that replay at all, ever again. Put that replay in the bin.
We might see more Tinker picks this tournament. I genuinely think he's going to get changed for the patch, and obviously the patch next Thursdays, or next Wednesday rather. So we'll be one of the first tournaments off the block with new game day patch on tournaments. Should be fun, should be interesting.
Brand new Dota, brand new strategies, brand new everything, as Roche is going to be brand new in 10 seconds, and Atomic know it, so they smoke around it. Hey, just sit in there for 4 more seconds. You will see it, or you can try to kill this Earthshaker, who's been killing you like crazy, or break your smoke on the high ground, as we're just going to get away, get disruption safe, and just try and juke around his food for fear. He's playing with his food, Silen's going to come out with no BKB. He actually is food.
Yeah, the Ag shot from Queen of Pain is quite strong. And with that silence, I think he might reevaluate his item build, no BKB.
Ginoon, own BKB though, will use awkwardly. One to go to connection, will not find it. We're going to get the Yule Scepter back on the Queen of Pain to keep him back, but the Inksol will come down just in time with the Fisher again from NWP. Disruption saved. Lewis is tethered to her though, but she will get the blink away in a couple seconds. 50 is here, 50 is ready to fire, but we've got Candy Lou to pull back and pull the physical damage. Got the BKB, and it's going to be enough, but only Chucky is just going to be baited around and kind of around until his enrage is done. So coming out, NWP looking for his own Echo Slam. They just need a commitment. Fisher run on after, keeps him back, and they've got themselves to CK2 and potentially straight in the Roche off it.
Yeah, CK has buyback here. They could look for a fight. Lewis tried to charge in.
Tried to. Buyback from CK. They want to defend it. Falls in the back. NWP still has Echo Slam and is smoked up.
Yeah, I love this. He's actually solo smoked right now. Everyone else on his team's farming. He is the vigilant, patient, waiting. He almost Echo Slammed an illusion, but
almost.
He thought better.
Smoke again though. Ready to go. Ohio is in the mid. Maybe they jump him. I don't know if he's the target you need, but he will be seen. Big to go. Blink on forward. Gonna find him. Ohio's gonna be dead. Breaks the smoke. It probably tells him where you are, but that's one man down for your Roche taking potential if you want to go into it. And yeah, Atomic Esports, they want to do exactly that.
Yeah, and that was a dieback too, so that was actually quite a big pick off.
They can hear Phantasm, right? Okay, it doesn't really matter. The illusions are gone, so you won't be able to get the XLM yet. But jump on in, binding themselves. The Pangolier who got bashed in the back, but can elude. Again, never strike back on Apollo, just moving forward. But it is NWP again, trapping in Apollo, using his enchant totem so well. They just need to kill him, but he blinks away. And they're going to finish off the Roche while they're playing around again. The buyback trying to get the TPs on him, but they're not going to be fast enough unless they get the poison and the disruption save right now. But they've got a physical damage and they've got it somehow. Candy Loon finds a beautiful double charge bash that gets them both to the high ground. But now they're going to charge onto more food for fear. More remnants on the back, finding CK trapped in the middle of this cliff. Cannot get away as Ursa somehow survives the entire thing with NWP again. Connecting the fissure, connecting the damage, and putting that Echo Slam down to crush that quad.
Yeah, NWP. I don't even care if they lose this game. He's still MVP of this series right now.
Hell yeah!
Like, he has single-handedly made this a playable game. I feel like without him going absolutely hack, Atomic probably would have won already. Like, a lot of these fights have just been him single-handedly killing the entire Atomic squad.
Alright, 7k gold lead, 8k gold lead. The graft is just going even further to the move, and I think we're at Mars at this point, as buildings probably not the best thing Gargoyle Esports have taken yet, but I guess that's something you can do easily with this Ursa, who's now got a Basher, Diffuser Blade, working towards the Abyssal Blade, and still going to be looking for his own pickoffs, even if he doesn't have the Aegis anymore.
He never got the Aegis, so it's still in the Ember.
Wait, what? Oh,
so they still have this Aegis fight on them, and obviously there's no Echo, but everything else is up, and they've found something.
Yep, they found himself. Shut him, trying to get the silence off, but actually Grims with the save coming in, but we're found in the backline. Bash comes out, Fisher's there. Perfect combo from NWP, and the Soulbind from Ohio, keeping him chance. They've got to get the E-Blade to keep him back, but Candy Loon looking to connect through fear, going to find him in the back, and they've got him. They've killed him. They've got the control, and Grims on top comes down in to another. So it is just perfect coordination from Gargoyle.
Yeah, this game turned on its head so quickly. Like, even after the 4-man Echo in the mid lane, that was still pretty even. That one big Roach fight, and maybe another one.
Knowing it, but jumps in to get stunned by NWP just casually. DD Rude pops on in, just gets the Phantasm off to keep him back. No Echo Slam yet, but pull back in, gets the stun on in, doesn't matter. Chucky jumps in, and we Yulcept off the stun. So really, Earthspirit isn't even touched. Earthshaker isn't even touched. And a regen rune if he wants to steal it.
Oh, please take it, NWP. You're the real GOAT. Okay, he's actually a nice player. I would have taken him.
That's some good support play. Some clean support play, and a base about to be pressured up by this Ursa, and it did not look like this about, say, 10 minutes ago. Like, it felt like, I don't know how they're ever going to push high ground. Here it is. Right now, it is with everybody dead on the back of a few Echo Slams.
I mean, the last Echo Slam he used was on one target as well. So, like, he's just winning these fights off fissures. Has the Aether Lens?
Yes.
Found one.
Grims rolls into the fissure and will be almost have a strike back, but they can just move back. And they got another kill, but Food for Fear will be connected by the roll again, will be reconnected, but Never Strike comes in and pushes Pango to his own death. As we go back in the buildings, Grims will buy back. CK will respawn. Asta jumping in. Silence BKB bomb. Sonic Wave going to be there, but it's enraged through and just going to be bashed on top. Soulbind's going to be coming there, and CK jumps in to get Soulbind. Yulcept having to be used defensively again as Lewis looking to get one kill. It is on Ohio, and the Aegis has been pulled on up, but we're looking for some reinforcements as Chucky is in the back of your base and finally dead, forcing everybody from the side of Gargoyle Esports out of your base and forcing them back. They've got a couple buybacks for their trouble, a couple kills for their trouble, and almost a tier 3 to their name, but they at least get Food for Fear out, scot-free and alive, and ready to farm again.
I think the big thing is you forced the Pango buyback, you won the fight pretty handily anyway. That's a bit of a I dove too far, I'm feeling myself on the Ursa. I think Lonely Chucky will learn, and he'll probably finish up the Abyssal for next fight. Guess who found another one?
Guessing it's Earthshaker.
It was indeed NWP.
NWP, the MVP, and just keeps it going, and this kind of cool. You got tier 2s, tier 1s to take as well, but it seems like Gargoyle aren't feeling too stressed. They're comfortably farming this game.
I mean, why do they need to be stressed? Is the big question. Like they're lineup was really awkward in the mid phase, but they managed to pull it out. Now they've got all their items, and it's only going to get easier for them. Fiend, by the way, finished the BKB going overwhelming blink. So I don't know where the Ags went, but he decided better of it very quickly.
Sure, the Echo Slam, saw the damage that Earthshaker could do, was like, yeah, I'm not giving any more damage to this man who's just sitting back. And even Candyloon, he's going to have his Acceptor in a moment as well, so he'll be charging super quick into the backlines, not needing backup. And Morphling, I mean, is this a game that we should go Ags, that we care to go Ags, do we need Ags, or are we just hoping to God that we have enough stats on Morphling that he can just out-carry this Ursa?
I don't know if he can go, because like, if you're going Ags, it means you're like sacrificing Lincolns, you're sacrificing Satanic. I think he needs just to go right-click build and play this high maneuverability, get the waveform charges at 25, and just slowly take these fights.
Well, Smoke is here from Gargoyle, looking to find something, but no, there won't be anyone here unless you want to take a tier 1 tower, which they'll happily do. But it seems like Atomic Esports also just avoiding it, getting the small farm that they can get off this map and not showing anyone by themselves.
You say that? Fiend's on the high ground. They might just jump Apollo here, actually.
Has to blink on an in, finding actually Earthshaker, but then Chucky jumps in with his own Abyss Blade, trying to get some more HP off onto him. Grims is rolling in, but trying to get a disconnection in. Soulbind is going to be back. Ohio will be pulled in, but he's done his job with all his abilities so far. Yulsef will delay, falls out the BKB in the backside, but Fear jumping in into the roll from Grims. Will be controlled by the Shearing Change, just control another E-Blade. He is out of here, and no buyback himself. 122 seconds. Chucky forcing back on Lewis, needs some more sack, but with another fissure, they've got themselves to Morphling. Okay, Echo Slam, a little bit more of a whiff. First mistake, it's seen for a long time as he gets pulled back in, and with Sonic Wave, he is finally dead. There's no tips for you, as we're just going to dodge some more stuns and get some kills as Atomic Esports. They take a pretty favorable fight that isn't exactly done yet. We're good. We're Gucci.
I think it is now. I mean, these fights are great. Yes, you lost the Morphling. It's pretty heavy that your top net worth player just gets eviscerated like that. But it just shows the power of Atomic's fight. If they don't get echoed, they can actually just out DPS quite comfortably. Fiend got all of his spells off quite easily in those team fights, and they barely even needed the roll. Like, I didn't feel like Grims, he didn't use a roll that effectively in that team fight, and they still managed to win it out.
And Fear finally is building that BKB. So that will not happen again.
I think that's fair. That's 3 deaths in a row. His only 3 deaths have all been because he hasn't got BKB.
Well, 37 minutes in. Roche will see a respawn in 30 seconds as the items are coming. Time Looks relics are coming out. Anything kind of game-changing as well? No, it doesn't seem like. We've got a pen-edged sword that's been placed on the CK because kind of none of the other cores can use it.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Oh, mid lane. I use roll.
Does pop. We'll see. BKB being forced out of the Soulbind will be connected as Grims is looking for something with more BKBs popped. Oh, yep. Okay, hello. They found the bear.
BKB used, though.
That's true. 65 seconds, and it's a short Roche respawn.
Unfortunately, BKB is 60 away, Roche is 90, so...
Can't win on everything. Gotta get some small advantages here. And Aeon is actually from NWP as well, so he will be able to survive the next burst, especially if CK can find him out of position again, too. He'll be able to play a little bit more aggressive, and I wouldn't be surprised if everybody else just picks up some more Aeon discs.
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of bursts on Atomic, like the CK, the Morphling shotgun, Queen of Pain as a hero in general, like there's so many ways in which they can get bursted. I'm astounded that like none of them are building towards it either. Ohio is building a Blink. Spirit Breaker, after the double null, he's actually going Kaya Sanj at the end of the game.
Cool, okay.
That's love cool. This build. Like, so not Kaya Sanj, Kaya Yasha. Even more...
Even more damage. Even more movement speed. Doesn't care about safety. He'll just do that. That's his safety. He's scaring the entire team back, but we might get a smoke situation coming out here, and it will be in time for Roche. Like, they might have queued up these times here, but same, really, for Gargoyle. They're in a very aggressive position, not smoked out themselves, and I do think that Atomic Esports know exactly where they are, but Roche, 6 seconds? Oh, no.
This has happened twice, right? The last Roshan was 5 seconds away and they walked by it.
Yep. Oh, it's bad luck timings, but you're forcing everybody away from it. Smoke on 5, I think a higher knows it will break Smoke if he just stays in the trees, and yeah, he's did his thing. Broke Smoke, forced him back, kept these mid waves out, and with a fissure, means you don't get any kills out of it, and you can even seal a haste rune too, or just head into the Roche yourself.
Yeah, it's also an Ags, by the way, so this is a huge Roshan timing. Getting the free Aghanim Scepter on someone like Ursa means he can't be stun locked down, and it's going to be a huge boon for them. Oh.
Tango is dead straight away, jumping on in. Candyland actually finds Astra in the backside, just needs some more damage to keep him up. Fear just going straight for Atomic Fiend, they just need some more physical damage, which they've got in the form of Ursa. Bash has come out, Control is going to be there. Bizblade takes out 2 of them, they can go Roche, they can go base, they can do whatever they want because they've got the kills that they need. There's one for the buyback, but Fear wants kills, wants bloods, wants to force that disruption onto this Shut-in, but it doesn't even have a chance because NWP is waiting with Fissures starting to Control as Ursa is going to pop us in rage and run away. Soulbind pins 2 of them down, but you need some more physical damage from the Ursa to get these kills, but he can't do it yet. Needs to move a little bit back, but another good fight from Gargoyle, getting 3 kills, a building, and finding Aston, who will be able to blink away, but he has to dodge everything. You'll have to dodge the stun, but they're finally got the control into the shearing, into the echo, and into the burst control. He got himself a 4th, and Quap does not have buyback.
Yeah, and the MVP strikes again, GTH. I mean,
every time.
What more can this Shaker do?
Well, we need the one Echo Slam that kills all 5 of them in once.
Oh, true. I mean, sorry, he could be better. Like, this man's a scrub.
Oh, yeah.
5-man Echoes are the staple of Earthshaker.
But free base, okay, every time. No waiting around. Disruption is going to be able to use, and Grims is having to force everything else to keep him back, but this is just time and space for them to use to take these racks. Candyloon doesn't care about his life. This is what his life is about. I do love the Quap Courier scouting out all these heroes here, though, but they're able to get out and just lose the one man himself.
Yeah, and they'll be able to get the Roshan pretty much for free here. 50 on Quap, there's nowhere for them to TP, and they might try and fight this, but it could be an awkward fight on the high ground here.
He's bringing him to Chucky. And bring them in. Blue's going to come in, try and get damage. Actually, just going to jump up towards the Morphling, who is strength morphing up at this point. Needs more control. Soulbind actually keeping this Morphling in the middle of the Roche Pill. Fear back in the back lines, finding himself to Shadow Doom, so no saves. They just need more bashes and more damage. More remnants needed. Feeds on the low ground, pulling on in, finding himself the Earthshaker, who has himself a Yule Scepter and still has the A on this that he can blink away to make sure that it never gets popped.
That's insane. Like, the Yule's late, the blink late to dodge the stun, and there's a DD on the bot lane. They haven't realized it yet. But another round of DCs. This is a bit of an awkward situation for some of these players, really struggling with their net. I know when storms happen, it does affect a lot of C internet.
Mm. Well, they need a storm of DOTA. It's a storm of ideas. A new strategy, it seems, then running at them.
I mean, what does Lewis do? Is Lewis dead here, by the way? Like, is he going to get chased down?
Knowing for fear, yes, but he only has 1 remnant.
Oh, so, 1 remnant, 3 seconds on BKB. CK no recon. Oh, no.
Wait, what?
There's a bug where some players
can't reconnect. There's
no reconnect button for CK, so
Lewis is having to micro. Oh no!
I got to assume you make a polo micro.
Yeah, you hope so. And that's kind of a sad way to have your game potentially end. Like, maybe the man's a micro god and can do this, but yeah, you never want that to happen.
Well, he's your linchpin too. Fiend has been your linchpin for most of this game. Setting up these team fights, getting involved and getting these stuns on the supports, and now you got to play 4v5. And honestly, I got to commend Atomic. They just took that instantly. They're like, no reconnect button, let's go. Let's just launch.
That's true. Didn't fuss about it. They're like, yep, we can still do this. It's either super confident or just like, yeah, whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen, but we're gonna make it work.
But now you have to favour Gargoyle here, right? Like it's a 5v5, and I feel like Fiend, you can no longer buy back on that hero as well. By the way, that's probably the worst part about it. You can't buy items, you can't buy back.
Force-siders BKB if they can, but need to mark around. We're going to get the top racks. So there's 2 sets of racks, 1 set of racks to go, but they can't get megas out of it because it's still a tier 2 standing. And Atomic know that, so they're not going to defend it. They're just going to play around it and force them back. A 32k gold lead to Gargoyle Esports as they're cutting waves, forcing in the lanes. And the only answer they've got really is Lewis pushing out this bottom wave to make sure they can't take a tier 2 as long as they don't lose Asta or take this fight.
Oh,
Jumping in, moving forward. Okay, Link's going to be popped. Fuel Scepter going to be there. Inkstorm will not connect this time, but nobody dies. They do get a ward anyway, and what the hell? Alright, Lewis is going to hopefully check for. Can do it. He's level 26, so again, there's a talent, but he just needs to move out. BKB's going to pop. So far, Fiend is almost about to rejoin his fight as he comes in. Hasn't popped his BKB yet, but with the Echo Slam, it's exactly what NWP wants as they're all getting dismantled and destroyed, but a pure force and damage from Gargoyle Esports at this point, as Ursa, with the help of another Fisher from NWP, cleans up another as GG is called. Gargoyle Esports take a 2-0, and Atomic Esports sadly lose the second game.
Yeah, and it's going to be a what-if in my head for quite some time. Atomic are on the back foot when that DC happened, but for Gargoyle, they did exactly what they needed to. They did the steps. They took the Roshan, they took the racks, they pushed the towers, and they eventually took that final victory. And you have to give them props for staying composed. There are a couple times there where if NWP doesn't make the perfect play, they're not even in that game. So for Gargoyle, huge props to them, a well-deserved 2-0. But Atomic Esports, they got to be living with that what-if.
Yeah, if only they could survive. And it seems like the fight was all right. They had ways to respond into it. If only they had the CK to back them up. Even the gold, it kind of spiraled out after that fight as well. So things could have gone their way if only they had the entire team to back them up. And I guess that's still the confidence to going into future games here. That you can still feel confident enough not to just instantly GG out, but to fight it until the end, even if you're a player down.
Yeah, it's a shame being played down. But yeah, you're right. This is a good sign. Atomic Esports, they needed to show what they can do. And for me, they showed that they're a team that can perform at a high level. There's a few mistakes that are really clear for them, so they have a really easy way of improving, and that's the greatest thing for a team like that. Just improving day to day, and at the end of the tournament, you snake that 3rd spot, you snake that 4th spot, and you're in the money. You've reset, it's a single elimination, anything can happen.
Well, anything can happen, but we've only had 2 series so far for this season, so the leaderboard, I mean, it's there for the points you want to see, but with day 1, we can't read too much for it. Because currently, the top 2, 1-2, Gargoyle Esports and Team M11, but yeah, it's only literally 2 series. We still haven't seen 4 other teams.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see 2 more teams tomorrow, but we're going to get the repeats. Team M11. So Gargic will have another crack tomorrow, I believe. So it'll take us some time to see every team play. And obviously, you say it's been 2 games. So Team M11 might be first, but who knows what's going to happen with their next couple series.
Yeah, and we can see it. It's got to be some pretty good series that come on up, but it's been a good day. Good debut. I mean, it's an old patch of Dota. It's the last week we've already talked about it. This is when we just get the final breaths on out. The Tinkers are coming in just to get as many games in before the patch changes. But it's cool to see some teams trying to bring some new stuff in.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is I'm happy we didn't see a Broodmother today. It could always have been worse. And if anyone picks Brood, just know I hate you.
Okay, well, I mean, that's going to be up for today until tomorrow, so we get to see if the Broods are going to be coming back. But, I mean, in between, if anybody wants to follow you for what you're doing in between on Twitter, on Twitch, wherever you're streaming.
Truthfully, I haven't had time to stream the last couple of weeks. I've been casting 6 nights a week, but obviously Poglet96 if you want to see some filthy memes, and eventually I'll be back to streaming some Dota when the new patch comes in, most likely. It should be some good fun.
I think that's when everyone's going to be coming back to Dota, but we're going to be coming back to some more action here at LPL. In fact, we have some great sponsors that are bringing us this action at LPL. LG, our presenting partner, and Roadcat, bringing some amazing hardware to make the games even better. But we'll be back tomorrow for some more Dota here at 4 PM Australian Eastern Standard Daylight Savings Time for some more action here at the LPL Pro Dota for 2022.
The ulti's gonna pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Gonna be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was dewarding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight